Sorry, I was just trying to eat a mint. And I mistimed it a little bit. Oh, that's minty. Hi, how's everybody doing today? Happy time zone. Hi, Best Whimsies. Hi, Stephanie Hall. Hi, Celia. Hi, Aleoptic. Hello to Kylie and Darwin. And Jessica, Pamela, Sith Assassin, Robin, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. I'm Loot. I hope that this is not interrupting your phone call and that you remember to turn the volume down. Hi, Rainstorm. Hi, everybody. I hope you've all been having a good week. So, I'm just going to be real honest with you guys. So yeah, I'm just going to be honest with you all. Scyther and Venonat have not progressed. They're on my desk purely because I might need to harvest pins from them for today. And that's all right. Yeah. Also, if I'm a little bit like fumbly for the different buttons and things, it's because I've accidentally been trying to set something up so to stream today. I've swapped the positions of basically everything. So it's like a fun little Where's Wally to find all the things. Yeah. So we are going to be streaming today. I do have a theme for this stream. And I'm still here, hold on. There we go, sorry. And the theme for the stream is who broke my pipe? Because I'd like to know. And I'm gonna level with you guys. A lot of these answers don't make any sense, but we're going with it anyway. Who broke my pipe? Inquiring minds would like to know. Now, how do I do a poll again? I don't have that window open. Let's just get this started. You're sick and so excited, Ollie Cat. Try and take it easy. I have had an eventful week. It has been a capital W-E-E-K week, and that's okay because we're getting through it. What am I looking for right now? This. All right. Sorry guys, I don't have the window open to make polls, so just bear with me a second. Great theme? Yeah, great theme. Is Waldo okay? Who's Waldo? Where's Wally? Who's Wally? All right, okay, so we've got the colors on the screen. I'm going to start a poll here. We can only vote between 1, 2, 3, and 4 for this first one. That's just how this works. And then, depending on how far we get with the stream, we will be introducing number 5 into the mix. I said, where's Wally when finding my stuff? Oh, okay, I'm okay. I appreciate you guys, I do. All right, I'm starting the poll. Let's get this ball rolling. So yeah, while you guys vote on that, I will be doing a pretty basic question and answer type video this week, I think. Let's just pop that chat out so I can have it on a more convenient location. I've got a big box to sort through that I might do as well. I might not, because last time I looked, I had like 54 different questions, which is really, really awesome, really great. It's cool to thank you to everybody who asked a question. For anybody who has a question they would like to see answered in that video, I get that you're here at the live stream, and I tend to just answer questions anyway. But the community post is still open, and you can go over to my channel and ask any questions you would like to see in that video there. But after that, I'm hoping to be back to regular content. So I am just going to, okay, it looks like number 3 has 41% of the vote. And that's cool. Yeah, it's Skelly Frog. I've been trying to work out how to wear it because it's actually a vest. I need to get some things that you wear under vests, but for now he's just chilling. Wally is Waldo in the USA, not sure which name is where. Well, we do Where's Wally here. Mr. Bones looks ready for his own calendar. Oh yeah, no, he's been waiting for you. Hi, Mummy Games, welcome. What do the numbers mean? Okay, so we've got some new people here. Right, so we are picking the first Pokemon we will be making today because we are not making them in order. We're picking them kind of randomly every week. And so behind each one of these doors is a Pokemon. Now the color of the door is taken directly from the sprite of the Pokemon, so the picture of the Pokemon. So number 1 will be, I don't know, what would you call that? Purple? 2 would be beige, 3 is bluish, 4 is yellow, and 5 is purpley, yeah. And yeah, you guys vote. Whichever one gets all the votes, which looks like it's going to be number 3. We erase the door and you guys get to see who we're making. It's just a fun little game we like to play at the start of every Pokemon. We normally get through 2 or 3, sometimes 4, sometimes 1, depending on the day. Also, I now have a fidget toy and it's medicinal and I love it. I've never had one before and I really, really like it. All right, let's close this vote and get this going. And poll. It looks like number 3 is the winner. It is number 3 with 41% of the vote, closely followed by 4 with 23%, 2 with 19%, and 1 with 15%. So let us, it's just occurring to me now that I've picked appropriate earrings for today, but I'm pretty sure you guys can't see what they are. And so I'll be able to reveal what's behind the door before that becomes a spoiler if my mouse will work for me. Thank you. Alrighty, and behind door number 3 is Snorlax. Snorlax walked through my kitchen and his enormous size broke my pipe. Maybe. He's one of our suspects. We're going to start off by making Snorlax today, and yeah, my earrings are little Snorlaxes. I know you won't be able to see them, but I know they're there and that's kind of what matters to me here. Yeah, so swapping screens. There we go. Oh, this is a better view of, oh, I love it. I love it so much. Ready. I can get all of the balls in. Mr. Bones can't because his fingers are too big, but I can. Ah, I love it. I like it so much. All right, what am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, I'll have the chat there. That will kind of work. You're kind of tucked behind things where you normally aren't. We're excited for Snorlax? That's good. Let's get a Snorlax sprite up and running. So Snorlax will be our 64th Pokemon, which is, you know, that's pretty good. We're getting through them very slowly, but we are getting them. Where's our boy? That should have brought him up on screen. There he is. There's our boy. Okay, we have Snorlax on the screen. The time hath come to draw. We will draw now. I don't know where my pencil sharpener is, so we're going to just deal with that for now. You tried to join the Boring Colour Brigade, but you're psyched it's Snorlax anyway. It is such a great fidget toy, I agree. All right, so the ball thing, at the risk of spruiking for a large company for free, was $5 from Kmart. I just grabbed it yesterday. They had some they had like some rainbow ones, but like I didn't like the rainbow ones because when they were swirled together, it looked like they were in the act of mixing the colors together, and if they kept mixing those colors together, it was going to come out brown. And I get that's not how it works, but this one is nice. And then you like squeeze and pops them all back out again, and it makes me so happy. But yeah, we are going to draw Snorlax now. Yeah. So here, round boy. He's just a big old round boy. You got some round little feet. Can't forget the toe beans. And you got some claws happening. I don't even know if I remember how to crochet, guys. This is going to be a real adventure for us today. You got his belly. And he's got some little floppy arms because he's just snoozing right where he is. So yeah, at some point I will fill in some details about the what's happening with the pipe. I figured we'll get started with the stream before we get into the unpleasantness. There we go. So he has no like inner ear markings or anything like that, but he does have a kind of specific face marking, which is going to be of note. And I think we're just going to embroider his face today because there's just a couple of little lines and some little teeth. All right, he's not quite to proportion there. His body needs to be bigger to make that work, but I think the general I don't remember what I was saying, I'm so sorry. Anyway, there we go. So we'll just ink him in real quick. And people who are good with picking the colors here, I hope you are there and ready to help me out with this one, because I can't work out what color is best for Snorlax, because I feel like the navy blue that I have got started is too dark, which means we have to go to the shelf behind me. And that leaves me a little bit overwhelmed with choices. So I'm gonna let you guys pick the blue in just a second. So I'll show you what colors I know we need to use, because some of them are nice and obvious. Okay, there's our boy. Now, okay, we have cream for his belly. I'm sorry it's a little overexposed today, but cream for its belly. And we have brown for his little foot pads, white for his claws and teeth. So we have those, and then he's a weird deep greenish blue, exactly. The dark teal below the grey colour. Oh, you're talking behind me? This one here? That's what you're talking about? Maybe? I have one of those here. The other one I was thinking of, I thought I put it on my desk, but maybe I didn't. Oh no, here it is. Yeah, see, that's the dark blue I was thinking of. No, we want third column, second one down, so 1, 2, 3. This one? That's very blue. I actually have that on my desk as well at the moment, just in an open one. Okay, that looks very close on this camera, right? But it's not so close on the face cam. As you can see, it's a much brighter blue than it's appearing. Sorry about that. Mallard, maybe? Maybe. Let's see, where is my Mallard? That's Mallard. I think this is Mallard, right? That's the Mallard. Okay, I'm just gonna pull the options. One over from the one I just pulled. I've lost track of which one that is. It's to reference. Furthest to the left, middle. Ah!
Behind your head, the one that was just to the left, or the one you just pulled out?
Which one did I just pull out?
On the one in the greens.
This one?
The one with your finger on it. Yeah,
this one? Yeah. This one. Okay.
I reckon it's that one.
Nope. Just vanishing further and further into my bucket. Had enough of buckets. I know I have some of that in here, but it looks like it's completely
There's some on your shelf?
No, I've got some here. It's like you don't start new yarn until you finish the old yarn, right? Oh wait, where everyone's cheering for Mallard. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so this was the other option I was asked to bring out. Again, it's more accurate on face cam today. We'll balance the others later. I will do a poll. I'll just make sure that the options are on screen first. Okay. So I'm going to hold them up to this camera. See? All right. So the dark blue is 1 and this side here is 4. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm seeing a lot of love for Mallard, but I feel like the democratic process should be observed here. 1. I'm just going to assign them nicknames so that we can tell what's which. So 1 is navy, 2 is ball, because it's the round one. 3 is the Mallard. And 4 is the scraps. All right. You guys vote. I'll clean up the mess that I've made. All right. Oh wow, a lot of love for scraps. Which is funny because I thought Mallard had it. Like people being the most messy one looks very close on the face cam. Yeah. It's a little more green in person. And again, I apologize that the color is a little off today. We're coping. Got that copium happening. I think scraps beats it. Thank you, Mr. Bones, for being there in person to advocate for colors. Yeah. Next time I do this, I'll get some little number labels so you guys can just call out numbers. Mallard is too dark, Scraps is perfect. I can deal with that. And it looks like Scraps has got a pretty decisive lead in the vote as well, folks. All right, let's do this. Let's end that vote. Come on, mouse, I believe in you. There we go. Mallard is very pretty, I agree. It is a little on the dark side, so let's just pop these back over there. And navy was like, I always think of Snorlax as being navy blue, but then you look at him and you realize he's just sort of not. But I am worried this is a little pale, but based on the sprite, this is the color that he is. Because like a darker, which I suppose brings us back to Mallard. That's okay, because Scraps won. Oh, Mallard had a lot of votes though. Navy 0, the end. Mallard was good until he brought out Scraps, yeah. I'm not going to be the one to tell Snorlax what colour they should be. Knifey, but that's what we're here for. Yeah, and like Mouse appreciates your support as well. Okay, so that's our colour lineup. All right, a little bit of a piece breakdown here. So, describes my week. We're going to do little feet buns, right? We're going to start in brown to make those little toe beans in the middle. And then we'll do some like buried picots or something to add some white toenails around halfway up. And that will be our little feet buns. And we're not going to make like fuss about with legs because this guy is clearly just a donut with wheel feet, right? You always think the Pokemon are darker than they are? Yeah, I guess. 5 fingers, because of course he does. Does he seriously? Oh my goodness, you are correct. Oh, so I've been playing around with different theme ideas, right? And one of them was literally 5 fingers because there's only like a handful that have 5 fingers. I didn't realize Snorlax was part of that elite crowd. You think the brown is more of a golden brown? I don't know, guys, this is pretty close. The other option I have is beige, and I think it's too beige. Or I've got like, I think this one's natural. I think that's what it's called. Is too light. Yeah, no, I'm satisfied with my choice of brown, sorry. All right, so that's how we will be making the little donut feet. The body, I feel, is actually more of an onigiri than a sphere, if that makes sense. So like one of the like swollen triangle. We like the name Scraps. That's so funny because like leftovers is totally a held item in game that you would give to Snorlax, or at least I always gave him that. I don't know if I just did that because it felt thematic or if it actually helped with anything tactical. But in any case, he always held my leftovers. So that's kind of the body shape we're going with. I don't know yet if I'm going to stitch on the stomach or just like start in the middle of the stomach and work backwards. I mean, sphincters aren't so bad when they're belly buttons. I'm going to put the fidget toy away. Relax the Snorlax. The brown is good. All right, awesome. Tiny, another name suggestion. Yeah, I agree. It's a good double meaning name. So yeah, I don't know yet if we'll do the belly as a sew-on piece. Depends on which stitch direction I want to go in. The head is going to be the hard bit, I think. So he's got this little egg for a head. Trying to think it through here, and I think I'm just going to not complicate it. I think we're just going to do little pyramid ears that we then sew on to the egg of a head. The face mask is what's an interesting shape here. If I start in the middle of the face, I can just build this widow's peak into the rounds with color changes, but it means that I have to line up the rows starting in the middle of the face, which can be a little bit of a, I don't really like doing that necessarily, I don't know. Snorlax is known to eat a lot of food, yeah. Some pictures are swole triangle, others are spheroidal. Either way, he is getting gains, yep. Hi, cheesy Swiss jellyfish. We are doing okay. I'm doing okay. I hope you're doing okay as well. Uncomplicated knots? Never. Never. Even if they're simple, we find a way to complicate it. And then he's just got little tube arms. I honestly don't think this guy is going to be a headache. And the chances of him being megapotted are small, but never zero. small but never zero. My love, if you were to hear this message, I would love a pen that isn't my inky black pen, that I didn't bring a pen in with me to start writing notes down. Yeah, all right, so let's, I'm so tempted just to start with a foot, but I know that's the wrong mistake. I know that's the wrong answer. I know I should start with the body, so we're going to start with the body, because then I can just make everything proportionate to the one base piece. Thank you. I would have preferred my other pen, but I'm not being picky. Thank you for the pen. All right, so the body. I don't know. We're just I'm kind of going to be a little bit freeform with it rather than trying to plan it too much ahead. Yeah, he feels like he slumped back into position, but we'll start with magic ring of 6, and then we'll do a little 6 increase action, and then we'll do a little 6 single crochet increase action to get us up to 18. That is so much better. I love this one. Thank you. Yes, you may take a piece of candy as your reward. Stream snacks. Does everyone have their stream snacks? Today I have some strawberries and cream. Do you guys have these? Or is it? It's always interesting to me whether or not something's an Australian thing or not. That's awesome, Ollie Cat. I'm so glad that you decided to give it another go, because I mean, I've told my origin story a lot, and I know that it changes slightly every time depending on the context, but it's because it's like, yeah, there is no like official version. So like different stories require different levels of detail. But yeah, I stopped for a good 4 or 5 years, and then I started again and liked it the second time. And then I also still went on break for like 10 years in the middle there somewhere, but that's just because I have a short attention span. Scraps is living up to his name already. You want to name him Jim Bob? Oh, that's fun. Different shape, but you have something similar? Okay. Yeah, these ones here are quite soft and juby. Please give him a crochet knife. Lonely little lollipop out here sewing chaos. Okay, boss, glad to know you're not driving. You have a plush one named Sam, and you would love it if the CK one could be Sam too. No, see, there's nothing wrong with a plain name. I had a puppy named Sam at one point. My Mr. Bones. Mr. Bones is keeping track of the name suggestions, and we just do a big vote at the end. And it's always interesting because depending on how long it takes me to actually make the Pokemon, sometimes it's been a complete change of the guard, and nobody remembers where some of the names came from. That's true. If the Pokemon gets Megapoded, it eats up all of the time, as we saw last week with Scyther. And so sometimes it's better if things stay on target. And there is literally, I suppose none of the Megapoded ones ever have a reason as to why they needed to be as big. Scyther came pretty close to having a good reason. He's a very complicated fellow. But things like Metapod, who even I'm calling Megapod at this point, there's no reason for a shape that simple to have gone as large as it did. It just did. Same as Aaron. Aaron also got Megapoded along the way. Just sometimes these things happen. Except the name Nishino after the game designer. Snorlax was based on one of the game designers? How did he feel about that? You hope Scraps persists? Well, Scraps will definitely be on the list one way or the other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. When I remember, I remind people where the names came from, but we're multitasking a lot of the time here. Scyther was a very parts project. But that's okay, because, don't get me wrong, Scyther's going to be wicked when he's finished. He's just huge. He's, bigger than some of my actual full-blown things, you know? But if this persists out of Gen 1, that's going to probably start happening more and more. Just because, I've seen some of the designs. Just moved back to the US from Japan, so you're able to crochet for the first time in forever. Oh, you couldn't crochet in Japan? Is that like a space issue or a travel thing or a... Amigurumi originates, or at least the word originates over there. I assume it's been bastardized in some form. Could always call him Scrappy. The usual rule set for names is nothing nasty or mean. We tend to avoid celebrities unless they are perfect. A name usually gets into the list if a second person expresses that they like the name. Okay, cool. I didn't even know that he had a system. I mean, of course he has a system, but it never occurred to me that there was a system. Koji Nishino. Koji Nishino actually loved Snorlax, reportedly calling him his son in interviews. Oh, I love that. That's actually really sweet. Snorlax is supposed to be a big guy and girl, but like it's a relative thing. He needs to have the proportions of a big guy or gal. He doesn't need to take up a whole room. Mega Snorlax is the reason we need. Just didn't have any yarn or needles where you lived and couldn't afford them at the time. Yeah, that's fair. That's rough. But like, it's exciting that you get to do it again now. You get to like reintroduce yourself to the craft. I've definitely fallen out of sequence here. When did I do that? So single, double, single, double. Oh, and then I doubled. What on earth? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, okay. I need to just pay slightly more attention. Just a scooch more attention. Let's just go back to the start of the row. Yeah, whole room. No. He's not fat, he's fluffy. Yeah, I mean, have we ever seen Snorlax, like... There's no way I can say the next sentence without it sounding dirty, but I mean in the context of like washing a dog. Like, have we ever seen him with his fur wet? Like, after a bath? Because maybe he's like a Persian and it's all fluff. Oh, you're very welcome to the crochet motivation. Oh, I'm clinging to my crochet motivation right now. Right, I suppose the time has come. I should let you guys know a little bit of something about what's happening with the pipe. Just so that if it comes up later, I can just direct people back to wherever we are in the stream, 29 minutes in. So yeah, the very short story is that there's a pipe burst in my floor. It is extremely difficult to access, so it has not yet been able to be repaired. I have had, what is it, it's 5 or 6 plumbers from 4 or 5 companies out trying to work it out. But in the meantime, they have managed to isolate the leak and restore water to the bathrooms. So we just don't have water in the kitchen at the moment. But without going into too much detail, it is going to be a very difficult and probably very expensive problem to fix. So this is not over. We are in the middle of this. We are lucky in the sense that the only damage, the only visible damage, the only damage to our stuff is the floors. We're gonna have to rip up a big section of floor in our main living area. We think we've managed to dry the carpet out in this room, but the room itself has been ripped apart, which is why the wall behind me kind of looks the same as it did last week. It's because that set of shelves actually didn't end up having to be moved at all. It's just everything else got moved around it. Which is, again, we are lucky in a lot of ways, but also the stress from this is taking its toll on me at the moment. And I just thought I'd get a little explanation out of the way for anybody who is worried or interested in it. I'll probably give the same explanation in this week's video, just because not everyone comes to the live streams. But for future reference, anybody who wants to know the story and what's going on, I would rather not tell it over and over again. So they will come back to this moment in the stream, 29 minutes in, and I apologize to anybody who has been sent back in time to this moment, but thank you for doing so and not making me relive again. You're so glad I didn't have to move my shelves. You have the same for your... Yeah, they're such pain. And like this, like there could have been significantly more damage to things that matter. Like I know that sounds weird given that it's the floor, but we lost nothing with any kind of sentimental value. It's just, I also am having a hard time finding things at the moment just because everything got hauled out of the danger zone very rapidly and just like shoved into boxes and containers, and it's all over the rest of the house, which is disrupting my peace, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, it could have been significantly worse, and to make it better, it was clean water as well. It wasn't sewage or anything like that, which could have, you know, like we were very lucky in a lot of ways. Yep, it's gonna be a pricey one to fix. Let's just leave that one alone. Your brain can't focus on this right now. Oh, well, good night. Thanks for hanging out anyway. The garage pipe was leaking and luckily we got it so it didn't destroy the stuff we stored. Yeah, that is lucky. Was there any crochet or yarn casualties? Not that we know. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's just the carpet got soaked in one room, and we think we're going to have to, let's just call it renovate the kitchen island. And we have, it's not wood floorboards, but you know that wood veneer vinyl-y plank type stuff? Whole big section of that complete write-off and has to all be replaced, which means we'll probably, I don't know, if we have enough boards to replace just the damaged ones, we'll be fine and we'll just do that. But otherwise I might have to get the whole floor, because it's a big open plan area, I might have to redo the whole floor in the whole area. So we don't know yet. Oh, I have fun sleeping, Rowan Rose. That was a weird thing to say, but I just mean thanks for hanging out and good night. Recently lost 5 big totes of books. No. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. It's just like, I'm very stressed about this. I burst a blood vessel in my eye early this week, but it appears to have cleared up now. But I also need to acknowledge the fact that we are extremely lucky in a lot of ways regarding this. It's just also been a lot. Hi Darcy, welcome. There's an episode where Snorlax swims from one island to the next. I don't believe he looked like a wet fluffy animal. Okay, Bobby here, fact checking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Okay, so I have done the 24 row on autopilot. So I'm building up the body here, and so I think I'm going to go to... I want to give him like a little bit of like a dropped bag of rice appearance. Anyway, I've already referred to it as like onigiri. Like you take like a bag of rice and you drop it and it kind of goes flump. And I kind of want to flump him a little bit. But not too much because we don't want him going too big, but like a little bit. So for the next couple of rows, instead of doing 6 increases evenly spaced, I'm thinking I'm going to do 3. Which will just like smooth out that curve a little bit more, and instead of going out, we're going to, yeah. Why do I weirdly want to clean my room even though it will drain all of your energy? Well, because clean rooms, like the act of cleaning can be exhausting and tiring and miserable at times, but there's fewer brain feelings as nice as a clean room. According to the Detective Pikachu movie, Snorlax is insanely fluffy. Also a good point, Purple Dolphin Studios. Just because it could have been worse doesn't mitigate the damage that has been done. Yeah, you're not wrong. Honestly, it's just there's a whole lot of communication things at what's taking its toll on me because there's a strata to deal with, and that's what's stressing me out more than if somebody could, like, I can handle people in my house if I have to, but we don't have a fix yet, and I can't just call and get it fixed because of issues with communication with third parties. That's what's stressing me out, not, yeah, him flump, exactly. His colours are inverted. Oh, sorry, you guys have probably been sharing pictures for me in the Discord. I don't have that currently open on my screen. Let's have a look. Mr. Bones works very hard to provide these butt pics, and I should appreciate them. Oh, wow. Oh, iLeafy, that running pic is amazing. Oh, and he's doing a little dance. What on earth happened on Pokemon Go to make it look like that? We are not doing yawning face. Oh wow, Critter Crocheter, 17. Number might matter. Yeah, that's a bit bigger than we were expecting, but that is a fine looking Snorlax there, friend. No tail. Thank you, Demonique, I appreciate that. You think Cubone is number 4? I will neither confirm nor deny that. All right, cool. And then we got just our 360-degree views. All right, I see what you mean when you say he's a little bit more ball, but I can still see the rice ball shape in there. Now I can only see Discord or chat at any given moment, so you're gonna have to bear with me. AAMW, just stand up very carefully and hear if you hear anything fall, because for me, it's always tucked up in my clothing somewhere. You've lost Needle, everybody. He needs a pokey flute? No, he needs to sleep. We all need more sleep. Right, so 7 single crochet and an increase will get us up to 27. You had a pipe burst in the wall behind the toilet a few years ago. Your youngest woke hubby and and you in a panic because he thought the basement would fill with water and his brother would drown. Oh no. Yeah, okay, so we only discovered ours because I was walking, like I was just filming. I was in the middle of filming a video for you guys. And I noticed that the carpet was wet in the doorway, and I asked Mr. Bones if he'd spilled something there, and no, no he hadn't. But the first couple of plumbers had a heck of a time because there's no marks or damage on any of the walls. So that's why tracking down the problem was a problem. But yeah, it turns out that there is a pipe inset into the cement under our floor, and it's ruptured or burst in some way, shape or form, and that is pushing a lot of excess water out both ends of the pipe, one end in the kitchen and one end in my little filming studio doorway. So it destroyed the floor. Yeah, good times. He needs it so no one can wake him up. Oh yeah, he just needs to eat it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I will say though that like the pokey flute is only an alarm clock. It's like for people. Yeah, we can set an alarm clock and that will wake us up, but we will also just eventually wake up if we need to. It's just he makes odd choices as to nap locations, but he's just doing him. Rip Van Winkle, that's fun. Rip Van Winkle, not Rip Van Winkle. I like Rip Van Winkle. The names are all getting very wordy for a moment there, so I'm glad that no one's trying to give him a noble title, and please do not take that as an invitation to give him a noble title. You found it! Huzzah! The needle has been located. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 27, cool. Might just do a round of 27 now. A little height, as I said, I'm just going very freeform with this. I'm not trying to overthink it too much. Just like row by row, we'll work out what we need to do. The water was gushing out of the wall, wow. Yeah, I was lucky that this happened literally while I was filming in the room, because it meant that I think we caught it within maybe 15 minutes, max half an hour of it first like rupturing. And then I do think that a lot of the damage was caused when we then had to turn it back on during one of our rounds of leak detection, but that's neither here nor there. Like we caught it fast, whereas like if it had happened in the middle of the night or if we'd gone away for the weekend, oh my gosh. You've decided to start a floral canvas piece, yay! Waiting to get some 4-ply cotton candy bag with 2-ply. Oh, that's gonna have so much little specific detail in it. Like I love like visually dense things. One of the reasons I like crochet is the same reason that I like Lego, is the same reason that I do like these super intense doodles sometimes. Is that like I like visually dense things with like lots of tiny little details adding up to like a big thing. And so like if I had the patience, I would absolutely be working with smaller yarn, but I would want to make things as large as they come out with larger yarn. And I like to think that at a certain point I started making good choices and settled on a nice average sized piece of yarn. Okay, he's on his way to becoming about this big in the body, which I think is about right. I don't think we want him too much bigger than that. So I'm going to do another round of 3 increases. So, which will get us up to 30, and then we'll do a round of 30 single crochet, and we'll stop again. Could you do the canvas idea too? Yeah, absolutely, of course you can. People don't own construction methods. People don't own ideas. Within reason. Within reason. I mean, don't go... You all know where the line is, okay? Don't cross it. But like, absolutely you should play with canvases. It's one of the most fun projects I've done in a really long time, actually. I decided to delay doing the mushroom one just because the flower one started feeling like a chore to me, and I knew how much I enjoyed the first two. And so I feel like with a little bit of a break, I will be able to come back to it with renewed joy, which I think makes for a better viewing experience for you guys, but it also just makes for a better week for me if I'm enjoying what I'm doing. You've made and sold a few capybara keychains. Yay! Who doesn't love a capybara though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They are chill with everybody. Feel like the odd man out here because you don't crochet. You're hemming and patchwork tote bag for your daughter. Well, still, I think that counts. This is a crafternoon, not a crochet the day away. Yeah, no, all are welcome here. Though I'm particularly tickled at the idea that I have people who watch me that don't crochet because, I don't know, it just means that I have like something outside of just the crochet stuff that people like, which is cool. 3, 4. Needlework is needlework, exactly. And also, can I just say all crafts are valid, and so is just like using this to, I don't know, clean your house or take a nap or like just background noise. We're excellent background noise. We don't play loud music. Well, I mean, I play some music during the breaks, but I think that you guys might actually riot if I ever took those songs away. I was discussing it with Mr. Bones last night. I'm like, oh, I need a longer version of it, which means I need different songs. It's just like, we don't think you guys would handle me changing out the music that I use for the breaks. You're shiny hunting for the villain at the moment. Are they the butterfly ones? Because, oh, I've been playing Pokemon Scarlet. I told you guys about that last week. And I found 2 shinies this week. So the first one happened last week after the stream. I was just playing a little bit of Pokemon Scarlet, and out of the grass wanders a tiny pink sheep. And my first shiny was a Mareep. So I have a Mareep named Flossie on my team now. She's now a pink Ampharos, but like, or he, sorry, I think it's a he. But yeah, I found my first shiny and it was a Mareep and it's amazing. Well, my first shiny in this game anyway. And then last night I found a shiny Sotodle, which are those white whale things that live on the mountain and they're new. And so like, I try not to give nicknames to Pokemon that are new, because then I would never learn their names. But so he's still just Sotodle, but he's shiny. And I know that when he evolves, I looked it up and I spoiled myself. But when he evolves, he turns into Cetition or something. And he looks like a killer whale, the shiny one does. Whereas like the non-shiny version is white and pink. The shiny one is like white and black. And like, it's really cool looking. So that's another cool shiny that I found. It's very exciting. Yeah, Loot, it's just a little pink sheep. Whereas like normally they're yellow sheep, and so like the pink one is really cute. The cadence, okay, yeah. That year in a call center is paying off. As someone who doesn't crochet, you watch because you find me funny. Oh, I think I'm funny. I'm glad you find me funny. I feel like you have to find yourself funny to put yourself in this position. I'm sorry, I've just realized that I'm probably not working on screen. The camera, in case you can't tell, has been moved over. And so I can keep myself on camera or my hands on camera unless I'm working like this. But I'll scooch this way. Yes, cute little shiny Mareep. But yeah, I caught my second shiny last night. It's very exciting. I do feel like they've definitely lowered the odds, right? It can't just be that you can see so many of them that like the encounter rate. Because like if you had to encounter them one at a time, it'd be like many, and it would feel like a lot more. Whereas like these, like you can just walk through the world and spot them in the grass. And so I feel like you're getting through a lot of encounters very quickly. But it still feels like they have to have lowered the encounter rate. There's a bear in there. Mr. Bones is just coming here to raid my candy.
I want to tell you about something on Discord, but I don't want to tell you about something on Discord. In the live stream channel.
Okay, should I look or should I not look?
You should look.
I should look? Okay.
The sloth.
There's a sloth? Sorry for chewing on camera, guys. Oh, I hate it. Okay. Does a wet Snorlax look like a wet sloth? That's a question that nobody ever wanted to ask or look at or think about. But he is smooth in water like a seal. Okay, this is all getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. All right, sorry, I'll come back into chat now, so I'm not ignoring you. You're doing a playthrough of Pokemon Violet with a team of only dogs. There are so many cute puppies in this oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm sorry if anybody who doesn't play or like isn't really into the whole Pokemon thing is feeling excluded right now, but I gotta get something off my chest. What is Taurus's problem? Okay? Because those guys are so angry. I swear they follow me around just to attack. There's like always swarms of them everywhere. Like, what is their problem? And I'm having a real problem at the moment because every time Mimikyu walks up to me, I have to catch it and keep it because they just walk up to you and they look up at you and they're just like, are you the one? Will you keep me? Can I be your Pokemon? I was like, yes, my darling, my sweetheart, you can come with me. And Grievards, oh my goodness, I would never get anything done in this world because every time one of those little puppies runs up to me, little ghost puppers, runs up to me and starts like yapping, I'm just like, yes, I will adopt you. I will adopt you all. I would just literally be stuck forever on that mountain surrounded by dead dogs. You love Taurus? Yeah, well, it was just, everything else is just sort of chill, you know? Like, unless you directly walk up to it, it leaves you alone. But Taurus, I swear, hunt me down over vast distances. Oh, sorry, was there a question? There was a question about something. I'm scrolling up in the chat, so any new chats I'm not seeing at this moment. You actively dislike Pokemon, but something about how I play it and when I crochet it actually makes it investing and fun rather than irritating. Okay, well, cool. Someone who doesn't crochet, you watch, I've already read that one. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh, okay, there you are. I am the most chill person you've ever watched. I'm sorry, I'm actually very high strung, but I'm glad that I project a chillness on camera. It always seems like you're actually talking. Oh, well, I am talking to you guys. You're here. Oh, sorry, that is the goal. I do try to talk to you guys, though I'm too nervous to go back and watch my first videos because I can't imagine that. I imagine that this is something that I've like slowly gotten better at over time instead of yeah, I don't think this is. I think this is Maybelline. I don't think I was born with it. You agree? You don't totally agree? You don't like Taurus? Well, see, I have nothing against Taurus. I just want to know what its problem is. Because it's acting like I insulted its mother 3 generations ago and they don't even remember why they're mad. All right. A little bigger, tiny bit bigger. Smallest little scooch, very demure. 9 crochet ink. 33. I'd be stuck on this mountain surrounded by dead dogs. Yeah, well, I mean, the sentence makes sense in context. They're little ghost dogs. And like, I would love them. Just know that if I ever play Pokemon Legends Arceus, Carnivine and Paris do the same thing. Good to know. Yeah, good to know. Honestly, the next game I get for my Switch will probably be, I'm hoping it'll be the Pokemon one that's meant to be coming out next year. But Alpha, A to Z, something like that. I need to look up what it's actually called. And I'll just try and pick up the line again now because for like, I played Pokemon Red, the grey-green brick of a Game Boy version when I was little, but that's because I think it was my brother's. And I was allowed to evolve his Magikarps, and that's why I like Gyarados so much, because that was the extent that I was allowed to play. And then when I was an adult with adult money, I realized I had adult money and I was allowed to buy things if I wanted to. So I ended up getting a DS Lite when they came out, or just after they came out. And I had Soul Silver on there. That was my next game that I played. And I know I played X and Y, and I think I played Black. I can't remember if it was Black or White, but I think I played Black. I didn't play Black 2. I tried to play Sun, but after like, I've tried twice now to get through that game, and after 6 hours of what feels like nothing but tutorial mode, I just can't get into that game. So, but like, I have to say, Scarlet, I ran around that first area for like 6 hours. Like they give you like all of the choices in the world as to where to go, but I ran around in that first area for like 6 hours just catching things and basking in the ambience and just having a wonderful, honestly, that's probably why I ended up finding a shiny there. It's just like, just having the most pure time. And like, even now I'm ignoring the storyline. I rarely know where I am. I'm just trying to fill up the Pokédex because that's so much fun in this game. Oh, X and Y was, oh, I also played Alpha, there was also Alpha and Omega, Alpha Sapphire, Omega Ruby or something like that. I played the Ruby one in that range as well. Sorry, I forgot about that one. When Pokebank came out, you caught all the Pokemon and named them. A lot of Pokemon basically got the Carnivine effect when I named them. Yeah, that is true. That does absolutely happen. What's my favorite Pokemon type? Dragon. I do have a soft spot for anything frog-shaped. I've been trying to work out who like Frigibax. Cute little fellow. Cute little fellow. And oh my goodness, that little Toxicroak thing from this latest generation. He's just this little sulking frog thing. He's so cute. I loved Fuecoco. Fuecoco was my starter this time around. I named him Beverage because he's Fuecoco. He's hot cocoa. He's a beverage. So yeah, my fire type is named Beverage. And but then like his evolutions, I don't know. It's like I still love him. He is still my son. But I don't know. Since he evolved fully, he's just not really doing it for me. The first thing I did the same thing that I always do first up in a Pokemon game is I lurk by the water until I find a Magikarp. And I caught a Magikarp and I got my Gyarados. And I made sure to name him something stream friendly, which I don't normally do. So I could tell you guys that his name is Wizzyfish because he's a Magikarp. He's Wizzyfish. And he has been my long-term, oh, I think that's a she actually. I don't pay enough attention to Pokemon genders. He's been my long-term companion really in this game. I still have my starter on the team and they still get to play. And I've got my Mareep on the team and they still get to play. But Wizzyfish is my starter in spirit. You keep seeing Legends Arceus in the store until you wanted to buy it. Yeah, see, like I thought about it for a long time as to which one I wanted to go with, but then I realized that I wanted to start picking up the mainline games again, and so like Scarlet seemed, and I like the, you know how there's like that no spoilers here. I know it's been out for a while, but there's like that section at the end where there are 2 different areas and 2 different groups of exclusive Pokemon, right? I think that's about as vague as I can be. I preferred the Scarlet theme to the Violet theme. And Arceus I will get into if they start like expanding on that series a bit, I think. If only we could share snacks. What have you got for me? Oh, right, you're trying to share with someone else. That's fine. You've got to bring enough for the whole class, though. I usually get compliments of people asking what you're making because they wish I could do that or sharing what they learned, especially when you're at allergy shots. What's my favorite Pokemon? Gyarados. It has to be. Like, don't get me wrong. I have like a top 20 and a lot of them are context dependent, but something about Gyarados has that staying power. I don't know if you're coming out the right shape, friend. I keep stretching you to pretend like you're coming out like it's fine, but I think you're actually very knobby. I know what I'll do. It's not right, it's not correct, it's cheating terribly, but I know what I'm gonna do. Dang it, we're at 33. Yeah, I should go back a row. 2 rows, technically. Yeah, okay, I'm going back 2 rows. This is a mess. This is a mess. What a mishigos. Here we go. As soon as I start frogging, I hear Mr. Bones start making panic noises in the other room. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to swap back to 6s. 30 divided by 6 is 5, so 4 single crochet and then an increase should get us up to 36. Your whole team is currently Ghost, led by your shiny Dragapult. Oh, I want a Dragapult so bad, but I haven't found one yet. And I've only managed to find 1 Applin, even though I'm pretty sure, I've been slightly spoiled here. I've got a sweet apple and I've got a tart apple, and I believe there's like a syrupy apple that was released with one of the DLCs. So I can't evolve my Applin until I have 3. Them's the rules. How about my least favorite Pokemon? Jinx and Mr. Mime don't count. Okay, well, all right. The answer used to be simple, okay? It used to be Zubat, because anybody who's played like the original games knows, okay, about what Zubat do to you in that cave. But then Crobat became a thing, and Crobat is one of my favorites, and so I have a very complicated history with that Pokemon line. I actually think that, and this might be, I don't know if this is a controversial opinion or not, I think that friendship evolutions, where you have to invest time in them to make them evolve, is actually one of the better things that they've done. Like, don't get me wrong, it's obnoxious and it's really hard if you're trying to just fill out a Pokédex, but that investment of time in a Pokemon actually makes me really attached to them as like a whole. Dragapult is only in Violet? No! I'll have to trade for one. It's fine, I'll trade for one. Catch me in the Discord later. Begging people for their Dragapults. Oh, yeah, sorry, someone asking about Gyarados and why I haven't made one yet. It's because I know I have to make him small to fit in with the rest of the series, but I want to make him large. And so I'm trying to work out how I can do both of those things at once. Yeah, someone will trade me one. And like, is there an equivalent in Scarlet? Because like maybe I can procure one of those and trade back. One thing I have liked about Scarlet though is the fact that, one thing I have liked about Scarlet so far is the fact that I seem to be able to catch the evolutions without wasting the stones on them. Because I am just trying to fill out the Pokédex fast so I can get to shiny hunting, which is what I like about Pokemon. What's up, love?
If you Megapod more of the Pokemon, then you could Megapod a Gyarados.
Why are you?
And he'd fit.
Why are you giving chat weapons to use against me?
The Megapod. The Omega Pod.
The Megapodium.
Yes.
Do I ever use hooks with handles? No, I do not. That's because with this one here, I can keep a really loose grip and just roll it backwards and forwards, whereas a handle gets in the way of that and I end up gripping it and causing pain in my arms. That said, I do understand that different hooks work for different people. And as I have said many times, and I understand that I am paraphrasing from a source, is that the wand chooses the wizard. And this is my wand. It has chosen me. When my last one wore out, which used to be on the shelf behind me, and now I'm really frightened because I don't see it there. My other one wore out pretty much, and I just went to the same brand, got the same one again. But see, that's what I mean, guys. I want to give you giant Gyarados. Nothing in me, like, I've never wanted something more in my entire life than to make a body pillow-sized Gyarados. But I also know that I need to make a little one to go with the Pokédex. And so if I start with making a little one, it's just going to fuel the hunger for the large one, probably in both of us. And so I have to make sure that I've planned out the approach to that. Plus, I'm sorry, I was recently reminded that I hit 100K subs on the 1st of January this year, which is very, very exciting. And that's entirely you guys. It's entirely you. But I haven't done anything to acknowledge or celebrate it on the channel yet because I keep having data emergencies, dental emergencies, water emergencies, hot water emergencies. You know what I mean? It's just like I keep just like survival mode the year away. And I don't know, I'm all up in my own head about it now because I have so many ideas, but a lot of them feel kind of narcissistic when I genuinely think that the 100K milestone should be a celebration of you and not me. And so I think I've come up with an idea that's a celebration of the channel at least, because like I don't want to take away from the fact that I have put a lot of hard work into this, but at the same time it's like the 100K thing is very much not achievable without all you. So like it's go team effort. You're now picturing the Gyarados being the base that all the other Gen 1s are arranged on. Yeah, just make a podium. Yeah, like giant body pillow sized Gyarados would make me very happy, but I don't have room for that either. And if I'm going to do something that size, I should at least make it an original so that I can sell the pattern. Because I know people are going to demand the pattern, because there's always somebody demanding the pattern. Yeah, what broke the pipes is the theme, and honestly, it's a very loose theme. Don't let it bother you, put your ideas in a poll. Oh, maybe, how about I just tell you some of my ideas, and we'll see. But like, know that me talking about these ideas in no way locks either of us into a decision. So one of the ideas that I was thinking about was 100,000 stitches, right? I was thought about doing that, but then we did the math on what that actually is. And I'm hearing voices, sorry. we did the math, and even if I could do 1 stitch every 3 seconds, which is conservative, it would take me many, many days to do that many, and would probably end up physically injuring me. And we want to, like, I'd want to put those stitches to a good cause, and so I wouldn't want to just do like arbitrary mindless stitches, which would double the amount of time if I'm also designing, because I thought maybe I'll like gift 100,000 stitches to you guys and I'll make 100,000 stitches worth of your ideas. But sorry, this is just going to be a rant at this point. But the outcome of that will be I have many, many patterns, all of which I would want to share with you guys. And then for the months that followed, I would be able to do nothing but release the patterns, which is a little bit boring for me as a creator, to be perfectly frank. Because like there's no creative to that, it's just like churning out the work, which is also probably not a bad thing at this point, but that's neither here nor there. So like we thought about doing that. I thought about like doing just like one giant hyperbolic pseudosphere of 100,000 stitches. But again, same thing. I'm worried about damaging my hands by doing something like that. And for context for all of you guys here, Marigold, who's behind me on the shelf, the big dragon, she's only like 12,000 stitches. So it's the equivalent of making what, 9 marigolds, give or take. Which is a lot. So like the 100, and plus then, should we ever hit the million? Like I don't think it's, I don't know about that, but like should we ever do it, it's not a scalable idea. I cannot do 1,000,000 stitches without actually damaging myself. Yeah, you could be the same size as the Chinese dragon you made previously. That's regarding Gyarados. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about. You can make Gyarados with Magikarps inside it. That's a little disturbing. Which end are they inside? Well, which end are they inside? Spooky. One of the pros of pet sitting and staying at someone's house. Giant TV to watch YouTube on. Oh, hey, cool. How do I look in on a giant TV? Do I have like more than 3 pixels? Night, Ollie Cat. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, only 12,000 stitches. Yeah, she's only 12. She's only 12,000, and in the context of 100,000, that sentence is a perfectly reasonable sentence.
You look lovely as always on a giant TV.
He's so cute. You made a joke about chemistry the other day, but you didn't get a reaction. In the mouth. Okay. So wait, are they being eaten, or is it one of those like species that propagates its young that way? Anyway. So one of the other ideas, I was like, okay, well maybe I'll donate 100,000 minutes to, again, donate is the wrong term here, but like I'll make your ideas for 100,000 minutes. But again, that's a long time. I think that works out mathematically at 11 days nonstop. So again, that's not unachievable, but also it's quite a large thing. And the same thing again, I'll end up with a lot of patterns that I will then feel like I should release into the world. So I think I've come up with an idea that is going to involve me playing around with tapestry crochet and or cross stitch, actually, because like you know me, I like to cross-pollinate my crafts, where I'm going to do like a bit of a wall hanging for the room in here that kind of celebrates the channel and what it took to get to 100K. I think that's where I'm leaning with it at the moment. But I get that that's not necessarily the most super exciting idea. I know that if I let this tick over a year ago, I'm never going to do it. And I really should stop and acknowledge it, because that silver play button is everything. I have, like, from years before, ever since I knew what YouTube was, I thought it'd be really cool to have one of those. But like in a very removed way, like I never thought that it was realistic to want one, if that makes sense. But I wanted it for so long, and it was my goal for so long, that by the time I got it, it nearly ruined the channel forever, because I got it and then I was like, okay, now what? And like my motivation drained out of me, because I'm like, I had achieved the thing that I wanted and I had no goals, because my big long-term future goal / dream was there and was real. And I know a lot of YouTubers go through this. I don't want to like get all self-absorbed or whatever, but yeah, but I think we've kind of found our way back to a fun groove where I'm just like letting myself creatively go wherever I'm kind of interested in going. And I found a way to like re-engage, and the live streams have been a big part of that, because up until this year we have had a very distant relationship, you and I. But these live streams give us a consistent point of like touch base. It's nice, and yeah, we get to talk now, and I get to feel very engaged with you guys. And that said, rant over, I'm going to re-engage with the chat. 100,000 seconds is a lot more manageable than 100,000 minutes. That is true. Okay, what is a bayou bayo tapestry? What's a bayo tapestry? Well, thank you, Pamela. I love these streams. I do. It's really helpful to remind me that the chat and the comment section aren't just one person that's love bombing me 1 second and being mean to me another second. It's good for breaking you guys up into multiple persons so that when one person does be mean, I can just be like, that was just one person, not the chat, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's actually been very, very good for me, and I'm glad that you guys are enjoying it as well. How many stitches with the giant owl I made? I actually calculated that, but I didn't write it down. He's somewhere between 12 and 20. Like he's not that much bigger. He is more, but he's not that much more. Because Marigold, a lot of her number count came from the individual scales, whereas he's got feathers, but I think it's not that many. Stream snacks today. Darcy, we have strawberries and creams today. We've got a little bit of candy. Okay, for a summary of the leak problem, you can go back to the 29-minute point in the stream where I have my little breakdown and I tell you all about it. I just don't want to tell the story again. I'm sorry. Tapestry is tapestry depicting the William the Conqueror's conquest of England. Adios to North Carolina. Thanks for hanging out. All right, I think we're as wide as we're going to get. I'm just going to do a whole bunch of rows of 42. 'Tis the meaning of life after all. Well, life, the universe, and everything. Timestamp is a mental lifesaver. That's why I made a note of it when I was, well, it was the 29-minute mark for me. I'm assuming it's similar to you guys. I get that there's sometimes a bit of a delay. I prefer raspberries. I do. I actually have some of the Darryl Lee chocolate. Sorry, we're talking about food again. Sorry, guys. I have some of the chocolate-covered raspberry licorice in the cupboard, but they're basically chew toys for adults. They are, but they're great. And I don't want to eat them on stream because, like, I'll be just sitting here chewing itches, and I think that's gross. Oh, Duchess Cassandra, it's fine. I casually mentioned one mean person. Please do not start a witch hunt by any stretch. But I tend to just like hide them from the channel if I don't think it's valid. If it's valid, it stays. But yeah, it's just the nature of being on the internet. Put them away, please. I said no chew toys for adults. Don't give me sad eyes. He wants to open the other bag of candy. It's you're the food problem. Maybe you do, but like also I think that food is a great unifying subject. I think that everybody can relate to the notion of having a favorite treat, and it's nice to give people a way to talk about things where they feel like they can jump in. And yes, I should hydrate or dehydrate, but I'm actually very okay. This is kind of a joke, but also kind of not a joke.
Do the thing.
You're very distracting right now.
I was about to remind you to hydrate or dehydrate.
I'm going to hydrate or dehydrate. Look, guys, I got very dehydrated over the last week, all right? So this is kind of a joke, but also kind of not. I've had to upgrade my water bottle to try and rehydrate myself. So just don't laugh at me too much, okay? I don't even know how to open this one yet. Are those Berry Bliss ones the marshmallows, the berry flavored marshmallows? Because they're kind of nice. They're nice. You got the similar one? Yeah, well, I mean, they went on sale. They hold 3.7 litres. I still have trust issues with our water because we're currently having to fill up our drinking water from the bathroom sinks, which always just feels wrong to me. But I have to remember to eat and I have to remember to hydrate right now because all these things actually add up to big problems. Well, okay, so this one here, right? So someone who said that they needed one of them. It has the measurements down the side in mils and ounces, and it has little encouragement and timestamps on it. So it's like 7 a.m. good morning, 9 a.m. hydrate, and then 5 p.m. like don't give up. It's like it's cheering you on as you slowly drink too much water. Because please do not drink more water than you should, and please make that assessment with the assistance of a medical professional if you would like to. 3.7 litres is too much for me to drink in a day, so I fill it up to about the 2 or 3 litre mark, which is about normal for me. Because there is such a thing as drinking too much water. There is. Bathroom water tastes different from kitchen water. I agree. But the water to our kitchen right now is currently from our hot water system. And when I tell you that that tastes different as well, yeah, I can't drink it. It makes me ill. Sour Patch Kids at Aldi, $2.50 as of yesterday. That's good. I am trying to detox a little bit from the Sour Patch Kids after I got horrific burns in my mouth because I bought a kilo bag of them. I don't make good choices. You should not use me as a role model. Don't forget that too much water and not enough electrolytes is a terrible time. Yes, exactly. And there is such a thing as drowning on dry land if you overhydrate. So yeah, just moderation. Moderation is key. Drink around 2 litres a day. Tired of constantly refilling your water bottle? Yeah, cool. Well, you can probably get a 2 litre version that isn't a 4 litre version. But this has to come with a, look, this is not foreshortening. This is on my shoulder right now. It is bigger than my head. 1 standard head worth of water. Your water bottle is a fancy electronic one that texts your phone and lights up to nag you. How? Okay, sorry. No, this is a space of non-judgment and pure interest, but how badly do you forget to hydrate that you need something like that? Make sure you don't drink water on an empty stomach. That's not been an issue for me. That might be for someone else. I struggle with remembering to drink unless it's something that's sensory pleasing. Yeah, that is admittedly why I normally have my my usual water bottle that normally shows up on stream. It's because the opening of it is wide enough that it's easy for me to drink, and I don't smell the water, which means I don't taste the water, because I think that all town water tastes yucky because I was raised on rainwater. Yeah, it's like I will fill that up, chug most of it, sip the rest of it over half an hour, and then when I get up next, I'll make it a point to fill it up again. It's the only way. It's the only way. If it's not convenient, I won't do it. Yours has those markings, but it's 2 litres. Yeah, exactly. I've seen those markings on smaller ones before, but when I saw this one, I'm just like, it's huge and it's wonderful, and I shall make it mine. You haven't drunk water other than pills in 2 days. You can get a lot of hydration from the foods you eat as well, and any liquids can count as water up to a certain point. So as long as you're hydrating in some form. Because we are meant to be a large percentage water. Just as a reminder to everybody, we are basically just fluid-filled sacks, and we should endeavour to keep our sacks filled with fluid. You are welcome for that phrasing. You do landscaping in the summer in 38 to 40 degree weather? No! That bottle is small? Yeah, I can bet. Well, you must be just chugging the Gatorade at that point. The electrolytes you'd be sweating out is crazy, or the salt you'd be needing to replace anyway. You can't drink cold or ice water, you have to have room temp. Yeah, I like it's technically a Yeti, but my other water bottle, because I put 3 ice cubes in it, and then it keeps the water at this perfect chill, not too cold, not chilled water, not room temperature either, just this very pleasant temperature for 12 hours. Drinking water on an empty stomach, really empty, haven't eaten in 2 days empty, can make you throw up acid in the water you drink because your stomach is spasming. Okay. Well, maybe the hot water wasn't making me ill. Maybe I just hadn't been looking after myself. Yeah, Mr. Bones, you were front of mind when I said that. Mr. Bones gets a lot of his hydration from cups of coffee. Good. Carry a water bottle. That's good. That's the whole point of water bottles. Otherwise, we would just have glasses. Running gels or running shoes that you chase with water, found, oh, okay. I've not heard of those, but it makes sense to me that they exist. Ugly bags of mostly water. I don't know, I think some of us are kind of cute. Mr. Bones in particular is a very cute bag of water.
So,
What?
Omega Poly Gyarados.
Okay.
You crochet him out of waterproof thread or cord, and then you stuff him full of pool noodles, and then you can ride him. Yeah? Ride Gyarados. Give me something. You're just staring.
I am just staring.
Smile. Yes. Laugh. Nod. Yes. So that's a brilliant idea.
I already think I'm a clone and that you're puppeting me from behind the scenes. This isn't helping.
We'll get you more visible strings.
Or less visible ones. Oh, bye Rowan, thanks for hanging out. Humans are cucumbers with anxiety. That might be my favorite description of all time. You like the minerals in the local aquifer? Oh, that makes sense. Different water tastes different. Anyone who tells you different is trying to sell you something. Probably bottled water. Now that sucks. What sucks? I missed what sucks. Something sucks. I'm sorry that whatever that is sucks. We're talking about kosher pickles further up. I have tried pickles. Pickles are very hit and miss for me. Oh, you love the Gyarados plan? Well, no, that's not the plan. That's the dream of a madman. Oh, the electric water bottle. Yeah, I can see how it would have applications for ADHD and the like. Humans are houseplants with a god complex and elbows. Yeah. One thing I've just discovered regarding hydration over time is that if I feel like the world is going to end and I'm really anxious and my heart rate's too high, I'm probably just dehydrated. It's like if I feel like everybody hates me, I probably just need a nap. And if I feel like I hate everybody, I probably just need a snack. Like, for a complex organism, the human brain is not great at sounding alarms in ways we can understand. Okay. He gonna be a large boy. I hope that's okay with everybody. I'm gonna keep doing it, maybe 2 more rows, and then I'm gonna start rounding off the bottom. We are getting through it though. We are. Not sure if this counts as hydrating, but you're off to make a coffee. Yeah, Grim Squirrel, that's Mr. Bones' version of hydrating too. Like, we're not water purists. I am, but me is not. I just like that this is a chat where like someone's apologizing for making coffee, and then I just saw, I like pickled beets. And all of it makes sense. Oh yeah, the dopamine hits from achieving goals. I get that. Like, I know that there's this, I don't know if it's a website or an app you can download, but it's like goblin tasks or something. I want to try it because it like gamifies everything in your life. And I even play games just for the joy of like ticking boxes. I play Stardew Valley like it's a to-do list. And I'm really enjoying the new Pokemon Scarlet because I get to fill out a Pokédex, and that's a checklist, all right? There is fewer things that help my brain quite as much as just checking things off a list. Other than writing lists is fine, but checking things off a list is S tier. And so like that's what I look for in every aspect. And I just, yeah, the second they invent an overlay that goes over your house that gives you points for like cleaning it, my house will never be cleaner. You're so well hydrated on average, you can feel the minute you start to get dehydrated. That is, if true, that is impressive. That is an impressive level of self-awareness. Yeah, you got to troubleshoot yourself when your brain is already struggling. Exactly. It's like, you don't even know that you're supposed to be reading alarm signs. It's just every light on the dashboard is flashing. And it's, you know what's worse? It's like if you have long hair, trying to work out where your headache is coming from can be like 15 different things, and it's almost always the hairstyle. Little late, but you're always welcome, Ali. Join us. We're talking about hydration and headaches. You have to water the doggies as well as the cat, or you get complaints. That's fair. Human, you have one task. Your car's radio fan. Your car's radiator fan has decided to stay on with the car off, completely drained the battery and currently trying to get it jump started. No! It is Goblin Tasks. Yes, I remembered it. I keep thinking I should do it, and then I keep putting it off, which is probably exactly why Goblin Tasks exists. I think that's the right height. Now I'm not taking the bobby pin out until I've counted the rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Technically it was 6, but I already accounted for the 6th one. Started using Finch because doing tasks. I have I think it's called Taskito on my phone, where I set up the things that I wanted to do every day, and all I have to do is tick them off on my phone. But I used it really well for about 3 months, and then I just sort of one day I was off schedule and I never went back. So I'm interested in this Goblin Task thing because I want achievements. Everybody go check your animals, hydrate or dihydrate. Make sure that your pipes aren't leaking. Save your work, back it up to a secondary location. And stretch. I think that's everything. Brush your teeth. I'm adding brush your teeth to the list. Start flossing if you don't. Flossing is one of those things that does make you better than other people. You're allowed to feel superior if you floss regularly. Oh, Laura, I'm not seeking a diagnosis, but there are many things in life that would not surprise me, and that is one of them. You're gonna have to get the Goblin Tasks thing, so good to know that everyone else gets. Yeah. I think we're all just a little twitchy. Oh yeah, no, I did not consider it an insult anyway. I was just clarifying that I am not seeking any kind of diagnosis on anything, but it would not surprise me if it turned out to be true. The ferals are asleep on Mitch's lap. He's not the violence person. Yeah, no, now he's the nap the nap space? The napster? I'm sure there's a pun here, but it's eluding me. So someone else is going to have to pick up that slack. He's the knapstack. Increase. It's going to be just a sudden massive influx into Goblin Tasks. Seriously, if I don't do sponsors on my channel. I just don't. I don't take sponsors. I don't do any of the things. That's not to say I won't in future. I turn everything down at the moment and have up to this point. But the number of companies that get like free promo from me just because I like what they're doing. So if I was smarter, all this yarn would be paid for by someone other than me. I don't know. I just feel like there's potentially a layer of authenticity lost as soon as people start paying you to give them a good review. Oh, Goblin Tasks is a website. There we go. I wasn't sure if it was an app or a website. It was just one of those things that I knew I'd encountered along the way and couldn't remember where or the specifics. The big snore. Yes. He gonna be snoozing, that's for sure. Oh, we could call him Susan, because he's snoozing. He's snoozing Susan. I don't like that. I like Scraps way better than that. My love, when you hear this message, he's on the 30-second delay, all of you are on as well. I would love an updated name list. What's the name list currently looking like?
In chat or out loud?
Oh, out loud is fine at this point. When we're near the end of him, chat is easier.
Jim Bob.
Jim Bob, spelled G-Y-M?
Yep. Snore Snacks.
Snore Snacks?
Yep.
I don't remember seeing any of these.
Scraps. Scraps
I remember seeing.
Nishino.
Yep, Nishino.
And Snorlad/Snorchad. There's a picture.
Okay, who's thirsting after Snorlax, guys? I want you to raise your hands in the chat now.
It's fair. Don't judge them. I was thirsting a little bit too. Seeing him in Discord, it sounds like a really muscular, muscled, buff version of him.
Okay. That's not a judgment thing, but I'm going to need you to identify yourselves.
He's very Sir Chadlington in the...
No, don't call him Sir Chadlington. Okay, he's not getting a formal title, he is a commoner.
But we could have like a royalty, like we could have, all the Pokemon on the lower tier, and then like an upper echelon of all the noble Pokemon.
No.
Yeah.
The names are too long. Anyway, we now return to our scheduled programming. It just jumped to an ADHD commercial. Oh, that's so funny. Goblin tools. That actually makes sense to me. Sorry, guys. I think it's goblin tools, not goblin tasks. Favorite exercise method is resistance machines at the gym. Each workout is composed of about 12 challenges that you always meet because I enjoy working out. Talk about liking to check. Yeah, boxes, man. Boxes. Flump. I'm really worried that I've mucked him up already. But we'll see. I'm sure we can save it in editing. By that I just mean sewing. You have a type, and that type appreciates a nap and a nibble. We got everybody raising their hands in the chat. I appreciate that. I have seen the laser eyes. I have. See, the reason that I'm having trouble right now is that it almost looks like I've built the head into the body. And so like if I put a little face piece over here, I almost feel like it fits, but I'm not. I'm gonna attach the head, and so I'm worried that the head will look at a weird angle. But I'm thinking if I just don't overstuff, I can like not stuff this bit and inset the head in and it'll be okay. So just to clue you into my thought process, which I do think was originally the intention of these streams. I get that we've kind of devolved over time into a little bit more of just like a hangout sesh, but it was an original intention, and I don't think we always meet it. Speaking of snoring, yes, everybody whose bedtime it is, go to bed, please. Thank you for hanging out. You can catch us on the replay, and sometimes we're still live when you wake up. Let's be honest with ourselves, if he's a little mucked up, we'll love him more. Yeah, that's true. There's always a place on the shelf for the misfit toy. I like the name Flump. Because he just sort of flumps there, you know? Happy Sunday indeed. So I am just closing off the base of our Snorlax here. The rest of the pieces will go fairly quickly now that we've established the body. I say with great confidence, even though that's never how it works. I've been making and remaking the same dang pug all week because yeah, I honestly, I just have needed something to do.
If the body nugget's the wrong size, I've got an idea for you.
Oh?
And that is turn it upside down so that he's got like the little legs and the big V chest.
So it turns out Mr. Bones is thirsting after Snorlax. This is fine. I can change. No, it's fine. I'm listening while attempting to doze off, but it's difficult to not comment. Sorry, Laura. I apologise for being too interesting. It's a curse that some of us just have to bear. Perfect likeness. Oh, Snormitch is in the live stream chat. Okay, I'm going to head over to the Discord for a second. Oh, there's puppies. Oh my goodness, okay. I see Jade Turtle's post and I understand why we are thirsting after Snorlax, but that's still very strange. All right, sorry, I'm gonna not get distracted by what's going on there though, because like, I try not to like spend too much time in the Discord because I want you guys to be chatting here. It helps me if you guys chat here. Whereas the Discord is for every other moment of the week. Stuffing. Yeah, Adam Brownie, people be thirsting after the Snorlax. No way I'm making all 151. Well, we've made 60. This is our 64th so far. So like, we are. We're definitely, like, don't get me wrong, it's taking it, we get through 2, 3, sometimes 4 a week. But then we only stream once a week, and so we're kind of limited to whatever we can get done in a 6 to 8 hour window. But yeah, no, we're getting through it. Why are these people thirsting after Snorlax? There's a picture in the Discord of a very buff-looking Snorlax. Say Snorlax came back from summer break. Different. You're sitting here with your evil twin? Like an actual twin? And then, like, I can still squish this in to recess the head if I want to. Yeah, sorry, I'm creeping off the side again. Yeah, my butt is going numb. That is all right, though. It's fine. The butt is an acceptable casualty of the stream. Let us carry on. I was going to put a weight in him, because I've got these here. I still might put a weight in him, just because, like, if any of them thud, I feel like it should be Snorlax. Also helps when a ton of people hit the thumbs up button. Oh. Yeah, anyone who wants to hit the like button, feel free. You found the buff Snorlax? I am uncomfy. Yeah, it's got a bunch of people questioning things. Oh, my honey, I have one. Where did you find that one? Sorry, when a handsome man brings you a pretty rock, you have to stop and just acknowledge it. We are all penguins at heart. I'm stuck. There we are. I'm unstuck. Oh, my dang yarn split. That's so annoying. It's not the most annoying. I've lived through many more annoying things this week, but it is still high on the list of things that annoys me. Who's saying 152? Oh, right, 151. Okay. I thought that maybe I had like missed some like technicality when it came to who does and doesn't count in the original 151. Because yeah, we've made 63 because I'm counting Scyther and Venonat as done, even though they have not pulled themselves together yet. Snorlax is technically 64th, but I don't update the counter until the pieces are made. So yeah, we have passed the 1/3 mark. I think the first Pokemon, for YouTube anyway, that I made was November, was it November last year? No, it wasn't, because the first Pokemon video was in November the year before. Wow, okay. So we've only been really consistently working on this year, but yeah. We've been chipping away at the first 4. When we go on break, you'll see the Pokédex updated. It's got everyone except Venonat and Scyther in it. Don't look, you deleted. Sorry, Loot, I saw ya. I don't always see all the comments, but when I do, I can guarantee you've made a mistake. Hello, Hawaii. I should crochet a penguin? I should crochet a penguin. You've been catching up on the streams you've missed and you've only got one left. Oh no! I'm only producing one a week. I'm really sorry. When you're all caught up, that just means the content is all done. No, you'll just have to keep joining us live. Did I not put the bobby pin back in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I feel like bobby pins might be my nemesis. I feel like they're constantly causing me problems. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Cool. Cool. I think I lost count somewhere in that row, but honestly, as long as I got the right number of decreases in roughly the right area, it's not going to make any difference to this particular shape. Why is Dorsey... Because Darcy's a dirty bird. That's why. That's okay. We still love her. Don't be sorry, you'll be excited to be up to... Well, see, yeah, I still haven't updated the thumbnails on the past lives, which I kept... Like, I used to do it straight away, but then people didn't like the spoilers, and that's a fair concern. That is a fair criticism. but I also don't know what to do for the thumbnails, and every so often I come up with an idea that would probably work, but then I don't have the energy to make 19 different variations of it. I really should just like go on Fiverr or something and ask for someone to make thumbnails for this series, because I think they do. I honestly think these streams aren't bad. I think we're pretty good background noise. We're nothing groundbreaking. We're nothing too distracting or anything. But that's how I like my live streams. And I don't just mean the ones that I'm streaming. I mean like the ones that I'm watching. I enjoy a nice chill time with just somebody else in the room making the noise, so I don't have to be the one in the room making the noise, unless I'm the one streaming. But again, different thing. So I think that they'd perform better if I actually fixed the thumbnails up on them. But part of me also likes the fact that you can kind of see the slow progression of the Pokédex in them. I just think it's too subtle for gaining a new audience. In fact, I tend to lose subscribers over these streams, but that's, again, neither here nor there. Because who pays attention to these numbers? Well, you got a stream, and it's Snorlax. Yes, exactly, Ashley. Perfect timing. Okay, he got a thunk in his butt. That's going to work just nicely. Thumbnail can be the theme. That's true. And I've thought about doing like the silhouettes. It's like, because it's starting to get hard with so many of them to keep track of who I made where, which is really hard if I'm trying to reference something. But at the same time, I can't make it super obvious, like who I made where, because then who's going to enjoy playing the game? Really, I suppose I should even be doing edited versions of these streams, maybe on a different channel where it's just like 20-minute cut of play the game, make the Pokemon, put the video, you know what I mean? Maybe, I don't know, maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I should hire an editor to do that. We'll just see if we can't get this pipe paid for. He flumps. He does flump. He better than flumps, he galumps. Watching live streams is the modern version of having radio on for company. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I used to have TV shows on in the background, but honestly, they ain't cutting it these days. So live streams are great. I particularly like shiny hunting streams. Though there are, I don't know, I've seen a couple of streamers come and go at this point for various reasons. I try not to get too attached to specific people. You guys can get really attached to me though, I'm not going anywhere. I'm all in on this. I still get the question sometimes of whether or not this is still a hobby. I'm just like, no, this is full time. I do this. This is what I do. There we go. That's his body. He is potate. He is channel that potate. He ate all the potate. All right. And next up, we are going to do a little belly patch in the cream, I think, because that's just a circle and that makes life really easy. Don't know why we're singing, sorry. Increase. I'm just writing down the pattern for a circle because it's just 6 increases per row. Let's see, do we think 24 is big enough? No, probably need to go bigger than that. It's just going to be a big circle. That'll get us up to 30. I think 30 should do the trick because he's only 42 around at his widest point, so I feel like 30 should be big enough, and if it's not, we'll adjust to there. He potate, he great, but sometimes he be running late. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, my brain just made a really inappropriate joke. Honey, come here for a second, I want to tell you a joke. I'm gonna turn off the microphone, sorry guys. Sorry. Sometimes you have to let that out. Trying to turn your hobby into full-time. Not sure if you trust Etsy enough though. Don't trust Etsy enough for that. But like Etsy has its pros and cons. I can talk about Etsy. But beware turning a hobby into full-time because it does, when you have to formalize the workflow and it becomes a necessary thing for your survival, it does leech some of the joy. But there are ways to maintain the joy as well. That said, working for yourself can be I'm speaking from personal experience, is one of the most satisfying things in my life. One of. It's just like working really hard for someone else. I will work twice as hard for myself. Even like I was not somebody to shirk my work. I genuinely thought I was doing my best for someone else. When it's for yourself, it's different. It just hits different. It feels different. I don't even mind the fact that I do. Okay, don't model yourselves after me. But like getting, I'm going to talk about all of this in my Thursday video anyway. But basically, when you're starting a small business, which is basically what this is, it makes sense that it consumes every aspect of your life, but it really does. There's no time for like holidays or friends or entertainment events. And I work an average of 11 to 12 hours a day, every day, Saturday, Sunday, public holidays, all that. Yeah. Share with the rest of the class, please. We're all adults and immensely curious peeps. I made a little rhyme. That's all, guys. Is Mr. Bones the other satisfying thing? Seraphis, you keep your mind out of that gutter, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I can't remember what I was saying, but yeah, no, with Etsy, I know some people do it. I was not successful in using just Etsy because I started with just Etsy. I think that traffic is king and you have to find some way to make sure that the people you are selling to can see you. And I use Etsy personally because it does simplify a lot of the things for me. It's a marketplace. People go there already like prepared to make a purchasing decision. And there's already a certain amount of people like going through that area looking for things to buy. Whereas like Shopify does not provide you that same marketplace. But in either case, you do still have to provide your own stream of traffic, which is funnily enough how Complicated Knots became a YouTube channel. I was trying to get more traffic to my Etsy store, and now I barely look at my Etsy store. And I found a more fun way to do what it is I was doing. You don't need it to be for survival, but I really want for it to at least make you some money. That's fair. Like my goal was originally just to have my hobby pay for itself. You know, I wanted to be able to afford, I wanted to be net zero. I wanted to be able to buy the yarn that I wanted to use. And that was the plan. And it kind of got out of hand. You might say it got out of hand. But yeah, it's I feel an immense amount of satisfaction working for myself, even if my taxes are more complicated now. You would love to see me crochet the scuba Pikachu they released for Pokemon. Oh, I've seen that little fellow. He's so cute. All right, okay. Every time I count to 12, you hear the Sesame Street song. That's because I'm always singing the Sesame Street song. But the question is it the, there's two, okay? There's the ladybug and then there's a pinball. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 little ladybugs came to the ladybug picnic. Or there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I never know on any given day which one I'm gonna get. But they're both in there. You're all welcome to that little blast from the past. I was a Sesame Street kid, what can I say? You're a stay-at-home mum and you want to sell things that you make to make room for more, that's fair. But you're scared of it taking off and then hating crochet because it's your therapy. Well, I mean, there are ways that you could like think about that. It depends on what part of the process you find satisfying. Like, I mediate the fact that I hate making things, I hate following patterns and I hate making the same thing more than once. I've negotiated that means that I now only release one pattern on the channel per month, whereas I used to do it every week. Because when I release a pattern video, I have to make it the same thing 3 or 4 times in rapid succession. So like, you just find ways forward. So maybe you only list things for sale that you've made and you choose to only make what you want to make. Maybe you only, so that just means you don't open for pre-orders and you don't let people make custom orders. You're allowed to say no. You're the boss of you. So yeah, only sell what you want to sell and then only make what makes you happy. That's how I would sort of feel your way around that one there, and then stop and change direction if it is making you unhappy is the other one there. But yeah, driving traffic is going to be the big issue. But there are always people I get asked, I'd say once or twice a week, which doesn't sound like much, but it does add up. People looking to buy finished versions of the stuff that I make, and I've just had to tell them no. But I do tell them that I give people permission to sell the things from my patterns. So I've mentioned this on a previous live stream and it always feels weird, but feel free to use my name in the tags in your descriptions if you are selling on Etsy or the like, because I tell people to look on Etsy to see if they can find finished items if you've made any from my patterns, and I tell them to look. And so I'm sending customers back out into the world if you are somebody who is trying to sell things, yeah, from my stuff. That's again, I just always feel weird telling people to credit me in that sort of thing. Because no, you want them not finding your name and knowing your name. Currently have a tiny army of flower turtles. See, Laura, I feel like they would be a real hit. I feel like people would love a tiny army of flower turtles, even if it's a very difficult sentence to say. In Australia, the button you push on buses to indicate you want to stop is the same tune as the theme song to the Sesame Street. What? Our buses don't play music. Our buses just go wop. Seraphis, you weren't trying to imply things, you were trying to be cute. Okay, well, on the basis of you trying to be cute, then the answer is yes. And I know what you mean about having a tiny army of things. I am running out of space in wardrobes. Just I've got bags and bags and boxes of just finished things from YouTube. But I have this recurring nightmare where I'll sell them and they'll immediately fall apart, and that's not a cute look. And then I also, it's just so expensive to ship anything from anywhere to anywhere right now. And I live in the most isolated capital city in the world, and our postal system isn't the best at the best of times. And so like, I can't even be sure if it'll get to where it's going. And even then, what I would have to charge for postage, just the value isn't there. I'd much rather people shop locally from local craftspeople. Which sucks, because like, if I could open my store just in like Perth, but then again, that feels very, something doesn't feel quite right about that either. It's just like, if I was shipping only to Perth, I'd be more open to selling things. But even then, they could literally just fall apart the second they get unboxed, and so I would hate that. So there are a few people out there in the world who have some of my originals from the before times, but I don't sell them anymore. I think it complicates things as well in terms of Etsy if you have a mix of patterns and finished items, because you will always find that people think that paying $6 for a finished item is reasonable because we live in the Temu times. No, honestly, I don't have any kind of issue with people in my store trying to pull one over. I've been nicely insulated from that so far. I know I've said that. I'm sure that'll be the next catastrophe I face, but we will weather it together and turn it into content. If anyone remembers me mentioning it last week, I have completed the head of your Displacer Beast kitten pattern. Oh, that is very exciting. Is that one that you're working on yourself, like making yourself, or is it just that you've completed like the first part of a full pattern? There is a Panic at the Disco song that has the Sesame Street one, the non-Ladybug one. Oh, I didn't know that. Which is funny because like I guess I'm OG Panic at the Disco. I knew their first album, and that was it. I liked them before they were famous. No, nothing like that. New South Welshire, owls go ding. Yeah, owls go ding. It's just my ding is kind of also a warp. Like a frog. Started bringing finished creatures to gatherings of friends and family and giving them out to people who are curious about what you're making. Oh, I love that. I used to have a couple that sat on my desk in the office way back when, and over time people in the office would come up and ask me to make various things, and I used to just do it for 20 bucks a pop. Just like, cool. It was like somebody mixing up my Rubik's Cube for me, because that's the bit of crochet that I really like. I like the working out how to make particular patterns. And so, yeah, it was just a fun little challenge. I made enough money to cover the yarn and threw all of my work hours in for free, which was fine in my context. I strongly believe that something is only worth what people are willing to pay for it or sell it for. I don't necessarily personally subscribe to the notion of minimum wage for work hours, if it's, yeah, but like that is a complex subject that has different answers depending on your situation. You think your buses there have musical sound, but not sure because you've taken the bus like once. I used to take the bus every day, and now I haven't been on a bus in a long time because I like where I live and everything's walking distance. Okay, he got belly. I've accidentally made it hexagonal, but it's fine. He got that belly. Okay, next. Now I don't want this to have like a little jagged end piece, so I'm literally just gonna slip stitch in that back loop. Finish off. No, it's a little smoother. It's fine. I'm still just going to tuck it away at the bottom. And we are a hardest working tortoise who has spent a long time in a box today already. There you are, mate. He's fine. He's semi-aquatic. These colours are very Perry the Platypus, actually. We're rationing pens. Thunk. All right, let's make some feets. Belly, yeah, belly can totally be smoothed out in editing. I agree. Let's go with brown. We'll do a magic ring of 6, and then we'll change to cream and do 6 increases. And that might be the foot. We might go up to, oh no, we'll definitely go up to 18. Look at the size of those clompers. There we go. You do crochet bookmark at the beginning of the school year and an apple, crochet apple at the end. Oh, I like that. I like those squashed lizard bookmarks. The crochet squashed lizard ones. I think they're cute. It's the song Vegas Lights by Panic at the Disco from their 2013 album Too Weird to Live, Too Rare to Die. Okay. Let's see, 4, 5, 6. That's his little foot pad. It ain't getting any bigger than that. But I'm changing colours at the end of a magic ring is always just like very finicky. Could go wrong at any second. Let's watch. So many strands doing so many things. I'm going to do these increases in the back loop only to make sure that that foot pad doesn't get completely swallowed up by the cream. 2, 3, and 4. That's what makes the world go round. Nope, we don't mess with the mouse. Stop singing Disney songs on stream. You have some of the projects that you finished at your office and your coworkers love them. See, that's great. That's so cool. I've got like the giant goldfish somewhere up there that I made before I started YouTube. And he was my desk buddy at work for a really long time. And one of the girls I worked with who I was friendly with, I liked her, used to like attach mustaches and things to him, which just made me really happy. Finally got home from the Avril. Oh, it was an Avril Lavigne concert. Lovely. I heard she was touring again. Going to try and hold out for the next vote, then bedtime. Okay, the next vote might be still a little ways away. I get that we're almost at 2 hours now, but we're probably at least another hour until the vote. Is that big enough for a foot? Or do we think it needs to be bigger? I think maybe a half size? A half size, not a full size bigger. I can math. Who says I can't? 3, there we go. So this is gonna go, it's currently 12 around. I'm gonna take it up to 15 just because I think that going up to 18 is too big, but staying at 12 feels too small. Luckily there's a number in between that solves all our problems. The Halloween stream, do you want to do a non-copyright mouse that stares at you intently whenever you accidentally sing specific music? No. Isn't one mouse now in public domain? It is in public domain, but I feel like there was a feeding frenzy over who could get there first with some of those, kind of like when the Winnie the Pooh stuff re-entered the public domain. Just like, I find happiness in my own little original lane. It's good, it means there's always plenty of food to go around. Think we need more fidget buddies? I agree. Okay, sorry, I'm just gonna show this on stream again for anyone who missed it at the start. I got a new fidget toy, guys, and it's amazing. So close to getting all of them in, and then I'll pop it for you guys and you'll see. All right, I got them all in, because I've got little fingers. Mr. Bones' fingers are too big. And then we do this. Yeah, and I like it a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm an adult. I'm allowed to play with children's toys. Oh, pumpkin spider. I love that little guy. I'm thinking about re-releasing Skullicorn as one of the things for Halloween this year, just because she's an older pattern and I feel like she could use a little spruce up. I feel like we could make her bonier and bonnier at the same time. Welcome. I think we need more fidget buddies. I think we need a roll-up armadillo, because I've been talking about a roll-up armadillo since before I even knew how to make crochet roll-up. So, that's never far from my mind. How far away apart is these toenails? Maybe there? So we'll go 2 single crochet, and then we'll change to our white and we'll do, I don't think I'm going to picot them. I think I'm going to double treble them, or treble them maybe. We'll treble them. We'll go treble and single. Then we'll do that twice, and then we'll treble, and we'll change back to our cream and finish off the row. Sorry guys, maths, I'll be right back with you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of 15, which means we have 6 stitches remaining, like so. And that should be slip stitch, not single, because then we'll crochet over the top of them. Okay, we have a plan of attack for the toenails. Let's see if it'll work. Got the white here, because like his toenails are almost the same color as his feet, but not quite. So we'll do cream and we'll do white. Let's chuck a treble. Chuck a treble. What a very Australian moment there for me. And we'll slip stitch in the back loop, and we'll chuck another treble in the next one. And we'll stick a slip stitch in the back loop, and we'll chuck another treble for the next one. Changing back to our cream in the final little yarn over and pull through. Might have to do a little yarn management in a second, but I'll try and hold off until after we finish this particular one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it should have been 8, not 6. That's my bad. I'm sure you guys all caught that. Yeah, no concerts ever happen here. No one ever comes to Perth. The Sculler's Corn Steed. Oh, I don't think we make it big enough for Mr. Bones. Mr. Bones is quite a large skeleton. Chakayui! Snorlax gonna be sitting up or lying down? I don't know yet. In general, the bits will be the same though, so we could pose him however we like. I think I'm slow, like I'm kind of building him upright. I think this foot might be too big. I was very pleased with the 15 solution, and now I think the foot is too big. But anyway, yeah, those are his little toenails. I'll show them on this camera so you can actually see him, maybe. Yeah. You can't focus for us at all? Ah. Why am I so uncoordinated in mirrored form? You can't see it. I tried my best. I'm sorry. You'll just have to wait for the photos to come out. 1, 2, 3. Single crochet over, single crochet over, and then 9. Oh, well, I've never had an actual fidget toy before, but I was shopping for fidget toys with a friend of mine yesterday, and yeah. All right, I'm gonna do it again. I've only popped half of them down. Ready? Ready. When I tell you that this is healing all the stress I was under and still am under, I'm not exaggerating. I don't know what it is about it. It's just, it's healing me. You're back, and you're front. You're both here. No, welcome back. All right. So we'll do this, and then we'll close off the back of the foot. You think the foot's a good size? Okay, good. I feel like it's all gonna look like adding arms to him will bulk him out a little bit more as well, and his head will add some height. So I do think that even though the foot's feeling a little on the large side, I think it will be okay. Good night. Oh, good night, Mummy Games. Thanks for hanging out. It's 5:45 a.m. Is that you going to bed or waking up? My goodness. My goodness. All right. Now I need to close off what we call aggressively. So we're currently at 15, and I'm thinking that I'm just going to swap from base 6 to base 5 to get us down faster. So rather than do 3 decreases and then 6 decreases, we're going to do rows of 5 decreases instead. And I'm going to decrease mainly across the top first because I want to narrow this opening from it being like evenly spaced around. I'm going to knock it across the desk. I'm going to decrease it mainly at the top so that we can like have kind of a little like ankle thing happening. He'll be flashing his ankle. 2, 3, 4, 5, and I actually think we might be able to launch straight into it. We'll maybe do 1 single crochet then 5 decreases, and then 4 single crochet to finish. And that should get us down to 10 stitches, which is a good number of stitches. We like that number. That's a fine number. And even if he ends up just standing on these feet, we'll know. We'll know we put the effort in. Two, 3, and 5. We've been up since 4 a.m. and he came to bed at 5:45. Okay, that's fine. You're allowed to wake up. Where did I get the fidget toys? This is from Kmart. It cost me $5. So any Americans out there, it should be like $3. Sorry, this stream is just slowly becoming about my favorite fidget toy now. But like, yeah, you poke them all in and then... I love it. I love it so much. Oh, yes, 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 yes. I get it now. I understand fidget toy people. I might even just leave that open. It'll be nice and easy to attach. So that's one little foot. I could put a weight in it in case we wanted him to stand, but I feel like sitting's going to be cuter. So we're going to just have him sit. And I'll decide whether or not we stuff it later because I'm going to leave it open at the back, so we don't need to know now. It's one of those things. We can leave that up to editing. Kmart no longer exists in America. Oh no! I'm sure there's something similar. Like, right, a dollar store or Dollar Tree or something, yeah? Oh no. Owly Fox, I'm so sorry. You're so sad that you can't crochet because you badly cut a very needed finger while cooking. You regret your choices of the day. Food was overrated. It also didn't get finished that day, so no food and no crochet. That's awful, but you will heal. You'll come back better and stronger than before. I'm not laughing at you. I'm so sorry. I just squeezed the thing. I'm going to put it down. Yeah, I think Kmart got bought by Target, didn't they? Which is so funny because, like, there's a shopping center where it was Target when I first went there, and then when I went back, it's now a Kmart, which is funny because then I think Kmart was bought out by Target. Foot. Do we make another foot? Let's make another foot. Let's just whip up another foot real quick. It won't take any time at all. Come on. Yeah. Yarn vomit. What is this? I do remember seeing it came out in New York City, but you're not sure if it actually... I think... Okay. Time for complicated controversies. Kmart's overrated, okay? Kmart is so overrated. It's just stuff that wears out really fast so that... But, like, you get it so cheap that you almost don't care. I don't know. Kmart is just trash in general. But, like, you're allowed to get joy from indulging in it. Like, I'm not trying to take that away from anyone. I think it's overrated. I do. That said, this is bringing me a significant amount of joy, and it's a piece of trash from Kmart. So, hypocrite? Maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. According to Google, there are only 12 Kmarts left in the USA. I don't know. I wish I'd kept the packaging from that ball because then I could tell you what brand it was. Because it wasn't an Anko brand, it was something else. I just happened to get it at Kmart. I don't know, just a generic fidget toy one. It was just a really good one. It's just a really fun, popping one. Hello to Kentucky. I enjoy your chicken. You're probably sick of hearing about that though. What else does Kentucky have going? We were doing, someone was educating me last time on like various places and what they're famous for. What's Kentucky? Other than kind of fun to say. It's a bubble pop ball. There you go. Fluffy Chumper coming here for the win. Gosh darn it, CK. Gonna go find your Pokemon Violet game. Yeah, you gotta play it, guys. Gotta play it. Someone go find me a Dragapult. Hi.
Nice Kentucky bourbon.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Bourbon.
Yeah.
We're still amazed we still have Kmart's over here. Oh, guys, all right, so Perth is 10 years behind America, but where I grew up is like 30 years behind that. So like we'll have Kmart's here for a good long time. You thought Kmart bought Target? Oh, maybe. All I knew is that the two shops that are basically the same are going to blur together. Target always felt slightly higher quality. Like when you buy something from Kmart, you expect it to be used once in general. As soon as it goes near a washing machine, it's just going to dissolve. Remember going to Kmart with your Nana when you were like 8? She had a friend who had a granddaughter who was a month older than you and with the same name. Okay, that's fun. Kentucky Derby? Okay, yeah. Oh, that means that you guys have mint juleps too, right? That's a Kentucky thing. But I think that might just be the bourbon. You're in Louisville, home of KFC. We also have the Kentucky Derby. Yeah, okay, cool. Horse racing and chicken. Amazon would definitely have them, guys. That's just the most generic branded thing ever. Compare Kmart to a Walmart instead of a Target? Yeah, because our Walmart, we don't really have Walmart over here. We have Woolworths and we have Coles, C-O-L-E-S, because I understand you have like a Kate, what on earth is a Kate? K-O-H-L-S. But yeah, our Coles is like a supermarket. You buy fruits and vegetables and foods. And our Target is more of a clothing and toys type of thing. Some furniture, both Kmart and Target have gone into homewares. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. What's really annoying is I can often find something I'm looking for on the American version of a Target website, but not on the Australian version of the Target website. And you can't shop on the American one if you're not in America. So, which makes it interesting when like what you need is right there, mocking you. Forever out of your reach. So a similar fidget toy to the one, Walmart. How about I leave it on screen so you guys can, maybe you could like reverse image search it or something. Just grab a little clip of this, chuck that into Google reverse image search. I'm sure it'll pop right up. Like so. You're in Texas, you have guns. Okay. I'm a farm kid, so I'm relatively comfortable in that whole sphere, but yeah. What stitch am I up to? I think I was meant to change to white there to add toenails, so let's go back. You miss Woolworths? They went out of business years ago in the UK? Okay. How does a supermarket go out of business? So where do you get your groceries then? Okay, actually, you know what? That's something I've wondered about, and like, forgive me if this sounds extremely ignorant. Thinking specifically at my American friends here, though anybody feel free to answer, you guys have grocery stores, right? Like they're a thing, like regular access to grocery stores. It's just, I don't know how much of this is just like TV sitcoms fooling me, but like everyone just always on them seems to be eating takeout like at every single meal as though it's like the only, like you never see anyone cook. And I don't know how much of that is just like you also don't see them go to the bathroom, but I don't know, it's just something that I've been wondering about. You guys do have grocery stores, right? Kmart bought Sears and they went under and closed most of the Kmarts and Sears. We don't have Kmart anymore. Yes, lol. Thank you. Sorry guys. I knew that it was a stupid question as I was asking it. I had to ask. Because like over here, it's pretty commonplace for a grocery store to be like, I don't know, relatively walking distance from most people. They're like, suburbs are different, but like, because we have, okay, there's an entire suburb here, West Perth, where I swear there's not a single grocery store. And that just blows me mind. It's like, well, how do the people there function? But then I remembered it's West Perth and that's where all the rich people live. So that's how they manage. They have serfs go and gather their harvests for them. Mostly order deliver regularly. It only got worse in COVID. That makes sense. COVID changed a lot of common social structures. So
different subjects.
You're thinking Costco? Oh, we have a Costco here. It just opened near the airport. You can go to a ShopRite, a Stop and Shop, but also they go to a Food Lion. Wow, these are wild. The names are crazy. 20 to 30 minutes by car to go to the restaurant. Well, it's different if you live like rural. Like my parents have to drive half an hour to get to a grocery store, but I was kind of referring to city. Oh my goodness, am I a city person? Am I speaking through the lens of everybody lives in cities now? I'm so horribly ashamed. I have to go apologize to my ancestors. Yeah, okay. Shall we change the subject? You have to go an hour by car to get to a grocery store in Wisconsin. Okay, cool. So I'm not crazy. This is something. There is a distribution thing happening. Aldi, yes, Aldi. Well, see, yeah, okay. So yeah, I will leave it at I'm not entirely crazy, but I'm also a little misinformed. Which yeah, that's a healthy blend, I think. New Zealand has one Costco, but they built in an area where they can't sell alcohol. Oh my, wait, okay, so there's like a dry area. We have some of those here. Even in a city, it can take up to an hour to get to a grocery store. Huh. Yeah, that's all right, it's just something to think about. Yes, I've heard of Piggly Wigglies. That's a New South Welsh thing, right? No, it's a Molly Mook, something like that. I don't know. I remember visiting some family in Ulladulla, which is a place in New Zealand. Not New Zealand, in New South Wales. And their grocery stores were called something like Piggly Wiggly or something like that. Gotta put his best foot forward. But both of his feet are equal, so we'll put them on either side. Okay, he's got feet. And they are, like, proportionally, looking at the sprite, looking at here, he has a lot of feet, but they're feet of greatness. There are places that are food deserts where there are no proper grocery stores, but there's like a dollar stores. Yeah, see, Faith, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. And yeah, rural living does mean takeout isn't an option. It wasn't until I moved to Perth that I realized that like you can actually get pizza delivered, and my life changed that day. You posted Dreepy's location in Violet in the livestream Discord to ask where Dragapult is. Thanks, Voss. I actually only have Scarlet, and so I'm going to have to like throw myself on the mercy of someone willing to trade me one at some point. But I was curious to know if there was a Scarlet exclusive that Violet might want, so I knew what to trade for it. So anyway, I'll get in the game channel later and negotiate a trade with someone. Okay, we've made feet. I think we make arms next. No, it's so funny. I always used to be very much we make the head first so it can sit there and judge us and make us feel terrible for not completing the project. But since I do most of my projects in single sittings now, I don't think I start with heads very often anymore now. Thank you, little blue onk. He appreciates the foot appreciation. So his arms are tubes. We're gonna make some tubes. I'll do a magic ring of 6, and then I'm looking at the size of these tiny little claws. I don't even know if they're worth crocheting in. I think they might just stitch on some little white lines afterwards. You grew up in a place where nothing got delivered. Yeah, exactly. Whereas like I'm surprised, like a lot of my siblings still live relatively rurally, and they can get groceries delivered now. So that's that urban sprawl for you, I guess. But the services are slowly catching up. Whereas like my dad and my granddad used to like to tell a story about how they could get, how their milk and their bread got delivered by the postie to the end of the road. Now our driveway is over a kilometre long. It's rural. But yeah, they used to pick up their, I can't remember if it was bread and milk or bread or milk at the end of the driveway in the morning, because town was too far away to be convenient. I could use pointed bobble stitches, but honestly, they are just tiny little hands, and I think that stitching in 5 fingers like that is excessive. So I'm just going to use a needle and some white, and we're going to do 5 little lines. It'll be proportionate. It's not worth it to get delivery for most things. I concur. I also don't drive though, so I do have to like make decisions accordingly. I would always be somebody who would pinch that penny and just go get it myself, even if it takes hours. And if it's within walking distance, and for the record, I consider up to 10 kilometers of walking distance, round trip. So 5 there and 5 back. But yeah, sometimes some things you just have to call the Uber for. And then finally get it delivered is the final kind of result. I think that's too big. I think he's too bigger than that. That said, I do think it's been relatively good for my... I live a fairly sedentary life, and I do think that it's very good for me to have to enforce the walking everywhere rule, because it means that when we go get groceries, we walk over and we grab our groceries and we walk back, and we have to... There's something innately satisfying in going hunting and carrying your quote-unquote kill home, and by that I mean literally your bag of apples. Let's not get it twisted. Yeah, it's good. Until you were 19, you lived in a city, and then your family moved to a rural area, and it was an I can imagine it was an adjustment. See, when you grow up as isolated, you don't notice it so much, whereas like, it fundamentally changes your code as a person. Like, I constantly feel claustrophobic now. Not like in a... I don't know, just as in like, I'm just constantly aware of how many people there are on all sides at all times, and I don't like it. You have a funny thing in your family, so your grandfather was a milkman and your father was a mailman. So my family have both versions of the joke. Yeah, I have a similar version of the joke because my dad was the milkman. Yeah, so same joke. You lived rural and then briefly moved to the city and was so flabbergasted that mail came to the door, and then you waited 5 years and now they no longer bring the mail to the door, and instead you have to go pick it up at the local post office because you live in a... Yeah. Our post system is bad. The rural town you grew up in. Oh my goodness. Okay, we got a Macca's around the same time. It was a big thing in our town at the time. And now the town counts as a city. And I no longer live there, but I wouldn't mind going back. I'd like to live there again. That said, real estate is not accessible right now. There's nowhere to rent. Yeah, like it's a huge problem. There's nowhere to rent. There's nowhere to buy. You just can't do it. If you have somewhere to live, you hold on to it. Even if the pipes are bursting beneath your feet. Mother from a rural area struggles to understand that you need to go through yellow lights. Yeah, because the inverse is you stop at the red light even when there's no traffic. Your mail literally gets delivered into your house. Your mailbox is cut into your living room. What? Don't get me wrong, the junk mail all finds its way. The mail that's going to the wrong address all finds its way. But no, these days I keep a parcel box at a second location instead. Because then I at least don't have to run all over the suburb trying to work out where they've sent my stuff. Rent crisis is why you're back in said rural town and not still in Adelaide. Yeah, it's hitting the whole country, I know. It's just like Perth is a little late to that party. We were a little insulated from it for a while. When we moved to here, we got the bus stop next to us, train station 10-minute walk, and the Drake's a short walk too. That's great. I will not share details of where I am for safety reasons, because there is a good chance that none of you are weirdos, but I'm not 100% on some of you. As a renter, does the apartment not cover repair costs if you aren't at fault? Oh, I'm not a renter. I own my broken pipes. I have a mortgage on my broken pipes. But we'll see. We'll get that sorted. We will. The downfall is that in the winter, the inside of my mailbox in your living room freezes. Sorry, I'm just like the rage you are feeling, that the level of enthusiasm about the fact that it is in your living room. I'm taking it that it doesn't feel logical to have it where it is, but yet it is there. I'm wearing his arm like a tiny finger puppet. How are you today, sir? Very well, I thank you. I think I'm going to curve the arm. I get that his arm's kind of like, oh no, his arms do stick out. I should have them sticking out. I'm tempted to have them curved around so he's patting his tum, but he's not. They stick out, and so I should just do the thing properly. All right, a couple more rows to add some length to his arm. Oh, we're all weirdos. The love of kind. Exactly. But you know, online safety is a thing, and we should all be taking it seriously. So please, nobody share any details in the chat that might compromise your own personal safety or security. Oh, night, Makona Barb. Thanks for hanging out. And good job for going to bed on time. He has airplane. He does. He's a little airplane. Yeah, what's the difference between a condo and an apartment? Because we call it a unit. Downside to homeownership. You found out your refrigerator built-in water ice dispenser was disconnected because of a leak. Had to redo most of the floors in our common area. Yeah. Yeah, that's all right. There's downsides to both. I will say that I saved up a long time to get this unit. Said no to a lot of things, a lot of personal sacrifices, blah, 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 blah. But it has saved me a lot of stress during this rental crisis, but it has also caused me its own fair share as well. Turns out every time something goes wrong, I get to discover all over again that I'm not an adult because I always just want to look around for the nearest adult to help me. And I feel like homes should come with manuals, right? They should. But yeah, I had to get the water heater replaced earlier this year, and now we've got this problem with the pipes, and yeah. It's one of those things where like there isn't an adult to call, whereas like when you're a renter, I get that it's obnoxious as all get out to have to call a property manager, but at least then it becomes the property manager's problem to a certain extent, and they have to work out what to do. Okay, condo, you think of having a hellish governing board that says you must do so. Well, we have a strata. Yeah, which we're trying to get in touch with the strata now, for anyone asking that question. Condominium is a type of organised apartment building where people own their apartments, but in many... Okay, so like, yeah, it's a mix. There are a lot of, like, over here I don't think there are set rules as to owning or whatever, so like it's kind of a mix of owning and like the other tenants in the building. Some are tenants and some are owners. It's all kind of just mixed and jumbled in together. They're not dedicated spaces. There's a governing body that we pay fees to, lots of very expensive fees to, and oh, he's just a little fellow. Look at his little fellow arms. Hello. Just like that, all her rage drained away. And Snorlax makes everything better. I think that's as big as the arm should be. I think he's just a cute little fellow. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't even remember what I was saying. Something about stratas. It's fine. They maintain the main areas. They also are allergic to communicating. So, yeah. See, I wish I had handyman skills. Mr. Bones is more than willing to pitch in and get things done, but sometimes that stresses me out more. He was able to save the carpet in this room because he just, like, as soon as we started realizing there was a problem, he just ripped it up and got that underlay exposed to the air, got everything all dried out. But unfortunately, we were unable to save the floors in the living area. And honey, I say that here in public so that you know I appreciate you. I have been putting that man through it. I read my strata Demonique on that subject. Strata titles suck sometimes. Strata says no pets. No one in that building can have any. Yeah, I read my bylaws very, very carefully before I decided to buy here. And I bought here before YouTube as well, just in case, like, I'm not Miss Moneybags. I live in my little unit, and that's what I got. But the bylaws do allow for, I think the phrasing is like, you can have a cat or you can have a dog under 9 pounds or 9 kilos. I can't remember which. It must be 9 kilos. 9 pounds is nothing. Or you are allowed a bird. A bird. There is like 1 or 2 dogs in the building as well. I am aware of that. And I think that those rules kind of get looser over time because I think the tenancy laws here in Australia mean that you are not allowed to ban people from owning pets now. I think that's something new that came through. So I feel like the property managers still like to point at the strata bylaws and be like, nope, sorry, you still can't have any pets. It's not us, it's them. But I don't think it's legally enforceable anymore. Anyway, I used to work for a property investment company type thing, and it had a branch, and I started out in the property management branch just as an admin assistant. So I've got like a somewhat outdated, but like peripheral understanding of some of this stuff. My thank you, Crafting Chaos with Cat. Apparently I'm great company for doing boring paperwork, and yeah, I'm cool with that. Whatever makes the day a little bit easier. I used to listen to a bunch of Sabaton to get through my paperwork. I don't mind paperwork though. I feel like there's an innate satisfaction to just like seeing a big pile going through and getting it done. A single bird. Well, I can't remember if it's a single. I think you're also allowed fish. It's just the phrasing was always really weird. It's like you're allowed, but no other animals, birds or fish. And like the way they phrased it, it made it sound like birds and fish weren't animals. It is what it is. It is what it is. Honey, I thought we agreed that we weren't going to tell them about the dossiers. They're just angry enough, and also they tell very interesting stories. I feel like history teachers, the boring ones, not the good ones, history teachers are robbing us of our stories because, I'm sorry, the stories that we have to tell are very interesting stories, and there are great stories of heroes and villains out there, and I feel like anything that drains the life out of history is robbing us inherently of something that belongs to us. Go on.
Should I wipe the dossiers? Burn it. Burn it all.
You can prove nothing. Background husband says most stratas couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat. Yeah. Yeah, ours does its best. It does its best and it charges us a fortune to do it. So here's hoping. I should have had better insurance. It's just where I am, I didn't think flooding was going to be a problem. I was wrong. And now I get to live in that mistake until we get it fixed, and then I'll get better insurance. But we'll see. The chicken you live in allows chickens but not roosters. They know chickens can crow as well though, right? Please help yourself to the candy, my love. You have earned it. I must be due a break at this point. I feel like we're coming up on 2 or 3 hours. Maybe I'll finish this guy off and so we can take a break. It's all very legalese and confusing as heck. You were going to buy a unit once, but the strata title turned you away. Wow, okay. Yeah, like we're not allowed to make changes to the external of the building, anything that might change the look of the building, but who has time to paint their front door? You know what I mean? Like, HOAs, the stories I hear from HOAs are just not on the same level as what we're talking about here. Stratas are more about like maintaining common gardens and keeping the combined areas clean, you know what I mean? They're not about bossing people around. Four, 5, okay, 2 more rows. Oh yeah, no, the Emu War is a real thing, and what's really funny is that they won. They mounted, I I think it was a machine gun, but like correct me if I'm wrong, to the back of a utility vehicle. And they thought that would get the job done, and it turns out that these birds, it's not that they're bulletproof, it's that they've got bifollicled feathers, which means they have 2 feathers coming out of a single follicle, which gives them a certain amount of armor. The bullets are just bouncing off them, or not doing enough damage to actually make any kind of dent. So yeah, technically we ceded the war. We lost the Emu War. We did. Your history teacher in high school told you that if you enjoy reading, then you'll like history because usually one is reading his story. Huh? Good. Howdy. Hi, Moonrose Crafts. Welcome. Well, that's the thing. We get, like, as Australians, we get away with our tall tales, spinning our yarns, as it were, because we have ridiculous elements to our history that are actually real. If the terribly sad to think about is about the Emu War thing, I can tell you that not many emus were harmed. We got flattened in that war, and it was a long time ago. The ghosts of emus past, as it were. Worse things have happened at sea. Lose a fight against an emu? Oh yeah, you would absolutely, we would all lose a fight against an emu. All right, I'm willing to bet that both Mr. Bones and Mitch think they could take an emu in a fight. You've got little armies and little, there he is. You couldn't.
I could take an emu in a fight.
You could absolutely not take an emu in a fight.
I could throw an emu. How much does an emu weigh?
More than you.
Like what, 50 kilos? I could throw an emu. And they got like those got scrawny little limbs. It'd be fine. Yeah.
He thinks he could take a dinosaur.
Oh yeah, it depends on the dinosaur.
No.
Yeah. Like dinosaurs is like a very broad subject. I'm not saying I could take all of them.
But some of them.
Just a lot of them. All at once.
Yeah, Spotlight is having a massive yarn sale at the moment. I am very aware. Less than $3 a skein. This is when you should stock up if you were going to stock up on it. This would normally be when I would stock up on it, but my stock is pretty good at the moment and my funds are otherwise occupied right now. What's the biggest one you could take? Loot, would you not encourage him, please? Yes, their nails absolutely do, and their legs are very, very strong. And they peck, and they have go-go gadget necks, so they can reach you before you can reach them. Okay? So, no. Oh, my butt's going numb, sorry. No, you've summoned him to the chat, Loot. He's back and he's tapping away furiously in the background there. Cassowaries are terrifying and are formerly known as battle birds to anyone who has ever encountered them. Mr. Bones could not take a dinosaur. Please do not encourage him. Please, guys. It took me a long time to find someone I was this attached to. Can we please not encourage him to do something stupid? And I say this because we regularly are in areas where he will encounter emus, and if it gets in his head that he can fight one, we're in trouble.
Look, all I'm saying is they're extinct and I'm not.
You're both fossils.
All of their evolution means nothing when it comes up against a slightly pointy stick.
Oh, Pamela B. I've totally seen this lady, I think. The one who's like, emu is like constantly charging at her. She just like stops it with her hand on his chest. That is not normal. Night, Duxie Bum forever. / what the fluffy. Yeah, Spotlight has a pretty big yarn sale on at the moment. I think it's everything like 30 to 50% off. Marble is on the cheap side. If you are somebody who uses the same yarn as I do, which happens to be Four Seasons Marble, though I think this is actually currently Carnival, from Big W. But yeah, if you use the same yarn as I do, now is the time to replenish your supplies. Moderation is key here. Try to keep track of the colors you actually use and only buy what you need. Or don't. Buy as much as will make you happy. That's also fine. I think we're all yarn dragons at heart. It's my hoard. Mr. Bones is an endangered species and should not be encouraged to test his sense of self-preservation. Exactly, it's like pandas. We have to help him survive. Left to his own devices, he'll roll around and decide his food source is something he doesn't have access to. Of course, you could take a newborn small dinosaur. Can we not encourage the attacking of babies? Where you're Florida? Yeah, sorta. The really crazy tales, I think, come from Darwin and the Northern Territory, but they're the ones with saltwater crocs walking down the street. We're just us. Your daughter's favourite Bluey episode is Sean, which is the dad pretending his arm is a pet emu to show her she isn't ready to take care of a pet. That show is just... I admit I haven't seen a lot of it. I've seen a little bit here and there with my nibblings, but, like, that show has a magic to it. It absolutely does. Okay, you can buy as much yarn as you like as long as you already have an emergency fund in case you have a pipe burst in your wall, okay? Deal? Good. Good. Buy as much as you want. No, I'd have to crochet a house because I would spend all the money on yarn and have nowhere to live. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm encouraging moderation. Some people need an externally imposed limitation on themselves. You can buy as much as will make you happy, but not so much that you have nowhere to live. Oh my goodness, I'm making another arm. He was almost a 3-armed Snorlax. What's up, honey? No, no.
I didn't say it.
You take that joke and you take it away.
It's back
You guys heard nothing.
Okay, there's currently $50 on me winning against an emu.
No, guys, come on.
Okay, look, a male emu, you know that rice bag? 3 of those rice bags. I could carry an emu on each shoulder.
A male emu is not 15 kilos.
No, that rice bag was 10 kilos.
It was 5. It was 5.
Oh, yeah, it was 5. Okay, well, 6 of those. Bag of cement. One
Yeah,
on each
but
shoulder.
a bag of cement isn't actively trying to gut you.
No, but I could just pick it up and I could throw it. A surprising.
We are not for throwing animals. We are not for cruelty against animals.
We are for throwing animals when said animal is trying to kill you.
We're all for survival.
Or you suspect said animal is trying to kill you, in which case spiders, yes, you're allowed to throw spiders.
You're not allowed to throw spiders,
You're
and
allowed
all
to throw
I'm
spiders.
sorry, emus are always plotting murder. Always.
I'm just standing firmly beside you're allowed to throw spiders.
You are not allowed to throw spiders.
Why not?
Because they're poor little spiders.
Well, yeah, sure. Like some of them may be thinking, "Hey, roommate, we got a good thing going on here." But some of them just want you dead. Some of them are jumping and they like to jump at you.
No, the jumping ones are the cutest.
Yeah, but like if you're holding a spider and it jumps at
Mr.
your
Bones
face,
is afraid of spiders.
I'm not afraid of spiders.
He's afraid of spiders. That's why he wants to throw them.
I'm adding this to the stream notes.
You like Bluey more than your toddler and that's saying something? Well, no, see, I think it's great. And I love the fact that the kids, sorry, just abruptly snapping back to subject. I love the fact that the kids are like, I want the one where the mum is in the shower, or I want the one where, you know what I mean? Like they ask for like a specific detail and it becomes like a scavenger hunt for you to remember which episode's which. Spiders don't take fall damage, exactly. There's no point to throwing one. Spiders are not poor little anything. Don't be mean to the spiders. Just because they're this big they're still smaller than us. A bag of cement moving 10 miles an hour at you is dangerous. An emu has a thought process while moving, a bit more dangerous. Thank you, Voss, that's helpful. Has anyone got any candy? I do. I'm eating strawberries and cream. Which means I'm breaking my rules about chewing on string. Spoons are friends, I agree. There is always a worse housemate, okay? Spiders keep all of the really nasty housemates away. There's a difference between not wanting them to touch you and being afraid of them. I don't want people to touch me. I'm not afraid of them. I just don't want them near me. And so like spiders are allowed to fall into that zone as well. Yeah, but huntsmen stay in their lane. Like, you always can tell when a huntsman's in the room with you. It's the spiders you don't see you have to worry about. yeah, you got to leave the daddy longlegs alone. Their mouths are too small to even bite you. And even if that's not real, they've proven that they can't actually hurt people. So leave the daddy longlegs alone. They'll eat all of the ones that actually can really mess you up. And also they tend to stay up in the corners. The corners is spider domain. They're allowed. Now what's really weird is that when I'm living in the city, I think I've only encountered like a couple of spiders. Like I've got a couple that live on the balcony. They're just garden spiders. But I don't see spiders indoors, right? But I still get cobwebs. And I think that's what kind of confuses me a little bit. How can you have cobwebs but no spiders? Oh, I'm gonna have to bounce a little bit. You want a huntsman? There was a roach in your kitchen for us and your spiders larger. Oh no, huntsman's, I don't think a huntsman can take on a roach. But okay, good news about this flood. I know I don't have roaches because we definitely would have found them. So yeah, there's silver linings to things. I'm growing a Snorlax head. Doing our best. You never want to visit Australia due to the horrific size of the spiders there. Well, I mean, if you stay in the cities, you probably won't see any. Like, the spiders don't like it here. They like it out rural areas. I see them when I go home, but I don't really see them here. You get cockroaches here, but I feel like everybody's used to cockroaches. All weavers are pretty, yes. We're all just joking, but to clear to everyone, don't approach an emu. Yeah, seriously, do not. It's like I've heard tales of people who think they can just run up to kangaroos and give them a hug, and those kangaroos are mean, and they are strong, and it's the equivalent of running up and trying to hug a chimpanzee. Like, but again, people don't think that's stupid or dangerous either. I wouldn't say Mr. Bones could beat an emu, but he could beat a dinosaur. They're both bones, but he can still move. They can't. Haha. Yeah, good. That's true. He can, and just like, he can take a chicken in a fight as long as the chicken has already been, like, butchered for dinner. I like beetles. You're saying no to any kind of bugs in the house. I would really like to do more crochet beetles. I would very much like to do more crochet beetles. I like beetles a lot. And at some point, we're going to do a beetle takeover. And you're all just going to have to bear with me while I do nothing but beetles. Beetles and flies and tardigrades and all the little darlings that keep the world turning. It's like bison in Yellowstone. Yeah, don't pat the bison. They look like fluffy friends. They are not. They don't want you there. They're like Tauros in Pokemon Scarlet, when they will hunt you to the ends of the earth. You don't think you've ever seen a roach? Oh my goodness. I've had more than my fair share crawl on me. Not because I live in a roach infested house. It's just like I was walking downstairs the other day and one must have fallen on me because when I felt a tickle on my neck and there we were. If you live in any kind of like strata or apartment building over here, you've definitely lived with roaches, whether you're aware of it or not. You want to pet the tiger? Okay, you can. You can pat anything once. Just make sure that you've got your affairs in order. And moose are megafauna. I think I saw the word moose in the mix. No, they can't take a moose. No one can take a moose. You leave moose alone. That is the formal opinion of the Complicated Knots YouTube channel is leave moose alone. If not friend, why friend shaped? Because it's because you know how like predation works, right? I don't think I'm using that word correctly, but you know how like in nature certain signs and colors and physical appearances mean danger, don't come near us, and some mean, hey, there's a food source here. Well, the ones that are danger, don't come near us often don't have any other defenses, and the ones that say, hey, come here a second, I think we're food, often have you matched, right? It's a trap. Are there reflective, iridescent, or two-tone yarns to make some pretty beetles? You can get ones with like colourful strands and stuff through them. So like, yeah, I'm feeling beetly. Beetles are gonna happen. I've been trying to like repress the urge to make beetles for like at least a year now, and it's like spring is here. It's gonna happen. It's just normally Normally I get the urge to make beetles and bugs and that sort of thing during spring for us in Australia, but it also hits during prime Halloween time. And so that kind of consumes that, and then Christmas consumes another chunk. And so there's not really a lot of time in between to do the spring themed things for us. That tends to come up at Easter, and by then it feels weird to make bugs in fall. 9, 10, 11, 12. I can math. I'm pretty sure this is 24 stitches around right now, and I'm also pretty sure my butt is numb. I'm sorry. I know that's like the 5th time I've mentioned that. For some reason, it's just really not working for me today. So I'm going to bounce for a little bit, and I apologize. Gets the blood flow back. I'm not trying to be inappropriate. I appreciate the offer. Mr. Bones is being helpful. No, we can't do spooky beetles or Halloween bugs. I'm sorry, because like there's too many other things that like Halloween is such a rich subject matter. And like I think there's a reason why Halloween ends up taking over entire channels for like full time. I think it's just because like there is such a heavy crossover between what captures the imagination in the crafting community and Halloween. So yeah, Halloween this year is gonna already be packed. We've got mushroom canvas, we have I'm thinking Skullicorn, we have a dragon portal that I'd really like to make. We have, there's been requests for me to do another little like diorama scene like Hocus Crocus last year, and so we're thinking a little graveyard, but we're not fully set on that yet. More bone animals we've been requested. It's like, and this, while there are 5 Thursdays in October this year, that's like, it adds up. That's a lot, and it's a lot already, and so there's not a lot of room for other things. Hydrate, thank you, Fluffy. Anyone who hasn't seen my water bottle yet, get ready to giggle. It obscures my whole face. Yeah, I'm thinking Hercules, stag, or rhino beetles. I've got a Lego one that I love. And I would love to make. But like a good beetle, a friend-sized beetle, not like little beetle, like a friend-sized beetle. Because I just love them. I just think they're so cute. Yeah, say yes to the graveyard. That's what I mean. It's just like, I understand that I've laid some groundwork here for a couple of ideas that people are really enthusiastic about, and I'm enthusiastic about too. And so like, I want to do them. It's just, I also, the urge to make beetles never truly goes away. It's always there. Lurking. The plural of moose is not meese. That is true. But the plural of octopuses is not octopus. Or it's not octopi. It's actually octopodes. Or octopodes. I need something to eat. You're sending me off to have a snack, are ya? No, we'll finish the head and I'll make the ears. Like, we're at, what, 10? We're almost at 3 hours, guys. And I've been snacking on candy the whole time. I will take a break in about 10 minutes. Okay? I'm hoping in that time, 10 minutes is not enough time to finish the pieces we're working on, but I would have liked to take the break as we start the next vote, because I feel like it gives you guys something to do. But we'll take the break very soon. It is 3.7 litres, which is the equivalent of, it's got it on the side, 126 ounces. Hello, my love.
I just wanted to congratulate you. One of the 5-fingered ones is gone. You've got them done in record time for a 5-fingered person.
Yeah. I mean, I cheated, but it's fine.
No, you did not.
Just looking for Alive, and you found me. Do you do other yarn arts? I cross-pollinate with a lot of crochet. Like we've been recently working on a canvas series where I've been making some wall hangings with it, and I've tried some beading with it, and I've got, oh guys, you should see the craft kits that I've got. I've got some stuff we are going to be trying soon. But no, crochet is my main medium. Yeah. We do not let it limit us though. We're always doing something interesting with it. No, honey, enjoy your Mars bar. Would I ever consider keeping isopods as pets? Well, we currently have snails. We have aquatic snails. We don't, like, we think they rode in on the aquatic plants in one of our terrariums, but now we've got them, we like them. It's real super fun to watch them climb to the top of the tank and then like let go and fall. A group of owls is a parliament, that is correct. A group of hummingbirds is called a charm. It's an implausibility of news. You know what a new is? It's GNU. It's like an antelope type creature. They're an implausibility of news. It's a business of ferrets. I'm not going to do the ears built into the head. No. Oh, he's such a little dude. Look at him, just like whop. All right, I think one more row of 24 around. Crochet adjacent crafts, exactly. I like to cross-pollinate. I used like some origami techniques to build some articulated crochet at one point, and I play with modulated crochet sometimes as well, which is again based on origami. I like building things. It's just crochet is my main medium. I'm given to understand that I keep things interesting, so. It's a meditation of capybara. That's fun. Rubber ducky isopods are so cute. Anime wolf chick. I have seen them before. They are very, very sweet. Actually, you know what request I get a lot? It's the sea sheep, the sea slug thing that has all like the little green fronds on its back. Yeah, so that's on my to-do list too. Is it an embarrassment to pandas because that fits? Flamboyance of flamingos makes sense. Oh, Razafa, you should just let yourself fall asleep. Let us lull you to sleep. That is a wonderful thing. It's seriously a very sweet luxury to like turn on something and just like fall asleep in front of it. It's great. It is a murder of crows, but then do you know that 2 crows is an attempted murder? It's a fluffle of bunnies. It's a conspiracy of lemurs. That's so funny. Okay, I think that's about as much head as he can handle. So how many rows is that? 1, 2, 3. There we go. And we'll finish that off. So we're still missing his face and his ears. A clouder of cats? The leaf sheep. Yep, that's the one I'm talking about. The leaf sheep. Is a mischief of rats makes a dazzle of zebras. I don't know how we got on this subject, but I love it. The Spanish dancer sea slug. No, is that anything like that sea dragon-y one? Oh no. Okay, the harvest has begun. Picking pins off our last creations. He's so friend-shaped. All right, let's make a couple. This is all the yarn I have left in this color, by the way, because this isn't a Marvel color. This is just, the carnival yarn you can get at Big W is basically a really solid dupe for the Marvel yarn. It's just in slightly different colors sometimes. So this is close to the color you guys picked. It just looks slightly different. Different enough that we'd notice if I made the ears in it. So, we gotta get this done all in one color. Group of cats is a glaring of cats. Do the snails have names? I'm afraid not uniquely, Sarah, because they're not like individual snails. There's just like a lot of snails in all different sizes. There's too many to name and too many to track as well. They all kind of look the same, but we like them a lot.
To describe the visual of a Spanish dancer sea slug,
okay,
I need to do an action.
Okay.
So you know the one with the fan? And they have with like the really long flowy dresses.
Guys, you're missing out. This is the content.
And so like the dresses are all like flowing on the wind.
Are you talking about like flamenco type dances?
Potentially.
With
like the fan. They look very, very fancy. And they're like flopping around the dress.
Flopping around the dress.
And the dress is all like catching on the wind and flowing and stuff.
Okay.
Now imagine that. That's what the sea slug looks like. It's like red. It's got those same sort of patterns on it.
Huh.
And as it flows, it's doing the whole dress thing.
From this point onwards, I will not be accepting photos in the Discord. All descriptions must come through Mr. Bones.
Ah, beautiful. I will work on my charade.
You must charade all creatures to me. In fact, that's a video right there. It's like I made creatures designed based solely on Mr. Bones' descriptions.
People post pictures, I animate.
Yeah.
Perfect. Here's some butt pics.
Put that away, sir. A group of quokkas, is it a shucker of quokkas? That doesn't sound familiar to me at all. You fall asleep to my stream every Saturday night and Sunday morning. I love that. See, that's me doing a great service. I'm just trying to remember the source of it, but like happiness is a good night's sleep. It's a quote from something. So yeah, I love that. I love the idea that people fall asleep to my content. A group of frogs is an army. Yep. I have an army of frogs. In fact, I've released more frog patterns than any other kind of pattern. It's actually getting ridiculous. Good morning, Kitticus Rex. Always a pleasure to have you here. A coalition of cheaters. Now see, that feels very ostentatious. Ooh. Increase. And I think I may have made this ear too pointy. No, his ears are relatively pointy. But I think that'll do it. I will put just one row of single crochet around the base to give myself some room to move when sewing it on, but I might end up frogging that as well. A new prickle of porcupines, a troubling of goldfish. I've not heard of that one. You're actually staying awake to my content? Well, I'm happy to help with that as well. Oh, see, I love that because I also use podcasts and audiobooks and that sort of thing to sleep to. And so like I understand, I get it. Just the need to have somebody else's voice in your head for a while. I am happy to play that part if it helps you. See, one more row is too pointy, but I'm still going to do it just as a buffer. I'm just not going to finish that off so I can frog it as needed. We are nearly out of pins though. We are harvesting them from our creations from last week. You finished your audiobook and now you feel empty. Oh no! Can you just start it again? That's what I do. I've often slept through a lot of it anyway. Yeah, guys, I promise this is not tight tension. It's just the squeak happens. Pandemonium. So yeah, pandemonium I feel like should describe pandas. Should be a pandemonium of pandas. And I'm pretty sure I've heard that there's like a chaos of something as well. Yeah, I'm all caught up in my loop here. There we go. Nope, not free yet. There we go. Oh. No, sorry, Cosmic Reapers. I don't feel criticised. I'll admit that it has become a little bit of a sore spot over the weeks as I have discovered an inability to stop it squeaking. So I also apologise if I've made you feel uncomfortable. Yeah. It's just the hook squeaks, guys. Yeah, I like the fact that some people think I have soothing energy. I still think that the greatest compliment I've ever been paid is when you guys told me that I have Bulbasaur energy. I don't think there is a nicer thing you could ever say to a person. A chaos of toddlers, yeah, that tracks. Or a scribble of toddlers. The sensation that everything has stopped, nothing is going on now, the world is over, there's no more. What? Mr. Bones, are you having a crisis right now? Do I need to intervene? Found that Spotify has a limit to hours of audiobooks per month. Oh, okay. I'll admit that I piggyback off Mr. Bones's Audible. And yeah, honestly, you pay for that for like a couple of months, honestly, or you take your free week and whatever, and you spend the credits and you end up with more books than you know what to do with. And then you cancel that and you get to keep the books. And yeah, now I have books I can listen to. Hi. What's wrong, honey?
It's a sensation when you finish an audiobook.
Oh, right, yeah, where you weren't ready to leave the world yet, and
Just done.
And now you're just forced back into this one. Not that this is a bad place, but
This one doesn't feel like it's moving for a while.
Yeah. Couldn't think of what to spend your credit on? Dungeon Crawler Carl. Always the answer. Even if you've already got it, buy it again. Actually, the Temeraire books, if you're into fantasy, are also quite good. I appreciated the narration of that. He's just so freaking cute. Like this ear is too pointy. I've already made that deliberation. We'll frog that last row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. And we'll finish that off there. He's just a little cutie. So he's missing his face, which is like a circle. Like this, the face is the bit. I think I'm actually going to cheat with this face, and instead of leaving an opening there as part of the V, I think I'm actually going to just change colors and use the green. Because it's V-shaped, that actually works really nicely for this because it's a single crochet and then an increase into it, and you'll get crispy edges on both sides, which is perfect. It's perfect, it's good. Are we recommending book series? Go ahead. We actually have a whole channel for that on the Discord. We've certainly done it here before. Standalone book in a world with 2 trilogies. Oh, okay. I'll see. I always have old favorites that I can go back to. Like recently, I've been feeling the need to go back and reread all of the Tamora Pierce ones because somebody posted a photo in the Discord, and I saw the hardcover compendiums that used to be available, and I realized I still had those, and I remembered that I got them signed, and then I was just like, oh, that's right, I really love those books, even if they are on the young adult spectrum. Fun fact, she actually wrote that first series, the Lioness series, intended for adults, and then her publisher made her convert it into a young adult series. It was originally intended to be 1 book and for an older audience, like her Tricksters books are. Like, they're just clearly aimed for an older audience. But no, the publisher decided that it was a young adult skewed series, and like to this day, it's on the one hand, I only know about her because I found her as a young adult and her books were aimed at us, and on the other hand, I kind of feel a bit sad for the author forced to do something that they didn't necessarily want to with their work. Hi to Adelaide. The Fourth Wing is your one on repeat at the moment. Yeah, see, I've heard the words Fourth Wing a lot. Okay, I've heard it a lot. I still have no idea what it's about, but I'm given to understand that it is very good. So I should probably give that one a go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just anything to keep me going while I wait for book 7 from Mr. Dinnerman. Nothing's wrong with young adult series. Nothing's wrong with it. My objection was purely that she wrote it with one intention, and due to her, she basically was bullied by her publisher to change it into something it wasn't meant to be originally. But I gained something from that because I found it as a young adult, and I love it now as a not so young adult, and I still read it as a not so young adult. And I feel like young adult books absolutely serve a purpose when it comes to storytelling. I just dislike the fact that an author had to change what they wanted their work to be. That's all. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. She talked about how the girls at a group home she was at, a house mother for, wanted a Lana story, so she had to retell her draft in a young adult friendly style to them. Okay, well maybe I have the wrong idea then. Currently reading Crescent City and love it. Okay. There's nothing wrong with a little emotional destruction as long as you are prepared for it going in. I have not been writing down this face pattern at all. I have one job on this stream, and I'm not doing it very well. Let's get us up to 10, and then we'll go wide again. So we'll go 2, increase 3, 2, single crochet, and that should get us up to 14. Fourth Wing is a college that rides dragons and enemies. The enemies are the Griffin Riders. Okay, I guess that tracks. I have this weird feeling in my brain like I've been reading a book recently, but I don't think I have. I think I've just been playing a lot of Pokemon. Oh, adapting it for the girls helped her rewrite it. Okay. Yeah, it's funny. Dane, the I think it's Wild Magic series used to be my favorite, but then the older I get, if I have to pick a Tortle series, it's Kel. Kel is the one I relate to most. There's this passage in it that's just talking about how in this world of magic, she's the most inspiring because she is the one without magic and she is just so real, both feet nailed to the ground. She's just she's a real person, and there's something about that that's just always really resonated with me, that she was just In a world where people have literal superpowers, she was just a human being who refused to hear no. And I love that. I love something about that so much. That said, I also will always have a soft spot for the Circle of Magic and the Circle Opens, those ones there, though apparently, okay, and this is a rumor that I picked up on the internet like 2 days ago. The reason you can't find editions of the Circle of Magic and the Circle Opens anymore is because the publisher who owns the rights to them thinks no one's interested in them and has no interest in like releasing the copyright. And so they basically just have it held hostage and no one can release editions of them, which is why you see a new edition of all of the other books like every second year. And you just can't even find those Circle of Magic books, which is just terrible because like the older I get, the more I like those books. You think you've been seeing too much Pokemon stuff recently because the other day you were referring to calves as Pokemon. Oh, that's funny. Okay, we've got a little round face. And I think I should have started maybe? I'm going to start the wedge in the next row. Wedge in next row. So we'll start with this first stitch of the wedge. So blue single crochet, and then we will do single crochet, increase 3. Nope, that should be, no, that's 3, that's correct. And that's 3. It'll actually be 6, increase 3. And sorry guys, mental mathing for a second here. I think it's just 3 at the end. So that will bring us up to 18 around. And we'll have the start of our little Widow's Peak. I'm playing Yarn Chicken Something Fierce here. This is all we have left of this colour. Scholastic is being a butt. Yeah, Scholastic, you're a butt. Brandon Sanderson. Okay, I've heard him suggested so many times. Like, I know his books have to be amazing. I don't know, I feel like I'm well overdue for a reread of all of the David Eddings' stuff as well, though. I feel like it's been a very long time since I've rescued the Diamond Throne. Or redeemed Alphalus, even. I would like RJ Blaine Magical Romantic Comedy with a Body Count series and her pen name Susan Copperfield Royal State series. They are no smart fun books. Yeah, it's real hard to dodge the spice. Not that I mind a little bit of spice, but like, sometimes it's disruptive. Sometimes it's just disruptive. I also really like Holly Black. Okay, Ranger's Apprentice was great. None of these are my recommendations. I'm reading the chat. I'm sure they're all fantastic and wonderful, but I have not personally read any of these ones just yet. That said, I have trust issues born from Isabel Carmody's Omber Newton series, where she, like, I get that other people have experienced it in different ways now since like George R.R. Martin, but basically it's from when you start reading a series and then you just realize that the author is just not as invested in getting their story to you as fast as you would prefer to consume it, and it's not written yet, and you never know if it'll ever actually be finished. So I try not to start series that aren't finished yet, but with my one exception being, of course, the one that I rant about all the time, which is Dungeon Crawler Carl, which is being just pounded out at an ungodly rate. Started out as a webcomic, a web novel on Royal Road, and then he started releasing chapters through his Patreon and through, I think he had it on Amazon for a while, but now he's just been picked up for like a massive publishing deal, and Seth MacFarlane's bought the TV rights to it. And this guy gets out a full book, big full-size book, and an audio book, which is done immaculately every single year. Every year, sometimes 2 a year. It's just incredible. He's a machine. And it's good. It's really good. It's very good. I'm very much in this series right now. Increase. We might just do a little single crochet there to round out our triangle. And there's our little triangle. See how cute and neat and nice that is? So yeah. Sometimes I get asked how to keep lines straight, and my answer is always just try and keep them straight. Because I'm just making it up as I go, and I work stitches and I frog it and I redo it until I get the lines lining up the way I want them to, and then that's the answer. Which I get isn't a very satisfying answer, but it is what I have to tell you. Oh, I forgot to change back to my cream though. Let's just do that. And when I sew this piece down, I will specifically be picking up the front loops of the piece and sewing each of the front loops down to the work, which will get us a nice smooth join between the two pieces. Background husband asked, did anyone else read Skullduggery Pleasant? I read Skullduggery Pleasant. It was being released around the time I was working in a bookstore. I've only read the first one though, and it was a very long time ago. Part of why you like young adult is because every time I tried going into the adult section of the bookstore, I found the books trying to be like, ooh, look at us, we're an adult novel with spice. Yeah, I think Book Talk is kind of responsible for that. It normalized the spicy scene. And like I said, there's nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong with a spicy book. It's just a bit rough when spice becomes ubiquitous with science fiction and fantasy and thriller and like you can't read a murder story without having to read at least one, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't feel like it has a narrative place in every story, but I feel like it's becoming that way a little bit. You also enjoyed All Our Hidden Gifts? Not read that one. I've been given, so Naomi Novik wrote the Temeraire series and I've been recommended her, she's got like this series where there's like a school involved. Somebody recommended that one to me, and so I've got those 3 books, actual physical books, on my shelf, waiting for me to read them as well. So there we go. There is our boy's little face. So we need to name him. So I will wait a second for Mr. Bones to hear this message over his headphones and rush back in here and give us a name for him because he is perfection. He is our boy and we love him very much. I don't have very many pins though, so it's a bit tricky. Yeah. Alrighty, so we need to name our boy. And I think, let's see, Scraps was one of the names. I liked the name Scraps. And I hope the other names are short because they're very far away right now. Flump, I liked the name Flump. Mr. Bones is taking a long time to get the names to me, so I'm picking random ones from the chat right now. Snore Snacks, Scraps, Nishino. Okay, yep, Nishino makes the list because that was a very cute story about him referring to Snorlax as his son. We're not doing Snore Chad or Snore Lad. I'll do Snore Snacks.
You can't just start taking names.
You need to be on it because I don't wait for no one. It's my stream, I'll do what I want. All right, everybody, name the boy. I think we have our answer. Look at you guys go. Just I'm gonna eat a piece of candy, and then I'm going to go on break while we vote for who we make next. But I'll have a piece of candy, and we'll name this one because he's perfection, and he's got weight to him because we put that rock in his butt. He's genuinely wonderful. Look at that side profile view. Here's our boy. He is our beloved. He'll get little sleepy eyes, little mouth, and I won't forget his little teeth either. I do try to hit the details. Sometimes I forget, but I grew up on the Pern series by Anne McCaffrey. I read those. I started with like the Meneley books, Dragon's Song and Dragon Singer, when I was kind of been older than about 10. I was reading them around the same time the first Harry Potter book became a thing. Yeah, I grew up with all of those books. Go eat lunch. I promise to eat lunch in just a second. Yes, the theme is Who Broke My Pipes, and some of the answers make no sense, and that's fine. Alrighty, I'm gonna stop this vote because I think we have our answer. So there we go. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Scraps won with 42% of the vote, then Flump at 23%, Snore Snacks at 19%, and Nishino at 15%. Thank you to everybody who voted. Our boy is Snacks. And sorry, just on the subject of Pern, I want to just add that I liked it right up until Todd McCaffrey got involved, because then they started introducing things like plagues to the dragons, and the dragons should always be above such things, and I didn't like watching them die slow, wasting deaths. Not my kind of thing. The timey-wimey stuff, though, was great. Loved that. Let's change screens. There we go. So the options we have left are 1, 2, 4, and 5. Let us start a poll and we will get another one cooking. 1, 2, 4, and 5. So tell me, guys, who do we think broke the pipes? And I'm going to go on break while we do this. And it might be longer than normal. I don't know yet. I haven't decided. It depends on what I get to eat. So don't be freaked out if the 5-minute timer resets itself to 10 minutes at the end, okay? All right, starting the poll. And going on break. Yee. Sorry. Okay, the vote has stabilized, it looks like, at about 35% for number 4, but let's close it off and let's see, because it feels like there might have been a little bit of fluctuation. All right, looks like number 4 won with 35% of the vote, and then 5 followed closely behind at 27%, 2 at 25%, and 1 at 11%. So there was a bit of a tug of war there between number 5 and number 2. Did the Boring Colour Brigade fragment a little bit on this one here, or you just couldn't quite decide which one we wanted to make? So, Kitticus Rex, if you would like to know what is happening with my leak, you can go back to 29 minutes into the stream and I will tell you all about it. Alrighty, so let's have a little look-see. Let's reveal what is behind door number 4, which will be our last one today, I think. Yeah. So, here we go. Did we have guesses? I think I saw that Cubone was one of the guesses for behind door number 4. Scroll down. No clue. We're ready to scream. I'm so sorry, Pamela. There we go. We are making Dragonite, so I'm really sorry it's not Cubone. But I thought you guys would be excited to see Dragonite. We changed to the dragon earrings and everything. So, hang on. Let me swap screens here for a sec. I'm wearing my little orange dragons now. We changed. And like, this is the moment, guys. It's Dragonite. But for the sake of closure, let's flick back over and I will show you what the other choices could have been, just because like I'm sure that this is going to be the one we finish up on today. So behind door number 1, you could have had Machop. He definitely ruined our pipes. He punched the floor. We could have had Hitmonlee. He ruined our pipes. He kicked the floor. We could have had number 5, who was really just more something that we found in the pipes. And of course, we're making number 4, which was Dragonite, and he ruined our pipes by eating too much Taco Bell. So, on with the show. Excuse me, Scraps. It's looking very cute there. My desk is very adorable at the moment because I've got Scyther and I've got little Venonat from last week. Who's just the sweetest. And now we've got Snorlax there looking all round and comfy. Yeah, Dragonite, such bad manners. That's okay, we love him though, he's still our fellow. So I need to change a couple of things on screen here, don't I? Let's change the counter because Snorlax was 64 and Dragonite is 65. Nope. There we go. And we need to change our sprite over too, so let's just get that done. Come on, Mouse, we believe in you. Mouse has seen better days at this point. Mouse has been going through it. There we are. So, looks like we have very similar hands here, but only 3 fingers and not 5. So many people options. Yeah, well, I figured if I was already having a rough week, we may as well knock out a person or two, but you guys are really good at dodging the people, so... What was there a story behind the name Scraps? Yeah, we made him out of a yarn scrap, and also he likes his snacks, and so he eats all the leftovers. And in game there is like an item you give them that's like called leftovers, and they're the scraps. And so like it was just a little bit of a combined name type of thing. This one I don't think is pre-named. We named Dratini and we named Dragonair. We named them Hydrini and Dydrini, or Dydranair. I don't think we've ever fully formalized that one there, but I don't know if we had a different name for Dragonite. So anyway, I will sketch. You guys decide on the names, and Mr. Bones will be keeping very close eye and staying on top of that, because that is what he does. He does a great job. Ooh. So he's kind of got like bulbous nose. In fact, everything about him's kind of bulbous. He looks exactly like Magikarp would look if Magikarp evolved into something that wasn't Gyarados. Don't know how much of this I'm going to do in one piece, but we'll just finish drawing it for now. Three little claws, three little claws. I think we'll use safety eyes here because he's derpy, so we can get away with it a little better. His nose is long, he has a long face. Is that, okay, is that a little spike? Hang on, let me point here. Is that a little spike on top of his head? Or is that the back of his wing? Because when I think of Dragonair, I do not think he has a spike, right? We're gonna do butt pics. Oh my goodness, I've missed quite a bit happening in this live stream channel, haven't I? There we are. Thank you, Mr. Bones. Okay, we have no toe beans. That's good to know. He does have a spike on the top of his head. That's so weird. How have I never noticed? Like, this is throwing me pretty significantly because Dragonite has been a fixture on my Elite Four team for a really long time, which means I've spent a great deal of time staring at least the back of his head, and he has a spike up there. Since when? When? It's a small horn. Yeah, but still, spike, small horn, like, yeah. I'll admit that he ended up in the options today because when I was at Kmart buying my wonderful fidget toy yesterday, they had these giant Squishmallows. And I nearly brought one home. They had a giant Dragonite one, like canonically Dragonite one. It was like this big, and it was like, okay, it was like $60. So I was like, no, we're not doing that. But also it was like this big, and it was just like, it was exactly friend shaped and sized. And so he had to be part of the listings today. That's just how it ended up working. Okay, so we've got giant flipper feet and chunky haunches. I'm undecided at this point as to whether or not he'll be sitting or standing. Could go either way for us. I'm drawing at a bit of a strange angle, so he's not going to be standing flat. You okay, my love? Sign of life from Mr. Bones?
All good.
All good, he's good. And you got wings. Oh, and are they double layered wings or are they single layered wings? They're double layered wings. It's good to know these things before we get started. Because we've made double layered before, it's just it's easier if we know what we're in for. Alright, so there's the bones. Well, there's the bones, but here's the bones. Why buy Squishmallow when you can make Dragon Squish? Well, because there's a certain joy in trading money for goods and services instead of spending a million hours yourself on something. But there's also a certain kind of joy in spending a million hours yourself on something. And yesterday, I managed to not buy him, but he was the hug I needed in the moment that I needed him. Let's just put it that way. There we go. This pen is so juicy. It's delicious. Something just really nice about a nice juicy pen. Okay, the real problem for him comes right around the time you realise that we don't have an appropriate orange. We'll get to that in a second. What kind of eyes does he have? That kind of eyes. All right, and then we have a wing. Another little wing sticking in through in the background. So we have our fellow. Does it mean we should name him Hugs? I mean, we could. You hunted for quite a while for the Dragonite Squishmallow. Oh, well, Rainstorm, they are... I honestly don't remember if I saw it in Big W or Kmart yesterday, but it was definitely in one of them, and they had them as like a $59 one, and then they also had like the smaller ones, which were a little bit more manageable, that were like the $30 range. So they were definitely in stock. Make him double-stranded with both yellow and orange. That's not a bad idea. Let me just pull out our options here. So I think straight yellow is too yellow, right? I think we can agree that that is just too yellow. But I think we also can acknowledge that the orange is too orange. Really what we need is these colors mashed together. So that's where Mr. Bones is suggesting multi-stranding. But I also think that this might be as close as we get. So that's what that looks like. Get that it's a little too brown. It's the same color we used for Staryu, which is a similar orange to this. So I think, yeah. Mr. Postman or Pat? Why is he a postman? See, okay, my oranges aren't on camera anymore. It's like we don't have another yellow orange. Like, we go straight from there. It's okay. That, again, that's not right. Like, it's not right. Yeah, seriously, these are genuinely the only colors. They just are. Because I have apricot, but it's way too pale. I don't remember if there's peach or outback. But it's too pink, you know. We've got gold, yeah. I'm sorry, it's just like, it's one of those ones where like, I know we don't have the color for it, and it's sad. It's sad, but we also, over the years, we have not gotten any closer to having the color for it, so there's no point in putting it off.
If you just don't have the color for them, you do a shiny. Shiny's green. Picture in Discord.
Okay, all right, I'm open to this notion. All right, the shiny is green. How do we feel about the shiny? So you say this one doesn't look too bad to you? It's sun gold, it's very bright yellow. But, oh. Yeah, the shiny is green. Pretty close to this screen. And I've avoided shinies so far, so I don't feel like that goes with the rest of them. But we're at a crossroads where the shiny is green. Will it seem any lighter once I add the belly color? It might. Let's grab some pale yellow. Because, oh, we might do cream or yellow for the belly. I shouldn't have included this as an option until I knew the answer. Can I show you the shiny? Yes, hold on. Bear with. Okay. That's the shiny. Yeah, sorry, I'm struggling a little bit with my controls right now. So that's the shiny. The green works for it. But I feel wrong making a shiny when all of the others have been normal colored. Well, if I can't find the right color, you can always swap to another Pokemon. I don't know if that's the right answer there either. I think the yellow works. It's more yellow in the anime than the washed out pictures we're using anyway. So you guys are thinking like yellow with a pale yellow. Let me swap screens back. It's like, it's weird because like on the one hand, shiny is a solution, but on the other hand, it doesn't feel right. So you guys are thinking like yellow and cream? No, I think yellow and yellow almost. And then some like blue for inside the wings. I'm just digging through the bucket. Sorry, guys. Sorry, chat. Sorry, chat. I'll be back. I haven't really gone. Dang it. I hate it when I find just like the strand in the yarn bucket. There it is. Okay. So, dang it, that colour is not showing up on camera at all. This is exactly the shade of the wings shown in the sprite right there. Okay, just gonna take my word for it. Those colours look really good. Okay, because like I'm cool with it being wrong as long as it looks good still. So maybe that's what we go with. The two yellows with the blue. Yeah, okay. Two yellows with the blue. We like the shiny idea. Yeah, I'm not opposed to the shiny idea, but it also just doesn't fit with the rest of the series necessarily. Yellow's the closest. We like the shiny idea. Yellow, yellow, and blue. Yep, yep, yep. Can we see the orange on face cam? This one? Or are you talking about like the orange? Because the orange is very orange. Like not unavoidably too orange. Yeah, for today the face cam is a little bit more correct. Normally I have the colours a little bit more adjusted, but we kind of slammed the lights back into place to get ready for today, and so things aren't quite as balanced as they normally are. Trust my instincts. The other green? I have no instincts. I am the process, I'm not the instincts. I'm all tangled up, hang on. Here we go. That bucket's a mess. So is everything. Everything's a mess. All right, just give me a second to calibrate here. I'm just going to stare at it for a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to use the green, which is one of those colors that like you can even see there. It's like one camera. You can see it on both cameras at once there. It's not a color that shows up very well. It's definitely teal. Yellow, cream, and green. Okay, yeah, I see that. Greener for the wings. This is greener. Trust me, this is green. This is green, green, green. I think that's going to be the end for you tonight. Thanks, Sanity Creations. Sorry. Show the wing colors on cam, please. Yeah, sorry. So we've got this one here is way more green than it shows on camera. This one here is pretty close. Like this color is pretty much exactly the same color as the wings. It just doesn't look like it right now. Green. All right, we're going green. We're going green. I've made that decision. Thank you for everybody who participated in this process. These are the colors I'm going to use. This is a cream, not white. We've got yellow. And we got green for the wings. I think that's going to do it. I think that's going to do fine. No cream, no cream, we want the light yellow. I feel like they're too close together. No, I'm doing cream. I appreciate all of the input. I do. I very much respect your guys' opinions. I'm going to go with the cream today though. It's one of those things where like a lot of the time I am more than willing to go with what you guys suggest. But sometimes if I'm not sure and you guys push for something and I immediately go, no, I want the other way, it helps me clarify what I should do anyway. So it's good. Yellow, light yellow, and green. I promise this is green, okay? I promise this color is green. Mr. Bones, would you help me here for a second? Could you please come and look at this color and just help and reassure them that this is a green? This is green.
I needed to wait for you to tell me. What?
This is green, right?
Pull it up to the monitor. Like closer. Yeah, that's identical. It doesn't look anything like it looks on camera. Like on camera it looks blue.
Oh, right there.
Yeah. Here, if I were to describe this green, yeah, you know when you've got like mistletoe, the color of the green leaves on cheap plastic mistletoe for Christmas decorations. That's about the color that this green is. There's no blue in it. It's just green. It just looks, yeah, bluer on camera. So there's the description of what this colour looks like.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful. Thank you. All right, thank you all for extending me your trust in this manner. I appreciate it. I promise it's green. I promise it's not blue like it looks on camera. Oh, maybe I can, okay, brace. It's just a harsh white light. Did that help at all? It doesn't matter. We're just going to move on. And I will fix the lighting and the floors and the room and my spirit. Okay, so in terms of breaking this down into pieces, the arms are little tubes. That's easy. So like there's no sort of difficulties there in what we're going to do. Face color looks weird, but yeah, that's where I'm also very overexposed today. Yeah, it's a very pleasant, fun green. It's the Albert color. I almost kind of want to use the color I used for Snorlax for them, but I don't want to introduce no more nonsense into this mix. So we've got arms, which are just little tubes. They're probably just going to be a sized down version of what we did for Snorlax. The wings, we'll do a double wall zigzag design, the way we do all of our wings, frankly. Something like that, because then we just work them as a flat piece, the rows going this way, which gives us this nice little zigzag, and then we do two, like one in our orange or yellow and one in our green, sew them together, we get on with our wings. So that's good. And if I make one in this color and we decide we don't like it, we'll just swap to the other color. Like it's not a huge deal. For the legs, we have some chunky and we have some foot. And we've checked already, we've done a toe bean check and there are no toe beans. They are just claws. So that's good, we can work with that. Leggies are chicken leg shaped. They are very chicken leg shaped. Though I will say that with some of the ones that I've looked at, they only look kind of like chicken legged with that extra hinge in them when they're extended. When he's sitting, they look very much just like a ball and like a flat bit. So that's probably more what I'm gonna aim for today because that's just a way more stable shape. Tail is like a cone. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Tail is like a cone. Now, I don't know if I'm going to do the tail and the body all as one piece. Frankly, sometimes I make that decision when we get to the base of the body and I see if I'm pointed in the right direction. And if I am, we keep going. And if I'm pointed downwards or the wrong way, we finish off and we make a different piece for the tail. So like that. We will do one long strap of whatever belly color we decide to use. So we'll do that bit last. And it'll be something similar to that. We'll probably start at the end that goes under the face and work down towards like a tip for the tip of the tail. There are bands across it in this picture, which we could do like post stitching or loop stitching for and see. Night, Sammy, thanks for hanging out. Starting to crash. Night, Rosalind. Night. We're just glad to be. I'm glad that you're here too, Eldridge. Festive. All right, and then we have the head and body, which is where this actually gets complicated. So he has a very long face for what he is. He has long face and big nose. So we could try and make that all in one piece with the body. It's like, we've got to make sure he has belly too, because I'm sorry, he is canonically the belliest of the bellies. And let's look at these face pics, or the butt pics as we call them. Just flicking over to the Discord there. Oh my goodness, he looks so happy flying around. He's such a handsome boy. Okay, so he is very nose up here and then long, and belly starting from very tall. None of these are sentences. Like that. And then technically we could just finish that off, or we could go straight into tail as well. So this is definitely a start at the top of the head and work down type of scenario. And then when I'm building this nose, if I don't get it right on the first try, what I'm going to do is I'm going to frog back and we'll make a separate piece and sew it on for the nose, because it's not worth messing up a feature. And sometimes the way the rows fall, it makes it look stupid. So we'll give one way a go and then we'll try the other way. So in terms of starting today, we're going to start with the main body piece, because that's going to be the decider here. Feels very wrong to reach for the yellow in this scenario, but we can, I think we just got to trust it. At this point, it's as close as we can get. So we're going to start by working up just a little circle up to 18. We're gonna judge it from there. Hello to France. Welcome. Back loop only for the belly bands? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. There's one pic with his mouth open from the side. He looks goofy. He does, but he's such a sweet, precious fellow. Like, he is clearly worthy of our love. He looks a bit like Homer. Yeah, I get that. Honestly, it's just Charmander cosplaying as Charizard. Kind of, yeah. I also very much think that he's the natural successor to the Magikarp line, whereas I think that Gyarados makes way more sense if he evolves from Dratini, but nobody's asking me. We could just say that this is a Dragonite that got into the twisties, given that we've already accused him of eating too many tacos and breaking my pipes. Hello to Germany. Hydrate or dihydrate? Yes, thank you very much for that. Again, guys, be warned, I'm about to bring my new water bottle on screen and it's funny. He's a very round, friend-shaped dragon. He is. He's very Puff the Magic Dragon. His scales are sun-bleached, yeah. Exactly. If I'm not happy with this yellow, I can always make him again, or I can always just get some, like, paint and paint him, because I'm fine with that. It's always really interesting to watch how itchy it makes people when I start painting my yarn. But yeah, I can always just change his color. If dangerous, why shaped like friends? Well, I actually think that Dragonite has to be one of the derpiest, friendliest ones out there. Like, well, some of the others you can tell you wouldn't want to run into outside of a training environment, but Dragonite, he's just like, oh, hello. Who, me? Oh no, I'm just bopping around like a blueberry. Thunk, exactly. You opened a bag of safety eyes and your son came running thinking you opened a bag of chips. Oh, that's funny. At least you know that if you're ever in trouble, you know how to call for help. It is a 3.7 litre, 126 ounce water bottle. Because you gotta hydrate or you'll dehydrate. And I got very dehydrated over the last week, and so I'm just working on it. We're just working on it. Making good choices, we're rehydrating. Used to have that, then moved the meat packs next to their food bowls. Oh, that's unrelated to this conversation. Canadian dragon? Oh, yeah, you know what? I get the Canadian dragon vibe. Off to bed. Night, Fiara, thanks for hanging out. He's the true Lechonk. That's true. He's been snacking on too many of those, Fidos. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If that water bottle would last you a whole week, you maybe should drink a little bit more water. No, it's fine. If you're getting hydration from your food or any other sources, who am I to say? Who am I to say you're wrong? For me, I just need to drink a bit more water. That's my solution. Okay, 18 single crochet around is going to make this huge. Maybe we go down a size. I don't want this to end up like another scyther. Hold on, I just need to reassess my life choices. So, yeah, that'll be the head. And down to the body. Okay. If we're careful, 18 might be correct. Really, I should frog the 18 row and move it up half a row to 15. I'm going to do that because otherwise, an hour from now, as we're still working away on the head, I'm going to wish I'd done it. There we go. You will die on this dehydrated hill. Dehydrated hill. That's fine, Kaladi Spaghetti. As an adult, you have that right. And I support your right to make that choice. I am just personally choosing to hydrate with water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And also Pepsi. I'm going to hydrate with a lot of Pepsi after this stream. It's going to be huge. No, it's not. It's not going to be huge. It's going to be big, but it's not going to be huge. We're going to show restraint. It's going to be demure. 3, 4. Going to be quaint, even. Elegant, refined. If you megapod this one, it'll end up squishmallow. That's true. Okay, you're tempting me. But if I wanted to do that, I would grab a strand of this yellow and that orange like Mr. Bones suggested, and we'd get pretty close to the right colour. You feel like you're being a menace? No, we appreciate you. You're adding flavour and texture. Trust me, Mr. Bones will let you know if you're being a menace. He lives for that. But megapod it? Well, you might, these things have to happen naturally. You cannot force the megapoding process. Recently discovered Bundaberg Sparkling Pink Grapefruit drink. Oh, I love their blood orange one. It's very yummy. I have this, I try to do this thing where like I get stuck in a lot of ruts. Like I do a lot of the samesies type things. But recently I've been, I know, guys, I'm so boring. I'm so sorry. I've been going, when I go to the grocery store, we stop by the like soft drinks, pop, fizzy, the fizzy drink aisle and soda aisle, and I look at what's on sale, and I try and get something that's on sale every week, or every second week, or whenever I'm there at the same time as Mr. Bones, to be perfectly frank. So I've tried the Bundaberg ones; they're all really tasty. This week, the sales were disappointing, and I refused to experiment not on sale. So I ended up with just 4 glass bottles. They were half price, so it was like the Schweppes lemonade. I'm looking forward to popping one of those later. In fact, I might even do it on stream because I understand there is always a lot of conversation around the differences in our lemonade, and it'd be fun to show you what our lemonade looks like. But yeah, they were half price, so it was like 4 small glass bottles for $3.75 or something like that. So like that's my fancy beverage for the week. Exactly, I do not choose the Megapod Life. The Megapod Life chooses me. It goes where it wants. I have no control over this process because if I did, nothing would ever be megapoded. Last week, we should have gotten through more Pokemon than we did. Scyther has some splaining to do. Cool. So I think that's the top of the head, and if I start growing the nose now, I will not regret it later. So I'm going to grow that nose out by just way overpiling increases into one spot. I just have to work out which spot and how many increases, because I think that nose takes over his whole head. So I'm thinking across 4 stitches, and I think it'll be a case of an increase, then 2 increase 3s, as I call them in shorthand, and then an increase. And in a row of 15, that's going to take 4 stitches, which will leave us with 11 stitches remaining, which means if I want it evenly spaced roughly, I will put 5 single crochet on one side and 6 single crochet on the other. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that will add, it'll get us up to 19, which is a yucky number, but we won't be stuck there for very long. Oh, hi Nat. Oh, are we worried about Caterpickle? Caterpickle's fine, Nat. I promise Caterpickle's fine. I'm not fully sure where he is, but I have a pretty good idea. And nothing crochet has been discovered as ruined or wet at this point, and Caterpickle was very much completely dry on the shelf when we had to clear the room. So it's okay. All of the guys, all of them are fine. I just can't access them very easily at the moment. So I think they might be all on the, oh, what was he doing out there? I didn't know where he was, but he is fine. Now he's there in the background. I apparently I had absolutely no idea where Caterpickle was, but Mr. Bones was on it.
He had a little bag on the end of his stick and he was just wandering along the floor with it.
Oh, he was moving out. Oh, this is a cough drop, bro. Mr. Bones, do you see your image in mirrors, or are you a vampire? He is not a vampire. He was just a free range Caterpie. Oh my goodness. That is a frog. What's a frog? What are we reacting to? This is a frog, if that's what we're talking about. And hang on. This is a frog. That's another Mr. Bones. We have two of them. One's blue. That's another foot. You've put one too many Pokemon on his head, now he's leaving home. Nonsense, they know what they signed up for. What's funny is that like they might look like they're bonding on camera, but from where I'm standing, it looks like Caterpickle is very afraid that Mr. Bones will notice him any second. Snorlax has been finished. We don't sew them together on stream. I do that off camera because it takes like another hour or so, and sometimes it's more fun just to get some more Pokemon made. But he's there, or is his butt, which is an important thing to notice. And we named him Snacks. No, we named him Scraps. Scraps, not Snacks. You have a Book of Monsters by Megan Lapp. Oh, that's cool. Is the red pin yarn Mr. Bones' blood? What? Huh? In the top right-hand corner, it looks like Caterpickle. So, yeah, this corner. We have one of the Franks from one of the collabs with Skein Spider League over there. So that was one of the Franks. That might be what you were seeing. Or we have, I'm gonna cause a frog avalanche. And we have a frog. I'll just cram them all back in there and hope for the best. They are not stable, and half of it's been cleared off as a form of emergency. The Santa hat will not stay on. It's gone. It's gone. The Santa hat is gone. I don't even remember what I was doing. I'm building a nose. Do you suppose he likes his nose? What if we did a glowy skeleton animal? Oh yes, that could be fun. I wouldn't mind doing some more skeletons, but it's one of those things where I have to decide if it's a I'm working it out video or if it's a I've worked it out and here's how you can make one video. So which process would you be more interested in? The process where you get to make it yourself or me working it out to begin with? Who among us is stable? Red, oh pink, right. He's in the middle of it like a pool of blood. Oh no, he just likes it. And it's where he's not hidden behind my head, so. The frog has a red thing behind it, making it look like Caterpickle. Oh, okay, I think that was the Santa hat. But the Santa hat has fallen now. He had a little Christmas hat. He was feeling jolly. CK or Bones, weird question, but can you get the non-Pokemon patterns without having to join Patreon? They're on Etsy, and in general, most of my patterns are available on YouTube. If you're talking about just getting written versions of them, Etsy and Patreon are where they're available. That's where I've got them. It's honestly, it's how I make money. It's how I live. So that's why it's all set up that way. I do try and keep things as free on YouTube as possible. So yeah, well, we do our best. I think we go around again. What do you think? Looking very duckish at the moment. I like the videos where you can make one yourself. Okay, all right, cool. So like, yeah, it's a different process. Working it out as it helps for us to know how to make or modify patterns for future. But that's true. It's true. And I do think that I feel like there are a lot of people doing patterns on YouTube really well. Probably better than me in a lot of cases. But I do think that the thing I kind of have to offer y'all is the fact that I am willing to like open the top of my brain and just like pour the crochet juices out on camera and just like let you know exactly what I'm thinking and the stream of consciousness as I go, which I admittedly I haven't specifically looked for it, but I also don't think anyone else is doing. So I kind of feel like that's where I can have the ability to maybe be interesting to people, but I also don't really know. It's turning out so cute. Oh, thank you. You like both processes fine. Thanks. I appreciate that. I promise no one's hurting Caterpickle. He is a firm favourite around here, which is probably why he was in a different location to the others who were all shoved into tubs and bags. He apparently got a privileged position up on a shelf somewhere. Okay. We have a nose. Do I have eyes here? I do have eyes here. Excellent. All right, well, gives me something to think about anyway. I don't know which animal I would make a skeleton for. I don't even know if I would go realistic like I did with, well, realistic like I did with Mr. Bones, or if I would try slightly cartoonier, probably slightly cartoonier. I will say a really cool compliment I got was somebody was an X-ray technician or was playing one online, said that I got the bones pretty dang close for Mr. Bones, which is really cool. Hello, Derp. The Patu is in a box. I've been making the panicking pug for the last week. I'm not quite happy with it yet, but I'm hopeful. Oh no, Caterpickle doesn't support social hierarchy based on popularity, equality, and freedom to the people and the Pokemon. All right. I mean, Caterpickle can go back in the box if you want, Nat, but I thought you wanted to see him. I've tried looking for another YouTuber that makes crochet content like yours, but unsuccessful. This Skate Spider's pretty good. I really enjoyed her Crolympic series. What are you doing? I'm very nervous right now. It's a rare sighting of Mr. Bones in the wild. See, now you've done it. He's taken Caterpickle away. Yeah, he's snuggled up with Venonat. He's fine. Yeah, I will, and I don't know if this is a good thing to admit or not. I will admit that while I make crochet content, I do not consume a lot of it. That's not to say that I find it without value. It's just I often find live streams or something similar is more what I'm interested in at the time. So anyone who has any good crochet channels to sorry, I'm very distracted by what's happening with Caterpickle right now. Anyone who has any good crochet channels to suggest, by all means leave them, because I am also interested in finding them. That is not to say that they are not out there. I don't know. I'm just trying not to upset anybody. I think when you do something all day, you look for something a little bit different to watch. Like I've been watching that Midwest Magic cleaning channel a lot because I wish I had more time to clean my house, and it's cathartic to watch someone else's house get cleaned. Like, it's funny, but we are all just mammals with brain juices who want certain things to have happened. All right, I think I did 2 rows of 19 there, and I've got that noted, and then I think I'm closing off the bottom of the snoot now. And we're gonna have to hit it hard, and we're gonna have to hit it fast, because otherwise it's gonna get away from us, see? Which will bring us back down to 15 single crochet, which is nice. It's nice, it's lovely. It's what we want. The Caterpickle chaos has given you serotonin. Yeah, I know, it genuinely makes me so happy, which is why we steer into it. But that's a lot of pressure on poor Nat, who turns up and brings the joy in bucket loads. I don't think she realizes, Nat, I don't think you realize exactly how many people's day is hinged on you having a slightly unhinged reaction to the Caterpie. It's like, got a live stream. Can't let Nat down. Mr. Bones cannot beat Ninu. Can we get a French flag for Caterpickle as he calls for the revolution? He does not. Caterpickle is nominated, he will not, I don't know, what's the nominated, he will not run, elected, he will not stand. He has become a figurehead for a revolution. That does not mean he endorses it. He is an apolitical bug. I would do a decrease, a triple decrease, and a decrease for the snoot. I actually did something similar to that. I said I did a decrease, and then I did 2 triple decreases, and then another decrease. And that's how we got this. But that's because when I was building it, I built it with an increase, 2 triple increases, and an increase. So yeah, you're right on the money. And in the next row, I'm going to do 2 decreases underneath as well, just to finish snatching that in. Let's see, 5 single crochet, and I kind of don't want to go down to 13 stitches, but it's gonna make me. It's fine, we're gonna go to 13 and we're gonna just deal with it. We're adults, sometimes we have to do horrible things like deal in 13s. Not a single CK video has missed. Oh, thank you. I think that's a thank you. I've not seen Big Stack D. Is that a YouTube channel? I see I miscalculated because I can't count the what? All right, I'm pretty sure there's some context missing on that one there. Oh, because you can't count for your life. Right, oh, sorry, I understand. Yep. I didn't see the name before, but you're the person who was saying, yeah, you got the shaping right. That's right. Yeah, no, counting. Pff, who needs counting? We're just crocheters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's why we got stitch markers. Whoop, nope, it's all right, I got it. I caught the stitch. Tried to split on me. We didn't let it. I'm liking this color the more I carry on. But then I think that I'm slowly starting to think of it as orange instead of yellow, which is helping. Your husband described you as a vaguely adultish shaped person the other day. Yeah. Yeah, I relate to that statement because, like, on the one hand, I'm doing hard things at the moment. Some very adult hard things, but I'm also feeling woefully unprepared for all of it. And feeling like I skipped a class somewhere. Oh, they've all been here. Well, thank you very much, Ushiel. Caterpickle is not apolitical at all. How could he in a world where his fellows get stepped on by executors? Okay. I was more insinuating that he's not old enough to vote. Megapod, that Macca's order. Oh yeah, Macca sounds great. If you're going to crochet, you must first ask yourself, can I count? Yeah, the answer is no. The answer is you cannot. Though I will also add that I think you can count better than you think you can. Is this too derpy of a head? Because, I don't know. I think it'll do. I think it'll be fine.
Head close up on Discord.
Hmm?
Head close up on Discord in profile.
Oh, you know, I've been using those images.
At the very bottom, I put a specific.
I forgot his spike. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the one you posted. It's like, I forgot his spike, but I guess we'll sew a spike on afterwards. Sorry guys, I forgot his spike after I ranted about the spike. We like him? Okay. Yeah, I can hear Mr. Bones printing things too again. It's always hilarious. There's always payoff. What's up, honey?
Can I borrow the cutting mat?
Yes.
I can cut on something else, like a chopping board.
It's the only thing keeping my mouse clinging to life. Oh, good. Next row I'm going to get us back down to 12 stitches, which is going to be delightful. Just lovely. Oh, right. Sorry, did somebody ask why I hate 13? Yeah, I just hate it when I hit a prime number because, like, 12 is great because you can evenly space stitches in 12 because it's divisible by so many numbers. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 12, right? And even 8, you can sort of, as like, I know that it's not a multiple of, but like 8 is really good too. It helps split things into thirds. It's great. 12 is great. 13 does not have the same benefits to it, but it does have others in that odd numbers you can clearly identify a center stitch in a lot of cases, which can be very helpful with some shaping. It's just, I tend to moan about the fact that I don't like using prime numbers. I like dealing in multiples of 3 ideally, but 6, 3s and 6s are just the ones that I've grown comfortable with, and I don't like being asked to leave my comfort zone. My name's Complicated Knots, and this is my TED Talk. 1, 2... Make a mon out of you. That is actually so funny. Oh, you, Christine. Hi, I started with crochet amigurumi a year ago. Your channel was one of the channels that helped me very much. The axolotl from you was the very first amigurumi you made. Thank you for your great work and the good explanations. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. No, it means a lot to me to know that like I'm getting people into the craft, you know? That's another one for the cult. Nah, just make things. It feels good. Don't count, you don't use stitch markers. The vibes will be your guide. Yeah, it's like garlic and vanilla essence, okay? You never measure that stuff. Why would you start here? You wait for your ancestors to tap you on the shoulder and be like, we think that's enough. That's how we do it. That's how we do the thing. You watch Midwest Magic Cleaning? Oh, and Big Stack D is very similar. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. I will give them a go. Because like I find a lot of those cleaning channels like to like obsess over the tragedy of how they got in that state, whereas really I want the content of like, we're going to put all this stuff in bags and look at that difference, and then we're going to wipe these counters down and then look at that, you know what I mean? I like the steps. Okay, all right, cool. I have a head. And I think I just immediately need to start growing some belly out, which is fine because we're at 12, which is, as we've discussed, divisible by 3, which is fantastic. So that means that we can grow belly and sides nice and evenly simultaneously, but in more of a conical shape instead of just like a round flat shape. 3s. So we will go 1, 2, 3 and an increase because that's lining up pretty nicely with our rotation at the moment. And we'll do that 3 times. Get us back up to 15, and we'll probably do that over a number of rows. You think that's enough? Your inner voice always. Yeah, there is no such thing as too much garlic, too much vanilla essence, or many other things. Like, yeah. Many other things. Okay, you gotta go get your toddler. Yep, okay, Criticus Rex, good luck. I say your name every time because I enjoy your name. I apologize, I promise I'm not making fun, it's just super fun to say. Can you count? Yes. Can you count reliably? Well, let's find out. Yeah, well, honestly, I think that crochet is way more forgiving than people think it is too. Like, with the one exception being if you're actively trying to share a pattern with people. I genuinely think it doesn't matter if you flub a stitch count even as much as like every 4th or 5th row. It's only if you're like flubbing every single row that you're going to end up with something that looks different. Crochet is forgiving. It's squishy. It wants to form the shape you stuff it in. So you can get away with all kinds of stuff if you need to. Oh, Mr. Bones, I am dying to know what you are sticky taping. I have a theory, but I don't want to ruin a punchline. So I can't wait to see. Okay, there we go. I actually ended up changing that rotation. So it was 2 single crochet, an increase, and then a single crochet because 3 was pushing it too far over. So here now we have an increase just under the jaw and 1 on either side of the body. And so, sorry, I'm tucking my way into the corner again. 1 under the jaw. And so that'll help us grow the shape that we want here. Too many stitches, sneak a decrease in. Exactly. Perfect, Coletti Spaghetti. Is it what I think it is? Oh, it is not what I thought it was. That's great though. You're gonna give her a heart attack. Oh no.
Caterpickle is political, but not in the way you thought.
He's not on camera. You didn't show him. Our baby has been radicalized. I don't like this. Oh no. The theme of the... No, they are the backs. I have not snapped them on yet, but thank you very much for the reminder. The theme for today is what broke my pipes. And the answers don't make any sense, but it was a good theme. It got the job done. It got the ball rolling. He is not a politipickle. What's really funny, I'm sorry, Oh, I don't have my phone in here. Honey, if you can find my phone, could you bring it in? I really want to show them what Caterpillar looks like from my angle. Five and 6.
There are 86 different places your phone could be.
I think it might be on those shelves by the door on top of where your DVDs are. That's the last place I remember putting it.
What are DVDs? Can you eat them?
Are they tasty? Alright guys, hold on one second. I got a gift for you. Because Caterpillar is being really rude, but it's funny. Alright, the pic is going up in Discord. There's a link to the Discord in the description of the video, by the way, guys. It's not paywalled or anything like that. It's free, it's open. Oh my goodness, Leafy, what is happening to Caterpie? I'm sorry, I did not expect to see that when I opened Discord on my phone. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at. And now we focus again. I'm sorry, that gif is so funny. But also, maybe we spoiler tag that. I don't want to upset anyone who loves Caterpillar because Caterpillar is a beloved character on this particular stream and we don't want to upset anyone. I've given the flag to Snorlax instead. Snorlax has kind of Team Rocket energy. Oh no. Nat, I promise everything's fine. Everything's fine? Yeah, everything's fine. What is the Discord? It's just ComplicatedKnots Discord. No spaces between complicated and knots. It's all one word. 'Cause that's what I did when I made it. But yeah, there's a link in the description. It should still be working. And if you get stuck, Mr. Bones is your port of call. He is the moderator over there as well. And he keeps the trains running on time, as it were. So as do Kit, Rachel, and Milo? Milo. They're our mods, and they're great. I think it's Milo. What I'm questioning is the pronunciation. I can see your name in my brain. In case you're here watching, you have not been forgotten. That's not what's happening here. I've just never had to say it out loud before. Now I'm on a mission. Yeah, it's Milo Slither. Milo Slither? Something like that. Something like that. You know him, you love him, you see him about the Discord. Steve Owen was afraid of these birds? Yeah, they're cassowaries. You should be afraid of those birds. Oh, I'm reacting to the wrong thing, sorry. Now we just need to make me out, lol. Yeah, maybe. We also haven't made Arbok yet. Now we want to see... No, Caterpillar is not getting a rocket costume. Right, as the self-proclaimed protector and defender of Caterpillar, I challenge Mr. Bones to a duel, so I slap you with my white glove. Okay, there will be no dueling. There will be no dueling here. We have confiscated the Team Rocket flag. I've given it to Snorlax, who is an adult. Caterpillar can reassess when he's a little older. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18. You went to your breakfast and came back to the harshness of reality? No! So it's not very complicated to find the Discord, almost like an ComplicatedKnots. Well, for a while there, we almost spun out Complicated into a full-on brand. Complicated games, complicated, I don't know. Just who has the energy? We're ComplicatedKnots. It is what it is. That's how I've always thought about crochet. It's sculpting with math, it's sculpting with knots. They're just very complicated knots. That's where the name comes from. Snorlax isn't even awake enough to know he's holding that flag. Exactly, he's asleep. He's just holding it. The flag's in a timeout. If your Caterpillar would never join the Team Rocket, they do not appreciate the Pokemon's individuality. Okay, that's fair. I'm worried I'm making him too chubby too quickly. But we're adjusting on the fly. Gotta get the cassowary off my screen. I'm gonna eat a piece of candy. Piece of candy. I'm sorry, what's happening in the Discord is unhinged right now. Caterpillar is a very nice little caterpillar, and none of our Pokemon would ever join Team Rocket. You have to go. Bye, Christine. Thanks for hanging out. Does Dragonite have a little satchel? Does Dragonite have a bag? You've stopped the gifts for now. It's actually appreciated. It's actually, I end up closing Discord when there's gifs flashing over and over and over in my line of sight because they distract me. But like, that's not a reason not to post them, but it's then I don't have Discord open and I sometimes miss important reference images. Yeah, ooh, piece of candy. Okay, Caterpillar is fine. Please don't take the baby away. He is... It's funny, it's complicated because like he's one of my favorite ones that I've made. It's just you guys love him so much more. I feel like the intensity of my love is kind of nullified by it. So he doesn't need to be my favorite because you guys have got that base covered. But I still love him. 3, 4, 5. Okay, drift has accounted for many things and gotten us back nicely aligned to not have complicated increasing rows. Did you draw? Sorry, someone drew a face on Snorlax. It's cute. It's very cute. I'm not going to look at that screen anymore. Has the Dragonair been named yet? Oh, the Dragonite has not been named yet. The Dragonair we've named either Didranair or Didrini. I think it was Didrini. 4, 5, because like Dratini is Hydrini. And so we had Hydrini or Didrini. Just a self-proclaimed protector. Yes. This guy's like, yeah, as I said, I appreciate your enthusiasm and it certainly brings a fun flavor to the stream, but I promise there's no Caterpillar abuse going on here. Yeah. That's a very nice way to put that, Nat. Love is love. But do we want to name the Dragonite? just to throw that back out there. Okay. Try and get us a little bit more back on track. Because I think I saw Derp as one of the names, but I don't think I've seen any since then. Oh, okay, yeah, I see. Dragonite does have a little bag. It's such a cute little bag. Your manager at work loves Hydrate or Dihydrate. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I should get shirts made or something, which is Hydrate or Dihydrate for great. Okay, everybody, the water bottle, here we go. Okay, there we go. We are hydrating. Silly, Claire, Mouse. I think he needs to be done before I can see any other names than Happy. That's true. Sometimes it's the facial expression that gets the job done. think I'm just working rows of 21 single crochet at the moment. I'm trying to make sure that I make him belly enough while also keeping the rate of growth correct, because he's kind of a little bowling pin dude. Hydrate or dihydrate with an angry looking caterpillar so the shirt is less advice and more of a threat. Caterpillar says hydrate or dihydrate. Well, we've also had things like, because like the whole thing has become a bit of a spiel. It's hydrate or dihydrate, stretch, save your work, back it up to a second location, check your pipes for bursts. So, sorry, I'm closing Discord. I'm so sorry. Mr. Bones, you know how to reach me if you need to. So yeah, technically we could make him like back up. He could be something unrelated. We could just name him Bottle, because he's our drink bottle, a water bottle, bottle. Gallon's cute. I like Gallon. Oh yeah, there we go. So somebody's already suggested water bottle. So like, yeah, water bottle or Gallon is kind of cute. Don't have near us. Hydrini, Dydrini, shaken not stirred. Hydrini, Dydrini, baked in a piedrini. I don't know, it's just got like children's nursery rhyme kind of vibes to it. Or else with me standing behind him as backup because he's a small baby. Yeah, I think Gallon's cute because also I think he's got a body like a 10-gallon drum. Gallon Rickman. Let me check. Okay, I'll check the spreadsheet as a sign of faith here because maybe we did have a name recorded here. Where are you, friend? Dragonite. Nope, I don't have any name recorded. We have Hydrini, which is locked in for Dratini, and then we have either Dydrini or Dydranair for Dragonite. So for Dragonair. I personally like Dydrini because I think Dydranair just sounds really intense. But no name recorded for Dragonite yet. Good morning, Melissa. We like Stanley? Like a Stanley mug. Oh, I like Stanley. That's so cute. How many rows of 21 single crochet did I do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, I'm in a very patty cake mental place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Increase. Ord? Jonathan? Coletti Spaghetti, I never expect any of us to behave. Why should it be any different whether you're here or not? Stanley is cute. Dragon Queen? I'm not sure I get Ord. 4? Haven't thought of a decent name in a hot minute. Well, that's fine. Like, you can't win them all. From the Stanley Parable. Yes, I quite enjoyed, I think, the Stanley Parable. That's that one you win by, yeah, never mind. Sunny D, he is a very specific colour. Just call him orange juice and pretend that we didn't make him in yellow. Poster work. You see, I'm not getting the, oh, it's because he has the satchel and delivers post in the anime, right? That's what I'm missing. Mailman. Mailman has the same energy as like Chadlington Chad, you know? He's not just any man, he's the mailman. Ah, that's where the problem came in. I did 7 before my first increase instead of 6. Back we go! Orders from Dragon Tales. Okay. I gotta tell you, Like, well, you guys get to vote on the names, but it's often quite a push if I'm not familiar with the reference. Male Pokemon. 8, 4, 5. I'm still weirded out by the fact that Dragonite apparently has a spike on his head. Dehydronate? Dehydronite, I like that. Sian is not being the most cooperative, but I do think it's doing its best, and that's all we can really ever ask of something. Could be Hydrolyte, that's funny. Because that's what happens if you don't hydrate, you end up needing the Hydrolyte. Maybe no brand names for names though. The thing is that tubby enough? Have we made him, or do we keep going fatter? I think we don't have that much more body to go. So I'm nervous to make him any larger. So maybe that's as wide as he gets. Maybe that's just what he is. We could do OJ, but it's one of those things where like Homer, he also is a little bit Homer Simpson, but OJ Simpson has some loaded terms and history with it. Like De Niro, Life Straw, Stanley Gallon.
Yeah, you caught on to OJ Simpson same time I did.
No. More Bulbous, but he's not going to be very... We can't make him too bulbous or he'll turn into Bulbasaur. He a low chunky boy? He is a low chunky boy. He is. But Alright. Here's what I'm going to do for you. Because we're friends. Instead of adding more height at this point, we will add... I was going to say girth, but you'll all just laugh at me. But girth has a meaning, okay? We'll make him 1 row bigger. Didn't you have to make a horn for Dragonair? So we actually haven't made Dragonair yet. We've named him. We named him at the same time as Dratini, but we haven't made Dragonair. We've just made Dratini. And now Dragonite. It's funny, we're really fleshing out the lower end of the Pokédex quite a bit these days, but I'll also add that none of that shows up in any of the thumbnail images, so it'd be really helpful to me if I would stop picking Pokemon from the end of the Pokédex and instead fill out some of the spaces that people can actually see in the thumbnails. Yeah, exactly. As in belt, that is correct. I knew Dragonite had a spike, but I didn't realize it was so tiny. Well, hey, let's not, we're not making fun of the Dragonite's spike, okay? It's just weird. It's just so weird. The fact, like, I'm looking at it, I'm just like, I have never seen this person before in my life. I keep forgetting to yarn under. These stitches are a mess. Alright, I still haven't snapped the backs of these eyes on. Haven't snapped the backs of the eyes on. Gotta do that. Should probably do that now. We're gonna do it now. It's just hard when he's not very far along. Because what if I get it wrong? But like that looks right to me. It does. And I feel like if I need them closer together, I can pull them in. And I can always just overstuff and give him turtle brain. So, alright, let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. Just pull his brains out. Alright, who wants to see if we can get some popping sounds? I do. Okay. Okay, me, let's go. Let's do this thing. That didn't make any popping sounds at all. I'll just have to add some popping sounds later. That wasn't bad. Alright, we didn't get any popping sounds, so we're going to do this. Okay. Yeah, I like it. I like it so much. I feel gaslit by the spike, exactly. Cotton Eye Joe. Where did it come from? Where did it go? Exactly, Kelly. I also forget. I have a spreadsheet open on my other screen that helps me keep track. It's like, it's easy enough to remember like 20, 30, even 40, but we're in the 60s now and we've made 112 Pokemon in general. It's too hard to remember what we've made and what we haven't. Nat, you've got one too? I love it so much. Sorry, we spent a whole chunk of the stream talking about it. I got it yesterday. I've never had a fidget toy before. So, but I was very stressed. I'm having a stressful week, guys. And then this happened and, it's the best. I love it so much. Oh. Anyway, I get it now. I get it. I'm a fidget toy person now. Scratches a part of my brain I didn't even know was itchy. Oh, hey, Barack Obama's Barbie Army, you made it. I've got to say, I need a warm up before I say your name. It's a lot of, it's fun, but it's like, it's a bit of a workout. Oh, Nat, you should share it in the Discord so I can see the one you're talking about. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I went one size bigger, and I am now satisfied that we have reached the appropriate level of proportional chunky. So now I will add 2 rows of height, and then we'll close off. And I'm going to do the tail as a separate piece because in this shaping we have not swooped the opening sufficiently for me to be happy with the direction the tail would point. So the easy fix is just to make it as a separate piece. Oh, you're not late. It's just, I saw your comment last week about you missed it. And so I was just like, oh, I wonder if you'll make it this week. And you did. Fidget toys help you stop picking up pens and clicking them consistently. Yeah, I used to do this thing where I, you know, sleeper earrings. I used to like snap them open and shut in school before fidget toys were a thing because I'm old. And I broke so many earrings that way. Of course, these days we solve that with fidget toys. There's like something about these little pop ones. They always feel dirty to me, don't get me wrong, but something about the pop that they make when they all pop back out again, just, yeah, I don't know, it's nourishing my inner child or something. Okay, Eagle Ironic, you're thanking me for something and I don't know what. And now I'm worried that I've recommended something without knowing it. It's just like bubble wrap, but forever. It is, it's forever bubble wrap. And okay, so I like popping bubble wrap too, but this is better because the best part of this is the anti-pop. It's the anti-pop that's the best bit. Never found a good fidget replacement for clicking pens. It's too satisfying. Yeah, well, I think it's different things for different folks, isn't it? Like the person who I happened to be fidget shopping with yesterday, because that was the thing, we went fidget shopping, likes the ones that she can like curl around in one hand. But we never found one that was quite right. It's a bit disappointing. I don't have any backs left for your smaller safety eyes. No! Oh, 20 millimeters won't do the trick. I've heard that you can like melt the backs of eyes to help them stay in place. I know that you can super glue and pray. It's a bit rough. I'll admit that I'm really guilty of like buying my eyes in bulk and then just, it's too hard to count if they sent enough eyes, and so I kind of just go on faith. I feel like they just throw in an approximate amount of eyes. Yeah, all the pops come at the same time. Exactly. That's it. You were thanking for the extra girth on the Dragonite. All right. Thank you, Eagle Ironic. That's you're welcome. You're very welcome for the extra girth on the Dragonite. That's a sentence. And at least, okay, so Puppy Mint Mocha, like the fact that you can't find a replacement for clicking pens, honestly, I don't think that's a problem because at least clicking pens are really accessible, you know, they're not difficult to find. They're good. Like it's, at least you're not craving a sensation that's really like obscure and difficult to locate. Okay, that's one row. Is it? Oh it's 2 rows, golly. I am a machine. All right, okay. What am I gonna do? Well, now we're stuck at 27. How on earth do we decrease 27? 27 is divisible by 9, which would get us down. Should get us, we could do that down to 24. That slopes it. I'm fine with a little bit of a slope. Cool, I'm fine with that. That's good. What's the latest gen you've crocheted a Pokemon from? Okay, funny story. We've made Lechonk. So Lechonk is from the most recent gen. I actually don't know. Hang on, let me scroll right to the bottom of my spreadsheet here and see if I've written it down. Whoop, there we go. We've made Lechonk, and he is a very good boy, but he's not in my spreadsheet for some reason. Is it Gen 8 we're up to or Gen 9? Gen 9, there we are. We've made Lechonk. Gen 9, number 915 in the National Pokédex at the time I created my spreadsheet. Yeah, so that's the latest one, but other than Lechonk, we have never gone above Gen 4 because that's who I have available in my playthroughs at the moment. So that's who we've made. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I feel like there is a little bit of context missing with the whole Gen 1 thing because, like, I get that Gen 1 is kind of trendy, but I think, and this is a story I haven't really told, and I'm thinking I should maybe save it to the video that I'm doing questions and answers in, but I'll give you like the brief overview, is that I pretty much started crocheting because I wanted to make all 151 original Pokemon. Like, it's actually a way more significant part of my origin story than I think it gets credit for. And so it kind of goes unsaid a lot, but like sitting here and getting to do this now, it's actually really freaking cool to me. And I would be doing this anyway. It's just, yeah, it's cool that you guys want to be involved in the process. It's like, this is the big dream project that I had when I first picked up a hook. It's just, it took a long time for me to get good enough to do it properly. Really want to see me do Appleton? Oh, is that does he evolve from Applin? Because I have my first Applin and I know I need 3, so I won't evolve any of them. I have a sweet apple and I have a tart apple. I don't have the syrupy apple yet, but I want to wait until I have all 3 Applins. I'm going to do them all at the same time. I'm really looking forward to it because I understand that he's the worm in the apple and the pun of that is just amazing. Hi. You? Okay. It's almost 1 a.m. Oh, I think you should go to bed uniquely, Sarah. Thanks for hanging out though. And now the dream's coming through, exactly. I think it's just, because I've talked before about how I want to do a video that's like I crocheted all 151 original Pokemon, and I still probably will do that. Though, again, in hindsight, I feel like I should be carving each of these streams up into a 20-minute super edit. I feel like people would watch that. But who has the time? What am I doing now? I'm decreasing by 6. Yeah, it's just one of those things where I was like, this is actually, life isn't just like trying to get to the next thing. It's like right now I am living everything I've ever dreamed of, even with a burst pipe in my floor and floorboards that are warped 6 ways to Sunday. Like, there's a lot of good things. Good things. Trying to remember how to do math at the moment, guys. I gotta tell you, I'm struggling. What is 8 divided by 6? It's 4, right? So 2 single crochet and a decrease will get the job done. It's almost 4 a.m. then. No! No! Do not ruin a sleep cycle for a stream. There are a few things as good in life as having a solid sleep cycle that just gets you well rested. Love the fact that Appleton's eyes are his ears. It's so cute. I just think he's adorable. I've actually not... All right, here's the thing. I know he's a dragon in there. I love that. I have managed to not see any of Appleton's evolutions, right? I know he's an apple dragon. I know that he evolves 3 ways. I've managed not to see any of the evolved forms yet. And that is such a rare thing because it's not like I've actively avoided them. It's just... the content I watch focuses more on like shiny hunting, not so much on like Pokédex completion and that sort of thing. And so like, I haven't seen them yet. I'm gonna get to see them for the first time when I evolve them, unless someone spoils them. But please, I'd rather you didn't spoil them if that's okay, guys. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. But I've only found one apple so far. I gotta find the other 2 apples. Oh, High Dragon. That we can't name Dragonite High Dragon because Hydreigon is a Pokemon. I'm sorry, I have to nix that name if that was what the name suggestion was. I wake at 4 a.m. not by choice most days as I need my next. Oh, okay. So your streams are something you look forward to each week. Well, I'm very happy to play that role, Lush Phoenix. Like, yeah, it's one of those things where like I understand that night shift is a thing as well, and those people like they get to have live streams too. Being here in Australia, most of the streamers I watch don't stream when I'm awake, and that's fine. That's fine. I stream when I feel like I am best able to deliver a reasonably entertaining stream. So yeah, that's why we stream in the middle of the afternoon on a Sunday. Though it used to be Monday, but then you guys asked for it to move to a weekend so you could ruin your sleep schedules, and I'm like, cool, yep, we can do that. You'll think, I know I'll love him. I already know I will. 8.6, that's like 1.3. Okay, yeah. If you make a dragon encounter power sandwich in Tag Tree Thicket, you'll find a bunch of applin up the trees. Yeah, that's where I found my first applin. I actually haven't done any picnics at all yet. I'm a slow adopter of new mechanics, but I will say that I've already found my first 2 shinies in game. I've got my little pink Mareep, who is now my pink Ampharos, and I got my Citodle. I got a shiny Citodle that just walked up to me on the mountain and said, hello. It's mine now. Gonna show us some neat tricks with his wings. I mean, yes, but they're also not new tricks because we've already done so many wings in this series. I feel like you guys have already seen how I do them. But yeah, wings are super easy. It's just you kind of have to adjust your thinking from like straight on to on an angle. The sleep schedule is already ruined. Oh, well, I mean, you're not alone. You're surrounded by us. Savor, because he looks like some tasty treats and he can be save, sip, save, stretch. Yeah, that's savor works. I'm still right up there with Gallon. Preach that Aussie time zone, yeah. Everything is upside down here, and it's fine. There's always the replays. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes the replays go down for a couple of hours while various processes work themselves out. But in general, they don't go down for very long. You would name him Teddy? That's cute. I like that. Is that short for Theodore, or is he just a bit of a teddy bear? Gallonite? You're trying to add a little bit of austerity to it. Nah, he bucket. He bucket. That's it. Nothing but bucket. Sorry, he just bucket. Yep. Oh yeah, Darcy, how's the car going? Are you still here? Yeah, there you are. Hello. Lolita? That just sounds like a Pokemon, doesn't it? If you throw a bunch of avocados on the sandwich, you should get Dragon Encounter. Okay, cool. Avocados, good to know. Flagon. We can't call him Flagon because we've got Flygon. I'm sorry. I have to nix any that sound pretty much exactly like actual Pokemon. The theme today is who broke my pipes. Because it wasn't me. Alright. He's a little out of proportion. He should be taller. But I think we can make it work. I think we can make it work. Alright, what do you guys want to see next? Maybe arms? Hydrosaur? We could call him Flask. Flagonite. Sorry, Flagonite. The betrayal. You had a Pokemon named Bucket, you named an Illumise that and traded it to your friend and he accidentally binned it. What? No! He's a Dino Nuggie. He is a Dino Nuggie. He's a little sweet potato. He's a yam. Them yams though. We want to see tail first? Okay, sorry, I think I just started making an arm. We can make a tail. That's no biggie. I'm going to start with Magic Ring 5 though, just to change things up. What can I say? We're feeling fancy. There we go. Tale as old as time. There we are, back at Disney. I swear, like, okay. I could do Disney characters so freaking well if they would just not sue me into the ground for it. Just saying. I would do incredible things for them. Even if they are a giant corporation. I'd make all the sidekicks. It'd be great. Whew. He does look like one, but he's there. He's a little yam. He's just, all he's missing is his marshmallows. That's a thing, right? You guys put marshmallows on your sweet potato for some reason? Potatoes. Flask. Yeah, hydrini or dihydrini and flask. It's kind of like salt, pepper, and paprika. He's just like the derpy little, like, cousin who got invited into the photo. And we're gonna increase. Let's start working up a cone. Having a 4 AM dinner of mashed potatoes with a side of warm dill pickles. Is that a comfort meal or are you punishing yourself for something? Because I can't tell. You wouldn't mind seeing me do a people series of crochet thing? Dazzling Action, I might need more information as to what you mean. I wouldn't mind seeing me do a series doing a people series of crochet thing. I don't get it, I'm so sorry. We will not be calling him Puff. People are scary. I was going to say you have a one-track mind and read that as Patoot. Owls all the way down. Your mum loves sweet potato casserole, the dish with marshmallows. That's so odd. Because, like, I love me some sweet potatoes, but we, like, oven roast them with garlic. Or get, like, at minimum, get some, like, oven bake sweet potato fries, which are great. Coles does some really good ones. I'm sorry, they do. And have that on rice with, like, some tonkatsu or teriyaki sauce. That's good. That's real good. That's good breakfast. I like that for breakfast. People character with a theme. Oh, okay, right. You were unlikely to ever see me willingly make people, and I appreciate that that's something you guys might be interested in seeing, but that's not my problem. No, that's rude. I don't get any joy out of making people. I don't. Whereas like creatures, I love it. It fills me with absolute joy. When I feel like I'm finally nailing something, I can't wait to show you all. And I just don't. You know, so with people, it's just like, here, I did it. Next. I should put a stitch marker in. I'm making mistakes and it's gonna be hard to fix them. Hair is difficult? Depends on if you consider it as like one whole shape or many little shapes. He kind of looks like a yellow squash. He does. Well, we drove 40 kilometers to the mechanics and another 40k to take a friend home. Now we're finishing the 80 kilometers. Oh, Darcy, that just sounds like Australia. That has Australia written all over it. You're a good friend, though. Creatures as people? No, people as creatures, maybe. Hello and happy time zone. Hi, Not Martini. Welcome. How long have I been going anyway? Only 5 hours. Okay, that's fine. Kind of lost all track of the concept of time for a second there, but I think we're okay. Why are you so wonky? I dislike this. This is not going the way I thought it would, and I'm getting a little bit cranky about it. It's like you're bringing out the gremlin that just wants to like at it. But I try not to do that too much on camera because the world is watching. Oh, we could totally name him Butternut. I love that. You guys have butternut pumpkins, right? That's just not completely random to the international audience. Butternut. I can't believe it's not Butternut. What did I do? Someone saying no, she didn't. I don't know what I did. What have you missed? Becky, we made Snorlax, and now we are making Dragonite. And the theme is Who Broke My Pipes, but it is a loose theme at best. Would I ever consider making a mermaid? Oh, to me that falls into a creaturey place. I could be convinced to make mermaids, sprites, and fairies, which sounds weird, but I find them interesting, and therefore they are exempt from my no people rule. It's one of those things of like, yeah, I'm making the rules up as I go, but yeah, I'm also the boss, so I get to. Friend lives in the middle of the bush with a lake right across the road from her. Oh, lovely! I'm sure that that's a good friend to have as well. I'm trying to grow butternut squash. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Oh my god, yeah. In America, you've heard them called butternut squash. Okay, I only know them as butternut pumpkin. They're not squatternut bosh. Okay, he's got a tiny little tail. I'm going to make it bigger, but like that's the shape we're working with so far. And I feel like if I make it stumpier, it'll be more in proportion with the fact that I've accidentally made the rest of him stumpier, because the head should technically be smaller and this body should be bigger. But instead I've kind of adjusted his proportions a little bit, and I'm sorry about that, but it happened and now we're just rolling with it. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool, we're up to 9. That means I can start working in threes. Which is good. We like working in threes. Try one and see if we like it. If people are worried about Hydrini/Dratini, I promise he's fine as well. He's just, they're in boxes. They're in boxes to protect them from what's been going on. Except for apparently Caterpickle wasn't in a box. Caterpickle was on a shelf, because Caterpickle is part of the privileged 1%. Making the best of the situation. Celebrating your birthday today, so everyone please grab yourself a sweet treat. Yes, everybody, happy birthday. Happy birthday, by the way. Happy birthday to everybody who's had a birthday in the last week. If your birthday's coming up in the next week, you'll have to wait till next week for a happy birthday. Wait, what's the question? I think it'd be interesting to have me break down how to make different like accessory shapes for people shapes, like the different ways you can make hair for different styles. Okay, yeah, I can. Okay, yeah, I get it. I understand why you want to see it. I do, and like I just, yeah, maybe someday, maybe. Not currently ringing my bell, so it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. Happy birthday to all birthday people! Exactly. Thululu was probably splashing in the water having herself a wonderful time. No, actually, all of them were, no crochet got wet. Because if the crochet got wet, I was going to have to throw it away. As a matter of course, as a matter of safety, mold, all that stuff, it was just going to have to, but none of it got wet. The carpet got ripped up, floorboards are destroyed. None of the crochet or the yarn got wet. Like somebody was asking and I appreciate that as well, how I would have dried my yarn. And my answer is probably like any yarn that got destroyed, I would have thrown away and just bought replacements for, because in the context of what's happening, $100 on yarn is worth 100 hours it would take to dry out all the yarn. I would definitely be interested in techniques for hair, otherwise I'm not that worried about doll people content. Okay, well, we can put hair on other things. We could do hair on lions. We could do hair on, I don't know, what are some hairy things that have hair? We could do hair on other things. We could do hairy things. Why wouldn't we? Birthday was the 15th. Hubby bought your yarn. That's a good hubby. Definitely be interested. Masterclass type video on freeform crochet could be good. I don't know how much of that I actually do though. It's one of those things where like I am willing to share everything that I know, but sometimes you guys think I know more than I do. Yeah, it's like as soon as I can like work out how to explain my thoughts in coherent fashions, I tend to do more of those like videos, like the shaping videos. It's like, okay, I think I've worked out my thought process. I think I can systemize my thought process. Let's share my thought process. But people want like more of that kind of content, but I don't want to tell you guys any of the wrong things. And I don't necessarily know any more on the subject. I just apply the same information a lot and occasionally play with new things. I don't know. I guess I feel like a little bit of a fake when you guys ask me for more content like that. I was like, I feel like I'm sharing everything that I know already. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Haku from Spirited Away is a good example. Yeah, exactly. Fairies, mermaids, even a sphinx or two. Excuse me. You're making a lion's mane? It's very annoying. Yeah. Hair, spots, stripes. None of it's really that fun. Hi. I've got the hiccups a little bit. I can make a Chester from the game. Oh, I could make a Chester from the game Don't Starve, or a Beefalo. Though, Corekeeper is got their full release happening tomorrow. That's actually a free weekend right now, guys. If you want to play Corekeeper, you can literally play it for free on Steam right now up to a certain point. But like, that game is good. That game is so good, and they've expanded it so much since I started playing in like the, I don't know, it was some sort of test phase. I think it was beta. Yeah, I think it's close to 1,000 hours into just the beta. So like, it's a good game. Yeah, it's free to play right now, so you guys should play it a little bit before it becomes paid again tomorrow. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to playing some more of that, and with it going full release, I'm tempted to make some of the creatures from that because they've got this really cute grub in it that I love. Gladly watch me sew on stream if I ever felt like doing that instead. I appreciate that, Loot. I'm very aware of like the time pressure sometimes though, particularly with like ones like Dragonite who takes that little bit longer and then I get caught up talking. On my own stream, shock horror. But I'm very aware that like sewing means that we're stuck working on the same one, whereas sometimes a lot of people want to just like get to the next vote and see the next thing and move things along, you know? So I don't like to hold people up at that level, but today was very nearly we're just going to sew Scyther together kind of day. But I'm glad. I'm glad that I like put my big girl pants on and got back to doing our normal activities. You've been binging on Fae Farm? Oh yeah, I've heard about that one. It's good. You were going to make Chester and you forgot? No! Eldritch, no! Do not forget our boy. The hair is really the hard thing. There are so many different ways you can do it, so... Sorry, I'm slowly creeping off camera again. What are you guys even watching? Almost finished season 2 of Dungeons and Daddies. I am nearly finished season 1. I think I'm up to episode 50 something, and there's only like 60 overall. So like by the end of the week, I'll be done with season 1 and on to season 2. Then the race is on. I will catch up. You wait. You'll be waiting for me at the finish line, but I will catch up. Oh, I forgot how funny it was though. Oh my goodness. When Scam Likely and the deck of many things. I don't want to spoil anything for people, but like it's a podcast, Dungeons and Daddies. It's funny as. And I literally sit there cackling out loud to myself. Yes, I was talking about Corekeeper. It is good. I like it. It's very dense gaming. It kind of feels like, what does it even feel like? It's almost like Stardew Valley, but everyone makes that comparison, meets Minecraft. But there's like a real dungeon crawler thing to it. And there's a lot of like lore that up to what I've played, and I've played everything that was available before the full release. Lots of lore that like leaves plenty of room for theories and stuff. It's good. The deck of daddy thing. Yeah, oh, it's good. What have we made so far? We've made Snorlax, who is honestly perfect. He has a little rock in his butt and he's fantastic. We named him Scraps. And now we are making an admittedly somewhat stumpy dragon. And I'm pinching pins from Scyther and from Venonat because it's my own fault for not sewing them together yet. And all my other pins are in the dang pug. I've been working on this pug pattern all week. And like, he's slowly starting to look a little less panicked. So what you guys may not know is that when my water heater exploded earlier this year, you guys got the screaming opossum because I had to channel that somewhere. And now I'm dealing with this burst pipe situation and I could not stop making this screaming pug. And I've slowly made him, oh, there's pins in him. Cool. All right, so this is a version of him. We have taken the panic down by like 4 different levels, but he's getting there. I'm working now to make his face, I want it to be rounder because I think this is too square. But yeah, he's getting closer. So yeah, we're gonna have a screaming pug. Tail. That's a wrap. Okay, what else are we gonna do? We could do feet. We could do arms. I think I want to do arms next. I flap my hands like this and it makes me kind of happy. So we're going to do some arms. Arms. Start with a little magic ring of 6. Yeah, I'm, like I said, I'm still tweaking him a little bit. I still think like he's, sorry, I see you guys are reacting. He still looks concerned, but y'all should have seen the bug-eyed screaming panic he looked like in his first version. We have toned it down. Like I said, this is my 3rd attempt. I've got a 4th one cooking out there now where, as I said, I'm making the head rounder instead of square, which I think will make him more pug. But he's not quite ready yet. And this wrinkle is built into the head as well. Like, I don't know if it's really coming across here. The wrinkle's built in. The mouth piece is all made in one piece. You've got little toe beans because I've had a lot of time on my hands. So yeah, I'm just chipping away at it. Keep asking the people around you if they have anything you can have. Belly stripe. Yes, he will have a belly stripe. I promise. But first we're going to do arms because I feel like making arms. You need a chihuahua pattern after the pug. Maybe. I think the problem that I have, and like the reason I do so many cats, is like cats just feel like you make a generic cat-shaped shape and it just represents all cats really easily. Whereas I feel like with dogs, I consider them too much individual beasts. And so like when people ask for dogs, I'm just like, yeah, okay, but there's like 50 that I can rattle off the top of my head. Which one are you talking about? Or which one do you want? It's 3 a.m. Oh, Faith, go to bed. But thank you very much for hanging out. We do appreciate having you here. Beans! Yeah, he has beans. So yeah, that's what I'm working on. There is some behind the scenes. Like that's the hazard, the blessing and the curse of coming to these live streams. You're going to see what I'm working on, and that doesn't mean I'll ever finish it. I'm just saying. I always intend to finish the things I'm talking about or showing on streams, but that doesn't mean I ever do. And sometimes we put things down and just roll on into the next thing because that's what we have to do. And yeah, that's the downside. You get the inside track, but you're gonna miss some things. You can make a flat face. Yeah, I understand that there are different types of cat, but I still feel like that cat is very easily embodied by a single like vaguely cat-esque. And it's not even a real cat shape, it's just like a generic beast shape that everyone has just come to accept as a cartoon shaped cat. It's like with Dungeon Crawler Carl Book 7 coming out soon, hopefully. I think it's November. Very tempted to make a calico Persian. It's Princess Donut. It is amazing. Your husband hadn't gone to bed yet, so I was like, I'll just hang out with CK until he's ready for bed. Yeah, that's fair. Kept looking at the stones in the garden saying, I can make them work. Got a book of crochet cats for your birthday and goes through so many different breeds. That's amazing. See, like, I have a soft spot for those really horrible looking naked Sphinx cats. With their wrinkles, they're more interesting to me than fluff because fur, it's gonna give me a conniption. Pomeranian? Yeah, cats are liquid, they have no shape. It's just fun seeing how different people's crochet biases are. My ex refused to do any pattern with sewing, meanwhile I just keep making dolls. Yeah, exactly. Whereas like, I don't mind sewing. I think sewing has its place. I think in order to make friends, sometimes you have to make friends. And sewing is part of that. I don't mind sewing. And I actually think, and I've said this before in my videos, particularly my design ones, is that sometimes seeking to, how did this happen? Why is it like this? Sometimes in seeking to remove sewing from a pattern, all you're doing is making it way more, like how does that happen? Oh, I know how. You're making it way more complicated than it needs to be. Like, sew the arm on. Don't try and build it in the round. If like, or like, make a nose as a separate piece and sew it on instead of trying to do 15 different stitches and loop it around and back and forth. Like, particularly if you're just starting out with designing, why overcomplicate things by removing the sewing? Sewing is there as a tool to use. It's not an enemy. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like trying to tell any other crafter that they shouldn't use glue. It's like, of course you should use glue. I lost count of how many stitches around this is, but it's approximately rows. When I do the next one, I'll line them up next to each other and make sure they're the same length, and then I'll know how many I did. But it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's approximately 5. It might be 6 rows, but I'll write down 5 for now. Oh, bye, Nat. Have fun. Thanks for hanging out. Always a joy. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know I gave him a stumpy tail, but I also gave him a stumpy neck. He's stumpy. He's just a stumpy boy. My mother hates doing any of your patterns when there is sewing, so I make it with no sewing. It's really complicated and she refuses to do it because it's complicated. Yeah, that's what I mean. If it makes you feel any better, my mother can't stand the touch of acrylic yarn, so it doesn't touch anything that I make at all. I get that though. I have certain things, sensory things that I can't handle either. So like it's fine, but I'm just like, if we're comparing mothers. Approximately rows is such, yeah, it's approximately rows. It's just like I did some things. And because it's a duplicate piece, I'll get it the next time. Oh, Megapod the Mushroom Dragon. Can you imagine how good the Mushroom Dragon would be? Made in like big plushy yarn. I think it'd be great. Chibi. Okay, yeah, I can accept a ruling of chibi. One of the most overused keywords, I think, ever. But yeah, I can see chibi as a descriptor. I'm trying to capture the spirit of each of them. Sometimes their spirit doesn't want to look like what they look like. 6, 7, really important I keep count this time though. So 8, 9, 10, 11. I could have just used a stitch marker and I didn't. 12, I'm going to regret it. I can tell already. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, so that's 4 rows, 25, did you get out of the way, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So that's 5 rows. That's what I thought I did for the other arm, but I'm beginning to suspect that I did an extra row. Nope. Yeah, no, there is an extra row. It's 6 rows, not 5. So that's why we do what we do. Does CK have a vid breaking down how to make a crochet pattern larger? I do, but it's an older one. I think it's just got, it's like the thumbnail is like a giant spider looking at a little spider and it says bigger across the middle and it's like, how to make your crochet thingies larger and you should know that like the video itself is more guides. It's laid out as like rules and a solid process, but it's honestly just a starting point. You kind of, like there's so many different ways to do what you're talking about, but yeah, like there is a video that goes through a process. And you can always hop in the Discord, and the pattern help channel is usually talking about all kinds of things, but I often, well, I don't often, but I occasionally swing past and help people. You crochet 24/7 and sell everything, so you can, oh, well, I mean, crocheting 24/7 is cool. Started screwing up magic rings out of nowhere, so for a while I hated projects with a lot of pieces. You know what, Loot? I get that though. Sometimes I'll be mid-stitch on a large project where I've been working for a long time, and I will abruptly, my hands will get a case of the dumb. And my hands will no longer remember how to do a stitch. They won't remember how to do it. And I'll have to like look away for a second and like my hands will remember, my brain still doesn't know. You've only done the love bug, should you do the other spider too? The love bug I think is a more recent, it's like a more up-to-date version of the pumpkin spider pattern. Sorry, bouncing to get some blood flow back in my legs. So I don't know. Yes. I think you should do them. You should do them both. But yeah, I think that the love bug might be, if you get stuck on any element of the pumpkin spider, refer to the love bug as the source of truth would be my suggestion. I keep those older ones up there because I think people still enjoy them, not because I think that they're perfect. Video title is 7 Steps to Make Amigurumi Designs Bigger Without Bulky Yarn. Thank you, Mr. Bones, providing a valuable service to us all. Still prefer colour changes more than overlays, but that's just preference. I do as well, Azure Sparrow, but the reason I do it this way is because with colour changes, I often go back and forth a lot during the process of making, with colour changes, I go back and forth a lot in the process of making them to get them right. And I don't like doing that on stream. I like to full steam ahead and just get through the things. And overlays are faster for me personally when doing that. Because, yeah. And if you can sew things down flat enough, I think that you can't genuinely tell a difference a lot of the time. What are we making? We could do the belly. We could do the horn. I'm going to do a little horn real quick, which I could have just done as a picot at the time, or like a little treble stitch, but now I've got to actually make something. Oh, well, night, Sydney Kate. Thanks for hanging out. All right. Embracing sewing has made position parts. So yeah, I feel like you can get a lot more customization with posing. No-sew patterns have their place though, because like no-sews mean that you have a very definitive end product where you don't have to rely on somebody's like artistry or like a sense of aesthetic or whatever else to like know how to position things nicely or like squidge them around or whatever. It's just no-sew patterns, the leg is going to be attached exactly where you want the leg to be. Plus or minus drift, which is just a whole other thing, but yeah. Whereas like with sewing patterns, you kind of have to, we're putting our arms on, but those arms can be positioned a bunch of different ways, and you kind of have to have a sense of what we're doing in order to make it work. Okay. What did I even do then? That was like, what, a magic ring of 4 and then a slip stitch. And I pulled it tight so it was pointy. There we are. He has his head point. This is important. Yeah. Hate color changing actually, keeping the tension. Yeah, I also don't like color changing. Purely because it's a pain to write notes for color changes. I hate it, and then trying to fit them on screen with how I'm doing things, and then I can't just be like, do a row of 18 single crochet. It's like, okay, 2 in cream, 1 in yellow, 3 in red, 2 in cream. And like, that makes a line that should be just 18 single crochet. Okay, you guys know how to do that. I don't need to supervise this. Into a, we're gonna change color here. We're gonna change, like it makes everything take longer. So, like there is, yeah, there are pros and cons to things. Say sewing and crochet, you get really picky about the angle on some things, that's fair. You wish you could make Dragonite, but you tried to... Oh no, Dottie Wood. That's not good. It might have been your comment I saw before. Somebody else injured themselves while making food and ended up not able to crochet and with no food. Either that or it's happened twice in the same chat, which is a lot. Show us how to sew flat parts flatter? Yeah, sure. I will... We can do that. We can do that. I can stop and do that now on Snorlax if you guys want. I do show you guys in videos before, but I'll sew the belly onto Snorlax right now. That's where that goes. Just gonna pinch a few pins from places just because like I wanna, you pin it down, you get real sure exactly where you want it to be. Impromptu little sewing class, it's fine. There we are, just got it pinned at each of the main corners. I'm gonna thread my needle with some of my cream. Using cream because it's the color of the overlay, and so it's going to show, this color is going to show up a little bit, and I want it to, it'll look a bit raggedy around the edges if I use the greeny blue that we used. I do recommend a curved needle, but if you don't have one, a straight needle should do this as well. Okay, so here we go. I am going to get my yarn started just by threading through from a random part on my Snorlax. And I'm coming out between the gaps in the stitches, close to the edge. I'm sorry for the overexposed nature of what's happening here, but close to the edge of the belly piece we're sewing on. Just gonna pull it all the way through. I leave a little tag out just so that I know that I'm not gonna just yank it all the way through. badly. And I'm just going to pick up the front loop. So no, I'm not going through both loops, I'm going through just the front loop of this belly piece. Pull that all the way through, get the tails out the way. And I'm going back into the same gap between the stitches and up through the next gap on the body. Like so. And I'm just going to do that again with the next front loop. Down into the same gap of the body and up through the next one across. And you've got to fasten down every single one of the front loops the whole way around the edge of your piece. But if you work your needle just through the gaps between the stitches, no stabbing a needle, use a blunt needle if that helps you remember. Then you sew it down stitch to stitch, you'll find you get a pretty nice joint. So this one here, it's a little less obvious where the needle should go. So I'm back down through the same gap we came up through, but I'm going to like work, it's kind of a little bit more diagonal. It's a little bit odder. You just get close enough. Close enough is good enough here. And I'll just finish this row off, or like partially the part of the way around, so you guys can get a feel for what's happening. Hello to Nova Scotia. What if you don't have pins or a curved needle? Straight needle works just as well. In fact, if I had a straight needle here, I do have a straight needle. We'll use a straight needle. I'm spoiled with my curved needle because it does make attaching bits together a lot easier. But it's like, use the tool that you have available to you. I've even used plastic needles for this. I have a plastic darning needle around here somewhere again. If I had it on my desk, I'd just swap to that now and show you. But let me rethread using a straight needle. If you don't have pins, that's complicated. It means you have to like hold it in place, because that's all the pins are doing in this instance. They're just holding it in place for you. Like, they're not stretching it. I could easily take all of these pins out and just hold it in place as we go, and it wouldn't make any real difference. There we go, up through the front loop. Proof, I'm using a flat needle, I promise. Then we're going down, back into the same gap we came out of, and up through the next one. Mr. Bones, my love, if you happen to see questions in the chat, I'm having to look at what I'm doing, so feel free to call them out for me. So, I did just turn, okay, we're going to be dark for a second. Or very bright. That is going to fall on me. But I think you can see it a little bit clearer. Oh my goodness, you can see it so much clearer. So that is the edge we have sewn on. It is completely flat. It is not raised at all. And this is the edge, obviously, that we haven't sewn on yet. So, yeah, cool. Thank you for supervising, honey. I appreciate it. So I'm going to just finish sewing this piece on now that we've started it.
One question you may have missed.
Yeah?
More of a statement. Plastic needles are garbage. Haha. From Cottontail Crafts by Heather.
Yeah. Look, okay, I am very, very accident prone, and sometimes I've got a bad case of dropsy, or my hands are shaking, or like all kinds of other things. And they're like, plastic needles are great for that because it means I don't end up bleeding all over the crochet. And so like, different tools for different jobs.
It's a way to make him less yellow and more orange.
You're not wrong. Like, sometimes you got to pay a blood sacrifice, but that doesn't mean we have to steer into that curve. All right. If you very loosely sew it down to the center, it'll hold it in place. Yeah, that's also a way you could, there's a sewing technique that you can use. It's like, they're called like tacking or something, where you do this like large broad stitches that are designed to be removed. Do them in black or something loosely around the edge, and then like that'll hold your work in place, and you can sew down the edges the way I'm doing, and then you could remove those tacking stitches. I've turned it off because they can actually see it a little bit clearer, I think. Guys, let me know if you want that light back on while we're doing this, because I think the light helps in some ways, but it really doesn't help in others. Also, I feel like if I touch it, it's going to fall on my head. It wobbles a lot. It's not stable. It is an unstable light right now. Yeah, you tell him, honey. Okay, there we go. Accidentally pulled it out of my hand. I'm just going to keep sewing this now, because now we've started this, I want to finish it.
Do you ever use chenille yarn?
I do not. That is that fluffy stuff.
Only thing I know about chenille, because it does ring a bell, is I remember you going on rants about how terrible it is.
I have strong opinions on chenille. And that is because I think, like, my experience with chenille, if it is what I think it is it's fluffy and it looks lovely and delightful, but then you realize that it's on like this hard string in the middle. Like it's got, and not only does fluff come off the ends of that, but I find that the hard strand actually cuts my hands up while I'm trying to use it. So not a fan, but I will say that I have made exactly one frog out of it, and the finished product is almost worth it. And I hate that because I really didn't want it to be worth it, but the finished product is great if you can handle the pain of using it. Yeah, basting stitches, there we go, that's the word I was looking for. Before, when I was talking about tacking things down to hold them in place while you do your finishing stitches around the edges.
Cut and tail crafts. Yes, the shedding stuff.
The shedding stuff, yeah.
Darcy? Ugh, chenille is the worst.
I agree. Must have drifted off. We didn't run out of pins, Nikki. Somebody asked for basically how I sew flat pieces together to get nice joins. So here we are doing a mini sewing tutorial. It is going to free up some pins though. That is a plus. We're only halfway through Dragonite. He's dragging on a little bit, but in the meantime, once I start something, I don't like putting it down. So we're going to finish this. That will make my brain happy. Tacking. Oh, good.
Sugar Barbie. True, I was felting and took my 36/8 needles through one finger, so bloody tiny little holes. So much fun.
Ah, yeah. So yeah, like I said, plastic needles have a place and an application, but I personally prefer curved needles, and I stab myself way more often with straight needles now, just because I'm so used to the angle the curved needle pokes out at, and so like I can pull all the way up to my face without risk of like stabbing myself in the face like I would if I was doing it with a straight needle, because it's curved, and so I know I'm fine with it. So I have to be extra careful right now, so otherwise this stream is going to end abruptly. But also you get used to like how it moves through the thing, and you adjust to the angle it's on. So anyone starting with a curved needle is probably bleeding more than usual.
Anime Wolf Chick wants to clarify that it's pronounced chenille.
Chenille, is it?
Chenille.
I thought it was chenille.
Chenille.
Chenille. Oh, are we correcting my pronunciation or the spelling?
I'm kind of messing with it because I can't tell. It's in text still.
Good job, you got 2 for 1 there. Yeah, I always love the feel of like very plush velvet yarns as well, but I find that they're very expensive and I'm cheap. The yarn I use is like $3 a ball, so when I can encounter a yarn that's $20 a ball, you're going to be hard pressed to convince me to use it. That's all. That's what that is. But I love seeing you guys make any of my patterns in those giant plushy yarns. Oh my goodness, the glee. I show Mr. Bones every single time. Every time.
You show me what?
When I see my designs made with big plushy yarn, I get all excited and I show them to you. Yeah. He was very focused on the comments.
Darcy's putting washing on. Barack Obama's Barbie Army.
It's really fun to say.
Oh yeah. I didn't know what they were talking about. I just wanted to say their name.
Oh, you were correcting the typo. That's what I thought. I was like, that feels like a spelling correction.
Sorry, I have very dry humor, and I like taking people out of context and making it sound like they were trying to say things other than what they were trying to say. It's
Everything's fine. Yeah, it's getting all spun up at this point. Let's just unspin it.
Eamlut says, I'm in love with the Chansey I just made from you. I want to make it in plush yarn.
Oh, I want to see it made
Big
in plush
smiley
yarn.
face.
I think that'd be great.
Do you want me to do the emojis, or do you want me to tell you the emojis?
You don't have to do the emojis, honey. I was just purely for questions so that I didn't miss any while I was doing an actual tutorial.
Sugar Barbie says, okay, 3:40 a.m., which is the time that we all agree is not the right time.
No.
Here, Night Gang, happy crocheting all. Have a wonderful week, Sugar Barbie.
No, yeah, thank you for hanging out. It's really hard to interpret who's who through Mr. Bones' voice. You get your yarn for $1.49 for 100 grams at Home Bargains very often. Cool. Yeah, exactly. I am cheap. If I can get it cheap, I'll do it. But I also don't take sponsors, so try and reconcile those two facts. Can we see Mr. Bones doing emoji reactions? You cannot. They are for my eyes only. I'm sorry.
It's rather horrifying.
Go on, guys. Send through some interesting emojis just so that I can see you mac them out. It's engagement. You did go fancy this week and got yourself some 50% alpaca and 50% wool mix. Yeah, see, for wearables, I feel like there is a justification. But for most of my stuff, it ends up in bags, in boxes, and containers, in cupboards. So I feel like this yarn is perfectly good for that, suited for that. Also, please name the spicy dragon butternut slosh. Sorry, he's still pulling faces. Stephanie, that one was great. You've had Temu reach out? Yeah, I've had Temu reach out. I just sent a spam. Like, no thanks. Oh, his goose was impeccable. This is really fun. I'm so sorry. What's funny about this is that this is entertaining. The rock is really doing its job. This is entertaining for me, but you guys aren't getting anything out of it. You just see me laugh at him.
No, too many.
Come on, honey, do it.
Okay. Quick fire round.
There we go, okay. And just like that, it is sewn on. I'll turn the light back on in a second, but see? Don't get me wrong, it's a little raised. I got a little lazy near the end, but that is front loops of the flat piece we're attaching to a closed piece, working just through the gaps. It's pretty good. It means that we have complete control over our row direction, and I haven't had to fuss about with how to keep lines straight and crispy and whatever. You keep saying about the stuffing, which saves some money, but it keeps getting missed. All right, sorry, the last 3 live streams or so. So far, I've made so many things and still not even an eighth of the way through the bag. I'm keeping track of the bag. You got like a massive bag of stuffing, right? What was that? He's picking selective and selectively emoting behind my screens now. All right, on with the lights. Let's see if I can stop it from falling on my head. There we go. Okay, we're good. All right, I'm gonna pop this back to one side, and I'm sorry, now Scraps is in literal pieces. Did you like the bell impression? He worked really hard on that one. Oh, well, I hope that was helpful and not boring to people. So now we can keep working on our little dragon friend. Legs. I think we're up to legs. You still emoting, honey? Because I free you from this burden. Jeannie, you're free. Well, keep doing it if it's bringing you joy. Very nice, Idle Wildly. Thank you for saying so. My love, there is one piece of candy left and I would like you to have it as a reward for all of the hard work. There is one in there, I promise. I didn't just...
I've eaten like half the chocolate.
I didn't... What? You got into my chocolate! Betrayal! Scraps has not been scrapped. Scraps just needs to pull himself together. He does look like an onigiri. Thank you, Catherine. That's literally what I was saying with the body shape. I was saying his body shape is shaped like an onigiri. And yay, I must have nailed it. The go back through the same hole after picking up the front loop was the final piece of the puzzle you didn't know you needed. Great, I love that. See, it's one of those things where like, I'm pretty sure I just stab it over and over with my needle, but when asked to slow down, sometimes it does turn out I have some process to it. It's just little things that I've started randomly doing, just because of the sheer bulk of sewing I do. Little bits kind of add together. Let's do some, maybe little feet next. Maybe some little feet. He has no patch under his feet. Some of them have sneaky feet patches. We'll get Scraps into therapy, guys, I promise. We'll get him to pull himself together. I think I owe the patrons like 10 different patterns as of the end of this stream. What is it? Ponyta, Coughing, Farfetch'd, Scyther, Venonat, Snorlax, and Dragonite. So I owe the patrons 7 Pokemon as of the end of this stream. I will endeavour to get that done this week. I'm hoping to have a simpler week. And yeah, I'm hoping to have a simpler week. I'm hoping just to get the rest of this resolved early this week, and then I can just like work on getting back to normal. Put your vote for him to be named Butternut. Okay. What's an onigiri? I say it weird, I'm so sorry. Onigiri is rice ball. It's a Japanese snack type of thing. They're triangle shaped rice balls, yeah. Crochet and an increase. So I'm trying to build a bit of a foot shape here. Okay. Well, it's kind of foot shaped. He doesn't have large feet. That was a magic ring of 6. And then we did an increase, a single crochet, and an increase, and then 3 single crochet, which should leave us with a certain number of stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 8, yes, that's what I was expecting. Yeah, they are, the ones with little seaweed nappies. That's just a great way to classify them. Sometimes they have like sour plums or like sesame seeds or like bits of seaweed dotted in them, like flavorings. Yeah, those are the ones. Do I add toenails now? I'm going to do the toenails in white just to leave room for the belly to be either cream or yellow still. You just downloaded CoreKeep and want to have it forever now? Yeah, cool. Well, like I said, they're free to play all weekend. Their full release is happening tomorrow. I don't know what they're selling it at. I know I bought it way back when. Yeah, I actually think that somebody who worked or still works on it is a member of our Discord, actually. I remember having a conversation with somebody at one point. That was really cool. It's really cool when you're like a fan of something and then you just like randomly encounter somebody who's like involved in bringing this wonderful thing into existence. It's cool, it's cool, it's cool. So yeah, have a play if you're into that sort of thing, and I think you'll like it. There was someone who made hyper-realistic Dino Nuggies using paint and kitchen sponges. No! That sounds awful. These feet might be too small, and that's okay. We'll deal with that in a minute. That is treble and slip stitch in the same stitch type nonsense, which I do sometimes. It's just the way of it. 1, 2, 3. They do seasonal events in CoreKeeper as well, and there's like different pets you can hatch, and like farm animals-ish. There's like a bug one that's really cute, and a bunch of other things. And like, yeah, it's good. It's good. I'll let you explore it and discover it for yourself, because the joy of discovery is a big part of what I loved about the game. He has he has small feet, but he doesn't skip leg day. He's another candidate for the name Jim Bob. May or may not have spent the last few minutes rewinding, rewatching, and trying to pause in time for screenshots that I may or may not have posted to Discord. Emily, you're getting nominated for MVP right now. Okay, so they look a little scrungly, but I think they're proportionate with the rest of him. I wish they were a little less scrungly. Distinct toenails. You know of the worm? One of the ladies at your crafts group, son's half brother, is one of the developers behind Unpacking. Oh, that's cool. I actually recently played Unpacking. Really cool. And I know that a lot of streamers picked up on that one there as well. That must have been a very exciting moment for him. Okay, I have a method to my madness here, even though it's super counterintuitive to do what I'm going to do next. I'm going to close off the front of the foot using a decrease 3, a single crochet 3 together, which will bring us back down to 6 stitches. But then I'm going to flare out into the main nugget of the thigh, the juicy bit. So we'll do that. Oh no, first I did 8 single crochet around. Got to remember to write that instruction down. That one kind of matters. Then we'll do our little shrinky, growy trick. And then we're at 6, and so at that point we can just increase the whole way around. Right? That tracks. A lot of this stuff happens in my mind. Part of me wants to try one day, like, designing something completely in theory and then just like turning it loose on the world. Maybe it's an April Fool's Day joke. The untested pattern. I feel like that's just adding up to a lot of pain for a lot of people though, so maybe not. Do I want weights in his tiny feet? I'm gonna give those chicken drummers some girth. Don't you worry about that. Are you okay? I said that and you just like turned around and walked out. I'm not using picots for the claws. What I do is I do a treble crochet in the front loop of the stitch and then a slip stitch in the back loop of the same stitch. And then in subsequent rows, we work only in the trebles. And that gives you these little folded over claws with some dimension to them. When I can space the claws out a little bit more, I don't worry about the slip stitch in the back loop. I just do a single crochet in between and we can work over the top in the next one. I don't know if this is gonna fit in this foot. Get in there. There we go. Okay, it's just big enough for my, I call them fairy stones. That is a glass bead or a landscaping stone from Bunnings. I bought a 1.5 kilo bag of them. I also have a bag of the larger ones. Enough that I can throw them around like they're nothing. And that is what's inside Snorlax's booty, which is giving him a satisfying thunk right now. Sometimes giving them a little bit of weight gives them a lot more life. All right, so we're down to 6 and I've crammed the weight in there. There is no room to work with. I have regrets. Can't pick up the back loop at all right now. Oh, there we go, I got it. I'm going to do an unexpected row of 6 single crochet just to give myself some room to move. I am using a new hook, well, newish. I think we've only had this one for a couple of weeks. My old hook retired and I found the same brand and size, even if it's not the same color. I wanted ice blue and this is very blue. But yeah, I got a new hook. I have replaced the old one because the old one was like, the coating was gone off it completely and it was gonna be a problem. So we've circumvented the problem by replacing the hook. That hook though, I had since the very start of the channel. I've had it for longer than that, but I was using it from the very beginning and it was very sad to retire it. I'm gonna get a nice, or I'm gonna make a nice little stand for it and just add my special hooks to it over time. Because I have that one there, which is a very special hook, and I've got a hook that Mr. Bones made this beautiful little wooden handle for. That is also a very special hook to me. And in celebration of the 100K channel, I'm trying to get one made by a local jeweler's, just like a pretty like little silver filigree type hook made for me. Because like I would really like that. I don't spend anything on like jewelry, and so jewelry wouldn't be right. So but a sterling silver hook would feel really, really good to me. So I'm a little bit self-conscious about it because it's not something I would normally spend money on. I've heard them called dragon tears or cabochons. Oh, okay, I've never heard of them called dragon tears, but I've heard cabochons. That was such an unclear question. What brand are those weight thingies? Oh, crap, sorry, hang on. They come in a bag that looks like this, but I'm afraid I've removed the tags. I'd show you the other bag, but I'm currently using it as a weight to keep my webcam from flinging up on the spring it's attached to. Oh wait, hang on. It just says, oh, you cannot read that. It says 1 kilo frosted white, 17 to 19 millimeters, made in China. That's what I've got for you, so I'm so sorry. Did I keep the tags? I definitely didn't keep the tags. Yeah. Sorry, I've gotten rid of the tags. Let it be known, a lot of my Pokemon just have like old bolts and like sink washers and stuff in them as well. Just anything that gives them weight works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If I can MacGyver it for free, I'm going to MacGyver it for free. I would like to hear it. The anime Wolf Chick? What is the story behind calling them dragon tears? Assuming it is a short story, because chat is not necessarily the place for long stories. Okay, so we have the start of the nuggetification. Coming across along quite nicely. I think that 12 around is about as big as it needs to get. We will use our safety marker. No, our bobby pin. I've recently started collecting stuff to use as weights. Do it! I'm serious. The amount of, okay, so many of mine, I wish I kept track. Like so many of mine have, like I said, old bolts or just like pieces of metal hardware from furniture that's been disassembled over the years, or spares that have come in IKEA packaging, or like a handful of quartz landscaping rocks that I scooped out of my sister's garden at one point. Or yeah, you know what I mean? It's just like, I just, anything that has any kind of weight to it, I use. Now, the little sub note to this is the fact that I know my things aren't getting sold to people, so I don't need to worry necessarily about machine washability and that sort of thing, or choking hazards. So like there is kind of like the little side note here of make sure that you be safe with things. If you're selling them, make sure you declare what's in them. I think the glass beads are fairly innocuous, like particularly like these big glass stone ones are fairly innocuous, but maybe just a warning to people that they're in there. I'm pretty sure that could go inside of something through a wash cycle. If you had to put it through a wash cycle. I don't encourage wash cycling any amigurumi, but like say hypothetically. So basically one day all the magical, oh wait, sorry, did I miss the first part of it? No, nope. So basically one day all the magical creatures had to leave Earth. The griffin, the unicorn, the dragon. As the dragon flew away, it looked back and cried because it would miss its home. Oh, that's actually really sad. You're just putting in stuff for you? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I figured that was the case, but I also sometimes feel like the burden of my recommendations and who is and isn't listening to them at any point in time. And so like disclaimer, disclaimer, disclaimer. Let's be safe and responsible with what we do. Just to combine two previous experimental ideas, if you put a giant metal bolt inside a Pikachu, do not put him in the microwave. Or he will become an electric type Pokemon. We did not put Pikachu in the microwave because he has a giant bolt up his butt, okay? We did name him Bolt, however.
Just it was a comment, and so I wanted to see your reaction live.
Yeah. Okay, we're coming up on 5 o'clock. Coming up on 6 hours. That's good. That's good. We're going to finish this Dragonite in good time, I think. It was the correct call to decide we were only getting through 2 today, though. Tutorial on how to make Pikachu a proper electric Pokemon. Yeah. No. That would just be straight up irresponsible of me to suggest in any way, shape, or form. Nothing that has a face goes in the microwave. And that includes fish. I'm sorry. Like, don't cook fish in the microwave. Don't be that person. Nobody likes that person. Unless it's your own personal microwave that you do not share with anybody else, then it's your business, okay? Then nobody has to question what a consenting adult does with their microwave. But don't cook fish in the microwave. It smells revolting. It's bad. As the tears fell, they passed through the rainbow, gaining colours and landing in all the dragon's favourite places. Even today, you can sometimes find dragon tears in random places. The end. That was a lovely story. Very sad, Anime Wolf Chick, but no, it makes sense.
I'm slightly concerned because I think that I'm the only one who understood where you're going with this, because I know your hate for the smell of fish.
Okay, what did they think?
She doesn't mean living fish.
Oh, don't put living fish in the microwave ever!
Don't put dead fish in the microwaves, as in fish to eat. Not goldfish. Just to clarify for everyone.
Thank you for that clarification. That's a valuable clarification. Don't microwave your goldfish, guys. They're just little things living little lives. Sandslash soon? Who knows, Becky? Who knows? We still have like 90 Pokemon to go. Sandslash is in the mix. Though recently I've been seeing more, like I've got a plan for some Halloween-y type ones, which unfortunately does not include Sandslash for October. But anyone who's been hanging out for anything that you think might be Halloween adjacent, you can know for sure it's coming up in October. But any of the others, it's still kind of a crap shot as to when or where they'll appear. CK is only mildly bothered by people microwaving live fish, and it's just the smell. No! Luke, don't do this to me! I was talking about people cooking fish-flavoured foods in the microwave, not their goldfish. I am horrified at the idea of anything actually going in there. It's just, I don't like it. Hi, Sam. Picked an interesting time to join the stream. How'd I do? Keeping in mind that it is a chibified leg. Instead of Kentucky Fried Chicken, it's a chibified leg. You think you found the Bunnings page? Oh my goodness, I am just stimulating the economy all over the place, aren't I? Alright, there we go. That's one little leggy. Yeah, I suppose we should make a second little leggy, shouldn't we? It's sad, but the tears are supposed to contain the dragon's love for the world and keep you safe. Oh, see that again, that's lovely. I think that a lot of like old tales like that tend to have either like a sad warning or a scary warning or a, you know, like they have a thing to them, and I like that. I think that the emotions are a big part of the story. So I think it's wonderful that it's sad. All Peoplemon for Halloween. Well, that's one of them, like for sure. Like the people. There's also a bunch of bats, rats, automobiles. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that sort of thing. Like, and we have I think 4 streams in October. One of them might be co-opted for something if I need the time, just because like it's a very dense time of the year and I'm currently losing time. Just I can't do anything right now because I never just this my house is destroyed. But yeah, in general there'll be say like 4 streams, and even if we only get through 2 or 3 Pokemon a stream, there's plenty of Halloween-y ones to go around. There's a deaf fairy at Scarborough Fair who always gives me dragon tea when you meet. That's so lovely. Twig. Pats, rats, and cats. Oh my. Yeah, this one gets it. Rocks are also pretty, and each one is unique, so it's kind of like giving your crochet a soul. Yeah, it's all like with Build-A-Bear, how they always put that little heart in with the stuffing. It's like there's something about giving it that little bit of weight that it starts to feel like an actual little creature in your hands. It does. And what's funny is that I often play with the weights first and just like pick the right one. So there's like a little element of caregiving. It all adds up to something special. Your birthday is the 10th of October. Excellent. You will get a happy birthday from me if you remind me of that closer to October. First week of October. Kind of just do one blanket birthday every stream. There are 10 Gen 1 ground type Pokemon left to really? Okay. What are they? What are they? What am I missing? Let me see if I can remember them all. Onyx. Onyx is one. He's ground, right? Or is he just rock? I think Pikachu would be a fire type after that. That's funny. Why am I struggling with this? Oh, we've got Geodude and we've got Graveler. We have... I'm getting my normals and my grounds mixed up, I think. Because like Kabuto and Kabutops, are they ground or are they again just rock water? Good, I'm glad your goldfish live in a huge tank. That is the appropriate way to look after goldfish. Serious, guys, I'm going to be traumatized forever if anything happens to any of your goldfish. Cubone and Marowak, they are ground type? I was going to suggest them, but then I felt silly. I'm still here. We've only been going for just over 6 hours. Most of the time we hit about 8 these days. That said welcome. Your surprise is validating. I get the impression that you guys don't encounter people who stream for very long. Whereas like all the streamers that I listen to, they stream for big chunks of time. And so I guess I've just been spoiled. One. Rock and water. Okay, so that's not the same thing. Yeah, fish curry in the microwave. That's exactly the situation I was trying to help us avoid. Okay, Sandslash, Onyx, Rhyhorn, Rhydon, Nidoking and Nidoqueen are ground type as well. I knew they were poison slash something. I just didn't know if it was ground. Geodude, Graveler, Cubone, and Marowak. Cool. Why are we listing ground types though? Because like Halloween's one thing, but like yeah, you've kind of focused in on the ground types.
Because ground types are the best types.
Mr. Bones' favourite Pokemon is Graveler. He has secured the naming rights to Graveler. That's how that's going to work. What's up, my love?
Had an epiphany.
Did it hurt?
Lightning bolt just struck my mind. You've been making YouTube videos for like 4 years now. Yeah,
pretty much. I think my 4-year anniversary was literally 2 weeks ago, something like that.
Doing it like maybe 1 hour, half an hour to an hour every week.
What do you mean?
More or less, through those 4 years.
Doing what for half an hour?
Oh, being on the internet. And so I think...
It's been a lot more than that.
The majority of the time you have spent on the internet, on your channel, is no longer your videos, it's now your streams.
I don't know, some of my videos go for over an hour.
Yeah,
a lot of them do.
I know, but your stream's consistent. Like you're on stream 19 and each of those goes for like 6 hours.
Maybe.
To like 7 hours. To like 8 hours.
You might have a point, but it's a point that makes me uncomfortable, so I'm going to disregard it.
Oh, backing way slowly. Ground type are the best type. It's like you've got these Pokemon and they shoot bubbles at you, and then you've got these other Pokemon and they beat you to death with a rock, and it's like...
So you're getting ground type and rock type confused. They're different.
Huh?
There's ground type and there's rock type.
Okay, can you give me an example? Oh wait, we just had a bunch of examples.
We just had every example imaginable.
Read it to me really quick.
Sandslash, Onyx, Rhyhorn, Rhydon, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Cubone, Marowak, Geodude, and Graveler are all ground types.
Yeah, but even those guys would pick up a rock and beat another one to death with it, whereas some Pokemon would use like, I'm using bubble, or I'm using like string attack. It's like, string attack isn't going to like...
But like, no, you can't bring bugs into this. Bugs are canonically acknowledged as being specifically weaker to make you familiar with the idea of changing Pokemon from your team.
Exactly, so no one should like bug Pokemon, because like, it doesn't matter if...
You're lucky Nat can't hear you.
If you're like throwing out like the sticky string stuff, That's not slowing down right on.
I'm sorry, do you have a problem with someone who works mainly in string?
Well, that's different. That stuff's stronger. And string is fine. String's wonderful. Yeah, Caterpie's best Pokemon. Best Pokemon. 100%.
Sorry, we're back. Most fossils have the rock type. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. No, please do not do anything to the innocent guppies. I made a whole other Pokemon, Snorlax. Yeah, unfortunately Snorlax got dissembled. We normally get through 3 in a stream. We're just going very slowly today. In the last couple, it's only been 2, I suppose, but that's we've got reasons. We have reasons for the things that we do. Yeah. Honestly, since I realized that I wasn't going to get the Gen 1 video out this year, it was a pipe dream, but at the time it felt reasonable. I'm more comfortable just slowing down, and we're just going to enjoy the ride a little bit more, and hopefully we'll have them all made in time for a banger of a video next November. It's all right, Stephanie. I pulled him up on it. Don't you worry about that. Me and Caterpie, we've got each other's backs here. There's only 2 people who stream that you make a conscious effort to watch. Oh, thank you very much. Mine happens to work better with your schedule. Well, I mean, I try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I need another bobby pin because that one is currently occupied. Why do I need that in there? I don't. Let's just reclaim this. If you streamed 1 Pokemon a day, you would get it done on time. Yeah, that's what I mean. When I started, like, admittedly, the first Pokemon I made was about 18 months ago, but when I started this specific push, it was, I mean, this is episode 19 of it. So, I was at about 21 weeks ago now, and some of them, they take a little longer than others. I can only really do this 1 day a week, and those first streams, we were only able to do like 4 or 5 hours at a push. I've built my stream stamina since then, and we normally do about 8, though we won't be doing that today. We'll probably get to 7. Yeah, it's just, if I was going to stream every day for a while, I could probably get it done, but I don't see the point in rushing it just to have to rush the editing. So, like, we're all enjoying the journey, I think, at the moment, and when we get closer to the end, I think it'd be fun to do like a week-long, like we get down to our final 20, where like we do a week-long extravaganza of just like pushing through the final ones as like just a bit of build up to the end, just because I feel like it's less exciting to pick once the choices narrow down. Particularly as if I'm not careful, we're going to end up with nothing but Peoplemon. I'm trying real hard, guys, to get you to help me space some of these people out a little bit more. You will not pick them. Hey Says, we like having you here. You love bug type? I like bug types too. I also think that the little Frostmoth, the new Frostmoth, I think she's adorable. She looks so soft and fluffy. Gotta go. Bye Melissa, thanks for hanging out. Don't normally like live streams. Well, I'm glad you feel like you can participate in this one. You got a goldfish as a birthday present when you were a kid. When it died, we were so happy to have fish for dinner. Oh dear. Well, on the farm, if you had a pet that was a certain animal and then later you had a similar kind of animal for dinner, that normally just meant one thing. We don't talk about that. Girthy ones do take longer. Exactly. But they're worth the time it takes. Boring Colour Brigade did try to push for 2 today. They did. Boring Colour Brigade is doing their best, but they need your help. They need your help, guys. It's like those boring colours. I get that nobody wants to sit there and watch me make Machoke. I don't want to make him. You guys don't want to see me make him. He still has to get made. All right? it's going to get to a point where I'm going to have to leave myself no fun options in a stream and just make you pick one of the people. It's like, today we're making Machoke and then you get a choice. And the choice is your dessert. This is a little chunky leg. And now we just have wings, whiskers, and belly. Pretty sure it's a pulled muscle. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh no, well I'm glad you're taking it seriously. Chest pain is not something to be trifled with, but I hope it is just a pulled muscle. I hope they get it sorted for you very quickly. Frostmoth is so floofy, I agree. And also Snob is adorable and not afraid anymore. It's my favorite joke of the year is just like, it's Snom, but he's not afraid anymore. Anyone who hasn't seen the Zane Games Pokemon quizzes, if you like Pokemon, you will find them funny. Animals with a bit of chub are cuter. Yeah, I agree. Which is just a good thing to remind yourself of if you're ever just not feeling that great in the mirror in the morning. Just like, nope, everybody loves the chubby animals. Okay, I followed the instructions. I must have shorted myself by a row. These two things are not the same. I wish I hadn't threaded that end in. I know better than to not thread the end in without checking. Yet here I am, threading an end in and not checking. All right, in the meantime, you guys discuss amongst yourselves. Do you want me to see me make wings next, or do you want to see me make the belly next? Yes, Snomboss, exactly. Oh, I love that you love how the Dragonite is turning out. It's always a little bit stressful when I know that I've deterred a little bit from what the sprite is, because he's definitely shorter in my rendition. He's just not quite on model, but like if fans of that particular Pokemon love them, I know that I've done something right. The wings? Yeah, I think we found Boba's favourite word. Don't we all have 1 foot smaller than the other? It's fine. No, it's fine. I'm going to fix it. We're going to fix it. Wings, belly, wings. Should I start a poll, or can you guys discuss amongst yourselves and come up with a conclusion? Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, sorry, as for the colour looking fine at this point, you're right. And it's really weird. Like, the more I work with it, the more it's sort of subtly turning orange in my brain. But yeah, it looks pretty good at this point. Which is, again, one of the reasons why I say to trust the process, even though I sometimes struggle to do it myself. Poll? Okay, we need a poll. All right, I will start a poll, and you guys can vote as to what you want to see make next. Keeping in mind that at any point it could be the final piece. Belly and wings. Choose. This is just what we make next. It's not necessarily the last thing we make. Here we go. While I finish off making this leg. Votes coming in. Oh, we got wings is off to a very early start. I can sense the interest. It's like I just want to repeat myself a little bit, guys. Like, I will show you how I make wings, but I have shown this before, so you're not going to learn anything new if you have watched the streams before. Yeah, sorry, Anime Wolf Chick, looks like you're outvoted on the wings thing. That is quite decidedly 65% wings. That will not shift. All right, I've made this leg a little longer. Well, dismembering Snorlax has at least meant that I now have pins to pin Dragonite together. Okay, and we're going to end that vote now. Wings won with 62% of the vote. I'm happy to make wings next. No big deal. Alrighty. He's such a gentleman. He's such a good little boy. I feel bad about Snorlax though, so I'm going to just take a minute and pin him back together. I'm sorry. It's making me feel bad because he's so cute when he's all pinned together and now he's just sitting there all dismantled and it's making me sad. I want to know that people appreciate him. Even if he's very crudely pinned. There you go. And here's a little arm. And some feet. Oh, the sugar is hitting me really hard right now. Okay, there we go. Snorlax pinned back together. That's better. Actually, I've got a really good looking bunch on my desk at the moment. Between like the Venonat and the Scyther, the Snorlax and the Dragonite, they're looking really good. Arms look like he has sweater paws. Yeah, totally. You defected from the BCB today? Casey. No, it's fine. Pretty confident you'll miss the end of the stream today as we're heading out for brekkie. Yeah, probably, Mark. We will be wrapping this up in the next 40 minutes or so. So enjoy your breakfast and we'll catch you in the next one. Alrighty, we're making wings. We're making wings. So let's describe. Oh, sorry, Caterpie. Would you calm down? Sir, acting up in front of company like this. Mutter. So as mentioned, we do this in flats, but you can't think of it as like a top to bottom type of thing, or you'll end up facing zigzags. What you do is you think of it as an angle type of thing, and you build it up this way. And it's actually even easier to do when you've got a double wall like we've got now, because it means you can hide all of your ends away really easily. So let's grab some of our green, because I promise this is green. It's been a whole thing. Anyone new? Promise this color is green. It's teal. It's maybe slightly darker than the one shown in the pictures, but it's pretty dang close. What's up, love?
So me and some other people have been wondering, and I took to Googling, and I think I found out what it is, and so I wanted to make sure that I had the right thing with you.
Okay.
Is snail yarn like really silky stuff?
Snail yarn?
Yeah, snail yarn.
What on earth is snail yarn?
I was hoping you would know. That's what I've been trying to work out.
I've never heard
what
of
is snail yarn? I was
yarn.
like looking up snail yarn. It's like, yes, I get that snails are a thing that you can crochet. However, what is snail yarn? And the only thing I can find is like really silky, shiny sort of yarn. And so I'm wondering if that's snail yarn.
Wait, like, is snail a brand? Like lion yarn? Or is it like a... Do snails produce yarn?
It's a thing someone said in chat before, talking about snail yarn and how there's a problem where you can't do a magic ring of 6, you have to do a magic ring of 9, because if you do a magic ring of 6 it comes out to a point, and that was said by someone who felt bad because I was making fun of the way they were talking later on, and so I felt
with the
bad,
chenille,
so I gave them a
right.
hug in chat. But they did mention snail yarn, and so now we're trying to work out what snail yarn is.
Okay, all right. No, that makes sense to me. Okay, so in that context, I'm guessing snail yarn is a brand of yarn, and it's probably a bulky yarn, because whenever you have to do bigger magic rings, it tends to mean that there's not enough space for the size of the stitch. And I know that when using bulky or plush yarns, you never start with a magic ring of 6. In fact, a lot of the time, if the second row is 12 stitches, you start with a magic ring of 12 and you just go a row up.
I was just going to ask the audience of many people, could you please tell me what snail yarn is? Thank you very much in advance.
Chenille. I'm seeing chenille in the thing. It's kind of bottle green. It's a little bit bluer than that. I'd describe it as teal. He's only got tiny little wings, so I'm steering into the derpiness of it. Okay, so it's just 2 rows of 5 single crochet, which is this little starting bit. And now in the next one, we won't go all the way down. We're going to go part way down to maybe like the 3, which will give us a little zigzag at the end. Snail yarn was a typo. Honey, snail yarn was a typo. Anime Wolfchick, you have no idea the journey you have sent this man on. Do you know what a velvet worn is? I think making one out of velvet yarn would be awesome. I don't know, I'm sorry. Arthritis, I use speech to text. Right, okay, so is that what the chenille correction was way back when? That makes sense to me. I'm sorry, I just love the idea of Mr. Bones out there Googling snail yarn, trying to work out what snail yarn is. Oh, that's excellent. It's very funny. Please don't feel self-conscious about that. Ooh, there you go. Velvet worm. Oh, that's okay. We found meaning in the end, and in the meantime, you've given us content, so thank you very much for that. Oh, wing. In the meantime, so it's just he's only a little fellow, so we're only giving him little wings today. So I've made one there in green. I didn't write any of it down. I hate it when I do that. I'm going to blame Mr. Bones for this one because he distracted me like the very handsome man that he is. You know what? Worth it. And I will just write this down from memory because I am superhuman and I remember what I did. I think. Ooh, I might have to stop and grab a snack real quick though. Guys, I'm going to throw to the break real quick. I just need a second. Sorry about that. You found an Italian yarn company called Snail Yarn. You can't believe it was Does anyone else feel that CK just one push in the wrong direction from being a supervillain? I mean, some days Some days. Yeah, Mr. Bones might already be there. Oh. But is he a co-conspirator or is he a minion? There we go. I don't have strong enough plans to be a villain. I feel like villains all know what it is they're trying to accomplish. Whereas heroes kind of just show up and fix the things. So there we go. So now I'm just making the same wing piece again. Hi. I'm back. I'm making the same piece again and I'm making it in the yellow. So orange would be better if you had it. Oh, that's a good question. What would your superhero or villain name be if you were a superhero or villain? I think the only marketable skill I have is crochet, so I'd probably be like the Stitch Witch. Building an army of crochet creatures to bring to life into your building. That's true. I'm a neck crochet-mancer.
Mr. Bones.
Yeah, that fits with I'm the crochet-mancer and you're Mr. Bones. There we go, guys. We've built it. We've done it. Got pulled into a deep dive on velvet worms. They're quite cute. Oh, okay. Are they those like squiggly worms with the long noses, or is it something else? Now I want to watch a TV series of an indecisive villain. He knows he wants to be villainous, but he has decision paralysis. His only weakness, decision paralysis. Hello to Hungary. We have made... Today, we've made Snorlax, and we are working on Dragonite. And they are our two for today, because they're taking their sweet time. It's good. So the Snorlax we've named Scraps, and Dragonite is yet unnamed. Though there's been some fun names bandied about. Maybe Mr. Bones can give us an update when he has a minute. Mr. Bones, I don't think sidekick is quite right. He's my better half. Partner in crime, perhaps? There's your plan. Happy villaining. Is that something else? Welcome back, Sammy. Alright, so here we go. This is the other side of that wing. They're actually kind of little heart pieces from a certain angle. Yep, I've seen butternut slosh. I feel like the slosh is going to be a hard push. We're not stealing the Marianas Trench, and even if we were, why would you tell them that? Now we just take our two pieces and we sew them together into one solid little wing, and that will go on his back like this. Because he's just got little wings, he's just a little guy. They're very soft fuzzy worms with many legs and spray hot glue from their faces. That's a thing. That sentence took an abrupt turn at a certain point. Draco Malfoy, that's your supervillain name. Hero or villain, I guess, depending on your perspective. No, I'm pretty sure we know. Dragonite looks precious, thank you very much. Butternut. I like Butternut as well. I feel like Butternut is going to make it through the votes, but I feel like Slosh is just a tall order. Yeah. I think there was some other name. Oh, there we go. Nope. I saw Mr. Bones' message from before and I was like, oh, he's updated us. It's like, he hasn't, that's okay. Dragonite looks precious. Slosh like water. Yeah, no, sorry, I do get it. It's like the idea is like he does. He's slosh because of the, Dratini's name is Hydrini, and the Dragonair we've already decided will be named Dydrini, because we say hydrate or dihydrate a lot on this channel. And so that became the unofficial official names of those two. But then we didn't have a third thing for this guy. So we were playing around with maybe something like Flagonite or Flask. And then we realised he looked like a butternut squash and kind of we all forgot about the water bottle theme. Oh, Draco Malfoy is your Dragonite name. Sorry, Says. Why am I sewing this together now? You guys caught me on autopilot. How do you steal the Marianas Trench? That's easy. You just make people pay for admission. There we go. I may as well finish sewing this wing together now that I've started. It's not the neatest job. I'm not exactly thrilled that I've done this on stream, but that's okay. You guys saw me sew Snorlax's belly on earlier, so I guess that counts. Mr. Bones? Oh, well, thank you very much, Jenny44JS. I'm doing my best. It's all anyone can ever do. But not squashel match. Yes, please, if that's okay. That's at Mr. Bones. Stanley and Butternut. Okay. We also had Flask. Okay, they're not the best I've ever done, but they are tiny wing-shaped contraptions and they'll do. I think they'll do. Oh, Gallon, that's true. Gallon was one that we liked from the start as well. So we'll go Stanley, Butternut, Gallon. I don't know, I liked Flask, but we need a fourth one, unless Mr. Bones has one. Oh, cute! Cuddly Sandshrew and Sandslash for your birthday. Sounds like a good brother. And for the belly, I think cream is definitely the order of the day. Gallon, as in Gallon, as in gallon of water. Hydrini, Dydrini, Timezoni. Can a dragon. Can a dragon what? You have a lot of fun making my patterns? Oh, that's awesome, Nikki. I'm so glad to hear it. Dang it, that's the second magic ring. I keep trying to just do a slip knot start and I keep just making magic rings. Okay, my hands are getting a little bit of the dumb, so I'm glad that we're approaching the end of this piece, I gotta say. Can a dragon draw a maple leaf? I don't know, can he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know. We got to measure your chin, buddy. So, ooh, you know what? I need to go to the Discord. I need to see what the underside of his chin looks like because I don't know if this comes up to the bottom lip. Oh, little Luna moths. You guys have left the cutest little bugs in the live stream chat. I can't even with this. Okay, all right. There's a good picture. So it starts here underneath the wattle. So it goes here, like a little bib instead. And I think that's the right length. You okay there, bud? You doing all right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I've done 6 chains, and now we'll go back. 2, 3. Hello to Spain. Thank you, Mr. Bones, for that perspective. Oh my goodness. So that's the first little layer. And we're going to turn, and we're going to work in the back loop. Well, sorry, we're going to turn and we're going to work in the front loop, but it was the back loop and now we've turned, it's the front loop. And we're going to actually write it down because that's an important step in this process. Chain 6 and turn, 5 single crochet and turn, and then in the front loops only, we're going to work increase 2 and turn. One and 2, and an increase. There we go. So I've put the increase in the middle so that it gets like even growth on both sides, whereas if I stuck it on the edge, you sometimes get like a little wing shape. Oh, don't die to the mean spear people in Corky. The little cavelings are vicious. All right. Keep your head up. You got this. Okay, in the next row we'll do back loop only. 6 single crochet across. Because we want to keep all of those line details happening on the same side, which will be the front. It means we're alternating between front loops and back loops. Which is weird, but it makes sense from a logical perspective if you understand that the purpose is to keep the free loops on the front. Otherwise it just seems like I'm making things arbitrarily difficult again. As you know. Didrini, lunch. It has to have the question mark. It has to be lunch. Here we are. Dignified gentleman with his little loopy chest. I might do 6 again for one more row and then we'll go out a little bit further. So we'll turn again. And this time in the front loops. Can't decide if you want to crochet Espion or Dragonair. Well, I've made Espion, but I haven't made Dragonair yet. So Espion's fun. Espion's a pretty little purple cat. Juggles. Did I mess that up? No, we're doing fine. We're doing great, sweetie. And turn, and then in the back loop only, we need to expand again for Spain. So we're gonna evenly space it as a single, an increase in a single, increase in a single. And again, doing those increases in the middle of the row instead of the ends will give us a smoother end to the things. It's not super noticeable, it's just something that I've picked up on and have decided is best practice. Whether or not it is or not is kind of the jury is out. You really want to crochet an evolution blanket. Oh, well, I know Skein Spider at one point was working through all of the squares with their pixel designs. I don't know if she's gotten as far as the Eevees yet, but you could check. Juggles. All right, I'm going to leave the choice of the third name to Mr. Bones. He can decide, because I'm seeing some good ones in there, and I always make the decision. I think he can make the decision. Yeah, so just to shield you from the light so you can maybe see, we have some nice little ridgy didges forming the whole way down, and we're making a fine little bib for him. And I'm going to sew that on basically the same way as I did with Snorlax's belly. And turn. Now it's back loop. And back we go. Hello, my honey.
Well, you got Stanley, but not in gallon. You weren't too sure about flask.
No, but like I'll leave the 4th slot.
I like lunch.
You like lunch? With the question mark or without? Is he lunch?
Without, because if you're with, it sounds like, do we eat him? Whereas without, it's like, my name is Lunch. You know, give him a little lunch bucket with him. Lunch pail.
A little pail. I like that. There we go. So the 4th option is lunch. Officially. Maybe I'll get that vote started while I finish making this belly piece, because I don't think this belly piece is going to take very long. We're kind of just like whipping it up. The only trick to it is remembering to keep those free loops at the front, which I've already kind of talked about a little bit. So let's... Oh, how am I doing the head feelers? I've forgotten about those little noodles. I'll work over a long tail for those. I'll see those in the end. But let's get this poll started so people can get their votes registered.
I'll put the pasta back on.
Yeah, sure. So we have Stanley. We have Butternut. And then the option 4 was lunch. What was the 3rd one again? Because Mr. Bones literally just said 3 names to me. What was the 3rd one? Oh, I'll just have to wait until he comes back.
Gallon.
Gallon, thank you. It was Gallon. There we go. All right, guys, there is our post. There is our other post. There is our names. What's kind of cool about working this way, sorry, I'm back in the room. What's really cool about working this way is that you can count the rows of loops really easily, so you know exactly which row you should be up to. So there's a perk to doing it this way as well. So we'll just turn, and I'm going to do another row of 8 because I feel like we've reached a good width for 8. You can see in the sprite it doesn't go like necessarily the whole way across his body. You can see orange armpit. So just stick with that for a little bit. Okay, looks like Butternut has a pretty commanding lead already at 48% of the votes. It's going to be difficult to come back from, but we won't close that off until I finish making this piece in either case. And I'll expand out again. So in these back loops, we'll go 1, 2, buckle my shoe, 3, 4, knock on the door, 5 and 6. So that gets our row up to 10. You'll forever be called lunch in your heart. Well, we tried. You just learned the rotating needle technique. You're using it now for the edges of your work. Oh, right, the twisted single crochet, right? How much better does it look? How much better does it look to not have those loops sticking out? I swear it's something that only someone who actually crochets would even notice. But then just like having that beautiful little fine edge, just, yes. I'm pretty sure I saw it for the first time on Twisted Hatter, so all credit to her. I don't know if she calls it that. I wasn't paying that much attention, but I saw her do the technique. And so, yeah, that's where I grabbed that little trick from. And it's great. I love it because it just so eloquently or elegantly solves a problem that I didn't even know that was something that was bothering me. just slip stitched instead of single crochets, guys. We're going downhill fast here. Go. There we go. Oh, butternut lost 1%. Is it even close? Okay. All right. So yeah, there was a pretty. I think that if Stanley wasn't in the mix, that Lunch would have stood maybe slightly more of a chance. But I also think if Lunch wasn't in the mix, Stanley might have stood more of a chance. It's one of those ones where like sometimes the most popular option gets things stolen from it, and so like yeah, not stolen. You know what I mean? 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. 3, 4, better lock the door. 5, 6, grab your crucifix. 7, 8, gonna stay up late. 9, 10, never sleep again. Darcy, what have you been watching? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's front loop, 10 single crochet. Turn. The name is Lunch, butternut Lunch. There we go. So he is a very distinguished little fellow. Those ridges actually look fantastic. They look so good. You want to see?
Darcy's been watching Nightmare on Elm Street.
Ah, okay.
Looking very good.
I think so.
Very regal.
Yeah.
How's his booty?
Rocking everywhere.
Pretty good. Pretty
Yeah.
good.
So I'm going to just continue these under and then narrow them off to a point. Yeah, so a bunch more rows of single crochet. Nightmare on Elm Street, yeah. A reference I should have gotten. It was all like it was all textual. It was all just laid out there for me. I should have really gotten that one. Grab your sticks. Thank you very much, Sith Assassin. I think he's turning out super cute. And like, this is just giving him a very ruffled cravat kind of look to him. So Butternut Cumberbatch would have suited him, but we don't have to make that decision because it looks like Butternut is going to steal the day anyway, or win the day, I should say, not steal the day. Front loop only, 10 single crochet. Back loop only, 10 single crochet. Okay, you know what, Mr. Bones, if you had a big stick, you could probably take an emu, but I would encourage us not to test the theory. I think a big enough stick is like a universal equalizer. Mr. Bones just walked out with a broomstick.
Okay, so question.
Yeah.
Which horror movie villains do you reckon I could take with this stick?
All of them.
Not all of them.
Like the little saw puppet, you'd punt him.
I reckon Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh, that's... Chainsaw is...
I know, Chainsaw's scary, right? But Chainsaw's unwieldy, doesn't have much reach, whereas Bonk, the broomstick, yeah, I think it'd slow him down.
Maybe. I'll admit it that I haven't watched a lot of like horror movies with actual villains in them for a long time. Like normally the enemy is like fear itself in the movies that I watch, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like you couldn't beat Sharknado with a stick.
Like if you see like a creepy ghost or like, you know, phantom spirit or something and it grabs a doorknob, okay, so it can touch physical things, which means physical things can touch it. It's like, oh no, there's a terrifying...
No, but it only touches what it wants to touch.
There's a terrifying drooling nun in my house. Stop beating her with a stick and she'll get the idea.
Honestly, it doesn't even have to be an undead nun. I think people have forgotten how scary nuns are in general. Just like an actual nun in my house would be very unsettling.
Yeah, a disgruntled nun would be more scary than a dead nun because like
Yeah.
you have to listen to a disgruntled nun.
Yeah, and also I feel like if something's already undead, then you feel like you don't have to hold back on doing whatever it takes to get it out of your house. If it's an actual living nun, I feel like there are rules. There are rules as to what you can and can't do to get the nun out of your house.
Yeah, it's a dead nun. Oh, you want to take my soul? Okay. But like
And either way, she's going to judge you, and that's scary.
Living nun walks in and goes, "This is where you prepare your food." Oh, we're just doing frozen snacks, are we? It's just, ouch. These floors aren't clean.
No, and they never will be again.
You understand there's dust on your kitchen counter?
Cleanliness is next to godliness, and I can see what your alignment you have chosen.
Oh, I suppose this is good enough for you then.
Oh, ouch. Now there'll be none of that. Darcy. Demonique, that sounds very much like something I'd see in like Supernatural or something. Big enough stick and you'll join your husband's bet of $100 to beat an emu. Please, nobody beat emus with sticks, and nobody go near emus, okay? They're dangerous. This isn't a challenge. This isn't... Don't do this. Don't make me the YouTuber that inspired someone to attack an emu. I can't live with the shame of that. All right. I'm going to count how many rows I've done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Because I'll admit that the post-stream smooth brain is kicking in real fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That was just a whole bunch of rows of 10 single crochet around. And now I am going to start decreasing. I'm going to do my decreases on the edges, actually, because I want an abrupt and sudden swing around and through. Because we want to narrow off to a point here, and we're going to do that over a couple of rows. So I'll do a decreased row, and then maybe a normal row, a decreased row, a normal row, decreased row. Like that. Whew. Hi.
Blonde bombshell. She's someone else in live chat. I don't remember who. I'm sorry. But you know the little worms? And they got the little finger guns, and they spray out the slime and they go...
Yes, I do.
Oh, I said, I want to see poo 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 on that one, because it looks like they're just dual wielding water pistols haphazardly.
Oh, that's so fun.
And so then Blonde Bombshell did this.
Oh, I love that.
And I printed it off so you could show people on stream without having to like...
You printed it instead of just sending me a picture. Everybody appreciate this meme that has been sent on Discord and then printed on an actual printer just to be shown to you on stream again. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, good to know, Rainstorm. Thank you for letting us know. Just a strained muscle is best case scenario.
He has a hat and a sheriff badge and a little toy gun.
And he's very important.
Someone asked before if I could get you to crochet anything, what would it be?
That?
It would be a tiny little cowboy hat, a little cowboy gun, a little sheriff badge, and a silkworm. Silkworm? No,
Whatever those worms are.
snail yarn.
Snail yarn. He is a pure little bean, he is. When you like a meme so much, you have to print it and run into the other room with it. Like, that's just a whole new level. And 2. Okay, 8 single crochet across, and that was back loops. We're nearly done with this piece. We'll decrease, and we'll 4, and we'll decrease, and then I'll try it on besides again, because it has to go all the way to the tip of the tail, and we have a tail right there. We should be trying it on regularly. So let it be known that the other side is actually ridged in a very pleasing manner as well. It's just, it's about whether or not you want like the visible stripes Or if you want just like the like indentations of the ridges. Honestly, this piece could work either way up. This is the best day. What's even better about this meme? There is a non-zero chance that I'm going to cut it out and put it in a tiny little frame and hang it on the wall. In his off time, Sheriff Velvet Worm is also a snail yarn salesman. Oh, can you imagine if I release a pattern for that little dude and just about 200 people will be in on the joke, because that's who's watching, right? We normally hover at about 1 to 200. Yeah, 207 people will get the joke, and everyone else will just be like, what are they drinking in that household, and how do I get some? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. And then we back loop across, and we try it on again for size. I need the pattern too. I love bugs and grubs, and like this guy is just, he is genuinely so cute. I might skip the little pew pew, but I can give him a little sheriff badge, just stitch that on. We can do a little hat if we wanted to. Little sheriff bugs I think would be very, very well received. We can give him a little lasso instead. Just not real big on the crochet guns. I like to be able to tick that non-controversial content box that brings all the advertisers to the yard.
I'll do the speech bubble while the pew 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 is fine. Because it's not that the guns are going pew pew pew, it's that he's going pew pew pew. Also, remember the old TikToks you showed me of the urchins with the hats?
Yes.
Someone just posted them in Discord.
I love those guys. Very good. We're going to stay at this size for a couple more rows just because we need a little length. Snail Bones is totally the name of a Wild West villain though. He's not Sheriff Bones. That just doesn't make any sense. Give him some strings? Yeah, that could work. Go. Curl that all the way around. Oh, am I a little late to the narrowing it off party? Yeah, I am. I should have narrowed off in that last row, so we'll go back and do that again. Decrease 2 and a decrease. Which gets to there. There, there, there. Okay, cool. And then from here on out, we'll be decreasing every row. So the next row will be decrease, decrease, and then back loop only, decrease. Right. We're at the end of the piece, everybody. And I think we've cemented Butternut pretty strongly as that name with 50% of the votes. Somehow it managed to gain more votes. Can I say, you guys love your Butternut. Maybe if I ask very, very nicely, Mr. Bones will bring me one of those bottles of lemonade I was talking about at the start of the stream, and you can all have a look at Australian lemonade. I've got to wait for that comment to filter through. The time delay. Sheriff B owns. There we go. All right, I think that's as long as that needs to be. Oh, thank you very much, honey. Lemonade, it just looks like water. Thank you. It tastes like liquid sugar that a lemon breathed near once.
Trying to think of a good name for a sheriff worm.
Well, they're suggesting Sheriff B. Owns. Mr. Snailbones being a crotchety old timer who lives like, yeah, he's the one panning for gold though. He doesn't feel like the sheriff. Oh my goodness, we're about to populate an entire town of Wild West bugs, aren't we? I'm so here for this journey, guys. Hit me with them.
It's Rango all over again.
Yeah, but with bugs. All right, let's just find some pins here somewhere. I'm just gonna pinch a couple more from poor little, no, that one's necessary. Do you have any spare pins, Mr. Cider? Can I nick the ones from your legs? Yeah, enjoy my giant arm across the middle of the stream. That'll get the views. Yeah, curl that all the way down and around. Okay. It is, yeah, Darcy, I have noticed that. I haven't had lemonade in a really long time, but that was definitely way more lemony than I'm used to. Just, to be perfectly honest, I need a little sugar. I was, like my vision was narrowing. But there we go. That is that. So we've only made one wing. I'll make the other one later. So the only thing we're missing now are these little noodles, which I have saved the little pale yellow for. And I'm going to work over a long chain, which you should have all seen me do a number of times at this point, but just in case we've got any new ones in the chat. Started with a slip knot on my hook with a long chain here. I'll actually do it on screen so you can see if you're lucky. And then I'm just going to work over this chain. I'm going to start with a little slip stitch because that gives me a nice pointy end. And then I'm going to count because this is always the bit that trips me up. I always forget to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you can see there we've already got like the start of one little noodle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is 9 a good number? I think 9's a good number. I think 9's a perfect number. Slip stitch and then 9 single crochet and finish off. And then the beauty of working over a tail like this is it still gives you a solid core that you can work over, but you can, excuse me, you can still pull and give yourself a little bit more attitude. So there we are. Now if I pulled that completely, it would coil up into a total little spiral, but I want to pull it just a little bit and then tie it off so it stays there in a sassy little S-bend shape, which is an appropriate noodle shape for what we're doing today. Has there been a closure reveal yet today? There has been, but I will show them on screen again now if you would like. Oh, I still have that in the middle of the screen. Hold on, sorry. We were discussing whether or not we should make the shiny or not. There we are. So there is our closure reveal. The other options were Machoke, Hitmonlee, and Grimer. Yeah, so no, that was the reveal. I did it straight away because I knew pretty early on that we were only going to make 2. So that little thing which you will not convince me is not Magikarp's whiskers. Will not be convinced. You cannot make me. We'll go on his little sweet little head just like that. And we have named him Butternut. So we'll have Hydrini, Dydrini, and Butternut. And he is going to be our little Dragonite. And let's pull them all out onto screen here. So for next week, oh, his leg just fell off. Scyther does have another leg, okay? We made all of the pieces. Next week I will have Scyther fully assembled for you. I will have Venonat fully assembled. I mean, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Snorlax will be fully assembled. And Dragonite will be fully assembled. And hopefully all 7 patterns will be up on Patreon. Because this week I'm just doing a little Q&A video just to like give me time to deal with everything happening in the house, which should give me the extra time I need to get this wrapped up and get caught up again. This is constantly a game of keep up. But yeah, I actually think we're going to leave the stream there today, guys. I hope you had some fun. I had fun. This was good. This was a nice return to normal for me, and I really appreciate you guys hanging out. But I will, yeah, see you next week. Hopefully all up to date. If Nat's watching this later, Caterpickle says bye. Hit the like button if you feel like it, but otherwise I'll see you later. Bye. End stream. Okay, we're doing the thing. And then we hit this button. Yeah, Luna Moth pattern is out. It's been out for a while.